Buenas, mi nombre es Cindy Alpizar de Costa Rica y vamos a leer Génesis capítulo 1 del versículo 1 al versículo 31. El relato de la creación. En el principio, Dios creó los cielos y la tierra. La tierra no tenía forma y estaba vacía, y la oscuridad cubría las aguas profundas. Y el Espíritu de Dios se movía en el aire sobre la superficie de las aguas. Entonces Dios dijo, que haya luz, y hubo luz. Y Dios vio que la luz era buena. Y luego separó la luz de la oscuridad. Dios llamó a la luz día y a la oscuridad noche. Y pasó la tarde y llegó la noche, así se cumplió el primer día. Entonces Dios dijo, que haya un espacio entre las aguas para separar las aguas de los cielos de las aguas de la tierra. Y eso fue lo que sucedió. Dios formó ese espacio para separar las aguas de la tierra de las aguas de los cielos. Y Dios llamó a ese espacio cielo. Y pasó la tarde y llegó la mañana, y así se cumplió el segundo día. Entonces Dios dijo, que las aguas debajo del cielo se junten en un solo lugar para que aparezca la tierra seca. Y eso fue lo que sucedió. Dios llamó a lo seco tierra y a las aguas mares. Y vio Dios que esto era bueno. Después dijo Dios, que de la tierra brote vegetación, toda clase de plantas con semillas y árboles que den frutos con semillas. Estas semillas producirán a su vez las mismas clases de plantas y árboles de los que provinieron. Y eso fue lo que sucedió. La tierra produjo vegetación, toda clase de plantas con semilla y árboles que daban frutos con semilla. Los Las semillas produjeron plantas y árboles de la misma clase. Dios vio que todo era bueno. Y pasó la tarde y llegó la mañana, y así se cumplió el tercer día. Entonces Dios dijo, que aparezcan luces en el cielo para separar el día de la noche, que sean señales para que marquen las estaciones, los días y los años, que esas luces en el cielo brillen sobre la tierra. Y eso fue lo que sucedió. Dios hizo dos grandes luces, la más grande para que gobernara el día y la más pequeña para que gobernara la noche. También hizo las estrellas. Dios puso esas luces en el cielo para iluminar la tierra, para que gobernaran el día y la noche y para separar la luz de la oscuridad. Y vio Dios que todo era bueno. Y pasó la tarde y llegó la mañana, y así se cumplió el cuarto día. Entonces Dios dijo, que las aguas se colmen de peces y de toda forma de vida, que los cielos se llenen de aves de toda clase. Y así fue que Dios creó grandes criaturas marinas y todos los seres vivientes que se mueven y se agitan en el agua, y aves de todo tipo, cada uno produciendo crías de la misma especie. Y Dios vio que todo era bueno. Entonces Dios los bendijo con las siguientes palabras: sean fructíferos y multiplíquense, que los peces llenen los mares y que las aves se multipliquen sobre la tierra. Y pasó la tarde y llegó la mañana, y así se cumplió el quinto día. Entonces Dios dijo, que la tierra produzca toda clase de animales, que cada uno produzca crías de la misma especie, animales domésticos, animales pequeños que corran por el suelo y animales salvajes. Y eso fue lo que sucedió. Dios hizo toda clase de animales salvajes, animales domésticos y animales pequeños, cada uno con la capacidad de producir crías de la misma especie. Y Dios vio que esto era bueno. Entonces Dios dijo, hagamos a los seres humanos a nuestra imagen para que sean como nosotros. Ellos reinarán sobre los peces del mar, sobre las aves del cielo, sobre los animales domésticos, todos los animales salvajes de la tierra y los animales pequeños que corren por el suelo. Así que Dios creó a los seres humanos a su propia a imagen de Dios los creó, hombre y mujer los creó. Luego Dios los bendijo con las siguientes palabras: sean fructíferos y multiplíquense, llenen la tierra y gobiernen sobre ella. Reinen sobre los peces del mar, sobre las aves del cielo y todos los animales que corren por el suelo. Entonces Dios dijo: miren, les he dado todas las plantas con semilla que hay sobre la tierra y todos los árboles frutales para que les sirvan de alimento. Y he dado toda planta verde como alimento para todos los animales salvajes, para las aves del cielo y para los animales pequeños que corren por el suelo. Es decir, para que todo lo que tenga vida tenga alimento. Y así fue lo que sucedió. Entonces Dios miró que todo lo que había hecho era muy bueno. Entonces pasó la tarde y llegó la mañana y así se cumplió el sexto día. Amén.
My name is Michael Paul, and I am reading Genesis 3 through 5. The snake was the most intelligent of all the wild animals that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say that you shouldn't eat from any tree in the garden?" The woman said to the snake, "We may eat the fruit of the garden's trees, but not the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden. God said, 'Don't eat from it, and don't touch it, or you will die.'" The snake said to the woman, "You won't die. God knows that on the day you eat from it, you will see clearly, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." The woman saw that the tree was beautiful with delicious food, and that the tree would provide wisdom. So she took some of its fruit and ate it, and also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then they both saw clearly and knew that they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made garments for themselves. During that day's cool evening breeze, they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden. And the man and his wife hid themselves from the Lord God in the middle of the garden's trees. The Lord God called to the man and said to him, "Where are you?" The man replied, "I heard your sound in the garden. I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself." He said, "Who told you that you were naked? Did you eat from the tree which I commanded you not to eat?" The man said, "The woman you gave me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate." The Lord God said to the woman, "What have you done?" And the woman said, "The snake tricked me, and I ate." The Lord God said to the snake, "Because you did this, you are the one cursed out of all the farm animals, out of all the wild animals. On your belly you will crawl, and dust you will eat every day of your life. I will put contempt between you and the woman, between your offspring and hers. They will strike your head, but you will strike at their heels." To the woman he said, "I will make your pregnancy very painful. In pain you will bear children. You will desire your husband, but he will rule over you." To the man he said, "Because you listened to your wife's voice and you ate from the tree that I commanded, 'Don't eat from it,' cursed is the fertile land because of you. In pain you will eat from it every day of your life. Weeds and thistles will grow for you, even as you eat the field's plants. By the sweat of your face you will eat bread, until you return to the fertile land, since from it you were taken. You are soil, to the soil you will return." The man named his wife Eve, because she is the mother of everyone who lives. The Lord God made the man and his wife leather clothes and dressed them. The Lord God said, The human being has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Now, so he doesn't stretch out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever, the Lord God sent him out of the Garden of Eden to farm the fertile land from which he was taken. He drove out the human. To the east of the Garden of Eden, he stationed winged creatures wielding flaming swords to guard the way to the tree of life. The man Adam knew his wife Eve intimately. She became pregnant and gave birth to Cain and said, "I have given life to a man with the Lord's help." She gave birth a second time to Cain's brother Abel. Abel cared for the flocks, and Cain farmed the fertile land. Sometime later, Cain presented an offering to the Lord from the land's crops, while Abel presented his flock's oldest offspring with their fat. The Lord looked favorably on Abel and his sacrifice, but didn't look favorably on Cain and his sacrifice. Cain became very angry and looked resentful. The Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry, and why do you look so resentful? If you do the right thing, won't you be accepted? But if you don't do the right thing, sin will be waiting at the door, ready to strike. It will entice you, but you must rule over it." Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let's go out to the field." When they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. The Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" Cain said, "I don't know. Am I my brother's guardian?" The Lord said, "What did you do? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. You are now cursed from the ground that opened its mouth to take your brother's blood from your hand. When you farm the fertile land, it will no longer grow anything for you, and you will become a roving nomad on the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Now that you've driven me away from the fertile land and I am hidden from your presence, I'm about to become a roving nomad on the earth, and anyone who finds me will kill me." The Lord said to him, "It won't happen. Anyone who kills Cain will be paid back 7 times. The Lord put a sign on Cain so that no one who found him would assault him. Cain left the Lord's presence, and he settled down in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain knew his wife intimately. She became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain built a city and named the city after his son Enoch. Irad was born to Enoch. Irad fathered Mehujael. Mehujael fathered Mehushael. And Methushael fathered Lamech. Lamech took 2 wives, the first named Ada and the second Zillah. Ada gave birth to Jabal. He was the ancestor of those who live in tents and own livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the ancestor of those who play stringed and wind instruments. Zillah also gave birth to Tubal-Cain, the ancestor of blacksmiths and all artisans of bronze and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Lamech said to his wives, "Ada and Zillah, listen to my voice. Wives of Lamech, pay attention to my words. I killed a man for wounding me, a boy for striking me. So Cain will be paid back 7 times and Lamech 77 times. Adam knew his wife intimately again, and she gave birth to a son. She named him Seth, because God has given me another child in place of Abel, whom Cain killed. Seth also fathered a son and named him Enosh. At that time, people began to worship in the Lord's name. This is the record of Adam's descendants. On the day God created humanity, he made them to resemble God and created them male and female. He blessed them and called them humanity on the day they were created. When Adam was 130 years old, he became the father of a son in his image, resembling him, and named him Seth. After Seth's birth, Adam lived 800 years. He had other sons and daughters. In all, Adam lived 930 years, and he died. When Seth was 105 years old, he became the father of Enosh. After the birth of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years, and he had other sons and daughters. In all, Seth lived 912 years, and he died. When Enosh was 90 years old, he became the father of Canaan. After Canaan's birth, Enosh lived 815 years, and he had other sons and daughters. In all, Enosh lived 905 years, and he died. When Canaan was 70 years old, he became the father of Mahalalel. After the birth of Mahalalel, Canaan lived 840 years, and he had other sons and daughters. In all, Canaan lived 910 years, and he died. When Mahalalel was 65 years old, he became the father of Jared. After Jared's birth, Mahalalel lived 830 years, and he had other sons and daughters. In all, Mahalalel lived 895 years, and he died. When Jared was 162 years old, he became the father of Enoch. After Enoch's birth, Jared lived 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. In all, Jared lived 962 years, and he died. When Enoch was 65 years old, he became the father of Methuselah. Enoch walked with God. After Methuselah's birth, Enoch lived 300 years, and he had other sons and daughters. In all, Enoch lived 365 years. Enoch walked with God and disappeared because God took him. When Methuselah was 187 years old, he became the father of Lamech. After Lamech's birth, Methuselah lived 782 years, and he had other sons and daughters. In all, Methuselah lived 969 years, and he died. When Lamech was 182 years old, he became the father of a son and named him Noah, saying, "This one will give us relief from our hard work, from the pain in our hands because of the fertile land that the Lord cursed." After Noah's birth, Lamech lived 595 years, and he had other sons and daughters. In all, Lamech lived 777 years, and he died. When Noah was 500 years old, Noah became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Sarah Versluis. I'll be reading Genesis 6 through 8. When the number of people started to increase through the fertile land, daughters were born to them. The divine beings saw how beautiful these human women were, so they married the ones they chose. The Lord said, "My breath will not remain in humans forever, because they are flesh. They will live 120 years. In those days, giants lived on the earth and also afterward, when divine beings and human daughters had sexual relations and gave birth to children. These were the ancient heroes, famous men. The Lord saw that humanity had become thoroughly evil on the earth, and that every idea their minds thought up was always completely evil. The Lord regretted making human beings on the earth, and he was heartbroken. So the Lord said, I will wipe off of the land the human race that I've created, from human beings to livestock to the crawling things to the birds in the skies, because I regret I ever made them. But as for Noah, the Lord approved of him. These are Noah's descendants. In his generation, Noah was a moral and exemplary man. He walked with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. In God's sight, the earth had become corrupt and was filled with violence. God saw that the earth was corrupt because all creatures behaved corruptly on the earth. God said to Noah, "The end has come for all creatures, since they have filled the earth with violence. I am now about to destroy them along with the earth, so make a wooden ark. Make the ark with nesting places and cover it inside and out with tar. This is how you should make it, 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high. Make a roof for the ark and complete it 1 foot from the top. Put a door on its side. In the hold below, make the 2nd and 3rd decks. I am now bringing the flood waters over the earth to destroy everything under the sky that breathes. Everything on earth is about to take its last breath. But I will set up my covenant with you. You will go into the ark together with your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives. From all living things, from all creatures, you are to bring a pair, male and female, into the ark with you to keep them alive. From each kind of bird, from each kind of livestock, and from each kind of everything that crawls on the ground, a pair from each will go in with you to stay alive. Take some from every kind of food and stow it as a food for you and for the animals. Noah did everything exactly as God commanded him. The Lord said to Noah, "Go into the ark with your whole household, because among this generation I've seen that you are a moral man. From every clean animal, take 7 pairs, a male and his mate, and from every unclean animal, take 1 pair, a male and his mate. And from the birds in the sky as well, take 7 pairs, male and female, so that their offspring will survive throughout the earth. In 7 days from now, I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. I will wipe off from the fertile land every living thing that I have made." Noah did everything the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the floodwaters arrived on earth. Noah, his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives with him entered the ark to escape the floodwaters. From the clean and unclean animals, from the birds and everything crawling on the ground, 2 of each, male and female, went into the ark with Noah, just as God commanded Noah. After 7 days, the floodwaters arrived on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day, on that day, all the springs of the deep sea erupted and the windows in the skies opened. It rained on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. That same day, Noah, with his sons Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's wife, and his sons' 3 wives went into the ark. They and every kind of animal, every kind of livestock, every kind that crawls on the ground, every kind of bird, they came to Noah and entered the ark, 2 of every creature that breathes. Male and female of every creature went in, just as God had commanded him. Then the Lord closed the door behind them. The flood remained on the earth for 40 days. The waters rose, lifted the ark, and it rode high above the earth. The waters rose and spread out over the earth. The ark floated on the surface of the waters. The waters rose even higher over the earth. They covered all the highest mountains under the sky. The waters rose 23 feet high, covering the mountains. Every creature took its last breath. The things crawling on the ground, birds, livestock, wild animals, everything swarming on the ground, and every human being. Everything on dry land with life's breath in its nostrils died. God wiped away every living thing that was on the fertile land, from human beings to livestock to crawling things to birds in the sky. They were wiped off the earth. Only Noah and those with him in the ark were left. The waters rose over the earth for 150 days. God remembered Noah, all those alive, and all the animals with him in the ark. God sent a wind over the earth so that the waters receded. The springs of the deep sea and the skies closed up. The skies held back the rain. The waters receded gradually from the earth. After 150 days, the waters decreased, and in the 7th month, on the 17th day, the ark came to rest on the Ararat Mountains. The waters decreased gradually until the 10th month, and on the 1st day of the 10th month, the mountain's peaks appeared. After 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark that he had made. He sent out a raven, and it flew back and forth until the waters over the entire earth had dried up. Then he sent out a dove to see if the waters on all the fertile land had subsided, but the dove found no place to set its foot. It returned to him in the ark, since waters still covered the entire earth. Noah stretched out his hand, took it, and brought it back into the ark. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out from the ark again. The dove came back to him in the evening, grasping a torn olive leaf in its beak. Then Noah knew that the waters were subsiding from the earth. He waited 7 more days and sent out the dove, but it didn't come back to him again. In Noah's 601st year, on the 1st day of the 1st month, the waters dried up from the earth. Noah removed the ark's hatch and saw that the surface of the fertile land had dried up. In the 2nd month, on the 27th day, the earth was dry. God spoke to Noah, "Go out of the ark, you and your wife, your sons and your sons' wives with you. Bring out with you all the animals of every kind, birds, livestock, everything crawling on the ground, so that they may populate the earth, be fertile, and multiply on the earth." So Noah went out of the ark with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives. All the animals, the livestock, the birds, and everything crawling on the ground came out of the ark by their families. Noah built an altar to the Lord. He took some of the clean large animals and some of the clean birds and placed entirely burned offerings on the altar. The Lord smelled the pleasing scent, and the Lord thought to himself, I will not curse the fertile land any more because of human beings, since the ideas of the human mind are evil from their youth. I will never again destroy every little thing, every living thing, as I have done. As long as the earth exists, seed time and harvest, cold and hot, summer and autumn, day and night will not cease.
Buen día, mi nombre es Wolfgang Streich desde Paraguay. Voy a leer en español, versión nueva versión internacional, Génesis 9 al 11. Capítulo 9 al 11. El pacto de Dios con Noé. Dios bendijo a Noé y a sus hijos con estas palabras: sean fecundos, multiplíquense y llenen la tierra. Todos los animales de la tierra sentirán temor y miedo ante ustedes, las aves, las bestias salvajes, los animales que se arrastran por el suelo y los peces del mar, todos estarán bajo su dominio. Todo lo que se mueve y tiene vida, al igual que las verduras, les servirán de alimento. Yo les doy todo esto, pero no deberán comerme con sangre. La sangre es vida. Por cierto, de la sangre de ustedes yo habré de pedirles cuentas. A todos los animales, a todos los seres humanos les pediré cuenta de la vida de sus semejantes. Si alguien derrama la sangre de un ser humano, otro ser humano derramará la suya, porque el ser humano ha sido creado a imagen de Dios mismo. En cuanto a ustedes, sean fecundos y multiplíquense. Sí, multiplíquense y llenen la tierra. Dios les habló otra vez a Noé y a sus hijos y les dijo: yo establezco mi pacto con ustedes, con sus descendientes, con todos los seres vivientes que están con ustedes, es decir, con todos los seres vivientes de la tierra que salieron del arca, las aves, los animales domésticos y salvajes. Este es mi pacto con ustedes. Nunca más serán exterminados los seres humanos por un diluvio. Nunca más habrá un diluvio que destruya la tierra. Y Dios añadió: esta es la señal del pacto que establezco para siempre con ustedes, con todos los seres vivientes que los acompañan. He colocado mi arco iris en las nubes, el cual servirá como señal de mi pacto con la tierra. Cuando yo cubra la tierra de nubes y en ella aparezca el arco iris, me acordaré del pacto que he establecido con ustedes y con todos los seres vivientes. Nunca más las aguas se convertirán en un diluvio para destruir a todos los mortales. Cada vez que aparezca el arco iris entre las nubes, yo lo veré, me acordaré del pacto que establecí para siempre con todos los seres vivientes que hay sobre la tierra. Dios concluyó diciendo a Noé: este es el pacto que establezco con todos los seres vivientes que hay en la tierra. Los hijos de Noé. Los hijos de Noé que salieron del arca fueron Sem, Cam, que fue el padre de Canaán, y Jafet. Estos fueron los tres hijos de Noé que con su descendencia poblaron toda la tierra. Noé se dedicó a cultivar la tierra, plantó una viña. Un día bebió vino y se embriagó, quedándose desnudo dentro de su carpa. Cam, el padre de Canaán, vio a su padre desnudo y fue a contárselo a sus hermanos que estaban afuera. Entonces Sem y Jafet tomaron un manto, se lo echaron sobre los hombros y caminando hacia atrás, cubrieron la desnudez de su padre. Como miraban en dirección opuesta, no lo vieron desnudo. Cuando Noé despertó de su borrachera y se enteró de lo que su hijo menor le había hecho, declaró: maldito seas, Canaán, será de sus hermanos el más bajo de sus esclavos. Y agregó, bendito sea el Señor Dios de Sem, que Canaán sea su esclavo, que Dios extienda el territorio de Jafet, que habite Jafet en los campamentos de Sem, y que Canaán sea su esclavo. Después del diluvio, Noé vivió 350 años más, de modo que murió a la edad de 950 años. Capítulo 10 de Génesis, las naciones de la tierra. Esta es la historia de Sem, Cam y Jafet, hijos de Noé, quienes después del diluvio tuvieron sus propios hijos. Los hijos de Jafet fueron Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javán, Tubal, Mesec y Tiras. Los hijos de Gomer fueron Askenaz, Rifat y Togarma. Los hijos de Javán fueron Elisá, Taquis, Quitín y Rodanín. Algunos de ellos que poblaron las costas formaron naciones y clanes en sus respectivos territorios y con sus propios idiomas. Los hijos de Cam fueron Cus, Misrayim, Fut y Canaán. Los hijos de Cus fueron Seba, Javilá, Sapta, Ragamá y Sapteca. Los hijos de Ragamá fueron Saba y Dedan. Cus fue el padre de Nimrod, conocido como el primer gran guerrero de la tierra, quien llegó a ser un valiente cazador ante el Señor. Por eso se dice, como Nimrod, valiente cazador ante el Señor. Las principales ciudades de su reino fueron Babel, Erec, Acab y Calné, en la región de Sinar. Desde esa región Nimrod salió hacia Asur, donde construyó las ciudades de Nínive, Rehobot, Ir, Cala y Resén, la gran ciudad que está entre Nínive y Cala. Misrayim fue el antepasado de los ludeos, los ananeos, los leavitas, los naftuitas, los patruseos, los caslujitas y los caftoritas, de quienes descienden los filisteos. Canaán fue el padre de Sidón, su primogénito, y de Het, y el antepasado de los jebuseos, los amorreos, los gergeseos, los heveos, los araseos, los cineos, los arvadeos, los semareos y los jamatitas. Luego estos clanes cananeos se dispersaron y su territorio se extendió sobre Sidón hasta Gerar y Gaza, y en dirección de Sodoma, Gomorra, Adma, Sebollín y hasta Lasa. Esos fueron los descendientes de Cam, según los clanes e idiomas, territorios y naciones. Sem, antepasado de todos los hijos de Eber y hermano mayor de Jafet, también tuvo hijos. Los hijos de Sem fueron Alam, Asur, Arfaxad, Lut y Aram. Los hijos de Aram fueron Uz, Hul, Geter y Mas. Asfaxad fue el padre de Selah. Selah fue el padre de Eber. Eber tuvo dos hijos. El primero se llamó Pelec. Y porque en su tiempo se dividió la tierra, su hermano se llamó Joctán. Joctán fue el padre de Amodat, Selef, Hazar, Mavet, Yerach, Adoram, Usal, Dikla, Obal, Abimael, Sabá, Ofir, Javilá y Jobab. Todos estos fueron hijos de Joctán y vivieron en la región que va desde Mesa hasta Cefar, en la región montañosa oriental. Estos fueron los hijos de Sem, según sus clanes y sus idiomas, sus territorios y naciones. Estos son los clanes de los hijos de Noé, según las genealogías y sus naciones. A partir de estos clanes, las naciones se extendieron sobre la tierra después del diluvio. Capítulo 11 de Génesis, la Torre de Babel. En ese entonces se hablaba un solo idioma en toda la tierra. Al emigrar al oriente, la gente encontró una llanura en la región de Sinar y allí se asentaron. Un día se dijeron unos a otros: vamos a hacer ladrillos y a coser al fuego. Fue así que usaron ladrillos en vez de piedras y asfalto en vez de mezcla. Luego dijeron: construyamos una ciudad con una torre que llegue hasta el cielo. De ese modo nos haremos famosos y evitaremos ser dispersados por toda la tierra. Pero el Señor bajó para observar la ciudad y la torre de los hombres que estaban construyendo. Y se dijo: todos forman un solo pueblo y hablan un solo idioma. Esto es solo el comienzo de sus obras y todo lo que se propongan lo podrán lograr. Será mejor que bajemos a confundir su idioma para que ya no se entiendan entre ellos mismos. De esta manera el Señor los dispersó desde allí por toda la tierra. Por lo tanto, dejaron de construir la ciudad. Por eso a la ciudad se la llamó Babel, que fue allí donde el Señor confundió el idioma de toda la gente de la tierra y de donde los dispersó por todo el mundo entero. Descendientes de Sem. Esta es la historia de Sem. 2 años después del diluvio, cuando Sem tenía 100 años, nació su hijo Arfaxad. Después del nacimiento de Arfaxad, Sem vivió 500 años más y tuvo otros hijos y otras hijas. Cuando Arfaxad tenía 35 años, nació su hijo Selah. Después del nacimiento de Selah, Arfaxad vivió 403 años más y tuvo otros hijos y otras hijas. Cuando Selah tenía 30 años, nació su hijo Eber. Después del nacimiento de Eber, Selah vivió 403 años más y tuvo otros hijos y otras hijas. Cuando Eber tenía 34 años, nació su hijo Peleg. Después del nacimiento de Peleg, Eber vivió 430 años más y tuvo otros hijos y otras hijas. Cuando Peleg tenía 30 años, nació su hijo Reú. Después del nacimiento de Reú, Peleg vivió 209 años más y tuvo otros hijos y otras hijas. Cuando Reú tenía 32 años, nació su hijo Serug. Después del nacimiento de Serug, Reú vivió 207 años más y tuvo otros hijos y otras hijas. Cuando Serug tenía 30 años, nació su hijo Nahor. Después del nacimiento de Nahor, Serug vivió 200 años más y tuvo otros hijos e hijas. Cuando Nahor tenía 29 años, nació su hijo Teraj. Después del nacimiento de Teraj, Nahor vivió 19 años más y tuvo otros hijos y otras hijas. Cuando Teraj tenía 70 años, ya habían nacido sus hijos Abraham, Nahor y Harán, descendientes de Teraj. Esta es la historia de Teraj, el padre de Abraham, Nahor y Harán. Harán fue el padre de Lot y murió en Ur de los Caldeos, su tierra natal, cuando su padre Teraj aún vivía. Abraham se casó con Sarai y Nahor se casó con Milca, la hija de Harán, el cual tuvo otra hija llamada Isca, pero Sarai era estéril y no podía tener hijos. Teraj salió de Ur de los Caldeos rumbo a Canaán. Se fue con su hijo Abram, su nieto Lot y su nuera Sarai, y la esposa de Abram. Sin embargo, al llegar a la ciudad de Harán, se quedaron a vivir en aquel lugar y allí mismo murió Teraj a los 205 anos de idade.
Meu nome é Fábio Carvalho. Farei a leitura bíblica que encontra-se no livro de Gênesis, no capítulo 12, versos de 1 ao 20, capítulo 13, versos de 1 ao 18, e o capítulo 14, nos versos de 1 ao 24. Gênesis, capítulo 12. Ora, o Senhor disse a Abrão: sai-te da tua terra, da tua parentela e da casa de teu pai, para a terra que eu te mostrarei. E far-te-ei uma grande nação, e abençoar-te-ei, e engrandecerei o teu nome, e tu serás uma bênção. E abençoarei os que te abençoarem, e amaldiçoarei os que te amaldiçoarem. E em ti serão benditas todas as famílias da terra. Assim partiu Abrão, como o Senhor lhe tinha dito. E foi Ló com ele, e era Abrão da idade de 75 anos, quando saiu de Harã. E tomou Abrão e Sarai, sua mulher, e a Ló, filho de seu irmão, e todos os bens que haviam adquirido, e as almas que lhe acresceram em Harã, e saíram para irem à terra de Canaã, e chegaram à terra de Canaã. E passou Abrão por aquela terra até ao lugar de Siquém, até ao carvalho de Moré. E estavam então os cananeus na terra. E apareceu o Senhor a Abrão e disse: a tua descendência darei esta terra. E edificou ali um altar ao Senhor que lhe aparecera. E moveu-se dali para a montanha do lado oriental de Betel, e armou a sua tenda, tendo Betel ao ocidente, e Ai ao oriente, e edificou ali um altar ao Senhor, e invocou o nome do Senhor. Depois caminhou Abrão dali, seguindo ainda para o lado do sul, e havia fome naquela terra. E desceu Abrão ao Egito, para peregrinar ali, porquanto a fome era grande na terra. E aconteceu que, chegando ele para entrar no Egito, disse a Sarai, sua mulher: ora, bem sei que és mulher formosa à vista. E será que, quando os egípcios te virem, dirão: esta é sua mulher, e matar-me-ão a mim, e a ti te guardarão em vida. Dize: peço-te que és minha irmã, para que me vá bem por tua causa, e que viva a minha alma por amor de ti. E aconteceu que, entrando Abrão no Egito, viram os egípcios a mulher que era muito formosa, e viram-na os príncipes de Faraó, e gabaram-na diante de Faraó, e foi a mulher tomada para a casa de Faraó. E fez bem Abrão por amor dela, e ele teve ovelhas, vacas, jumentos, servos e servas, jumentas e camelos. Feriu, porém, o Senhor a Faraó e a sua casa com grandes pragas, por causa de Sarai, mulher de Abrão. Então chamou o Faraó a Abrão e disse: que é isto que me fizeste? Por que não me disseste que ela era a tua mulher? Por que disseste: é minha irmã? Por isso a tomei por minha mulher. Agora, pois, eis aqui tua mulher. Toma e vai-te. E Faraó deu ordens aos seus homens a respeito dele, e acompanharam-no a ele e a sua mulher e a tudo o que tinha. Gênesis capítulo 13. Subiu, pois, Abrão do Egito para o lado do sul, ele e sua mulher, e tudo e o que tinha, e com ele Ló. E era Abrão muito rico em gado, em prata e em ouro, e fez as suas jornadas do sul até Betel, até o lugar onde a princípio estivera a sua tenda, entre Betel e Ai, até o lugar do altar que outrora ali tinha feito. E Abrão invocou ali o nome do Senhor. E também Ló, que ia com Abrão, tinha rebanhos, gado e tendas. E não tinha capacidade a terra para poderem habitar juntos, porque os seus bens eram muitos, de maneira que não podiam habitar juntos. E houve contenda entre os pastores do gado de Abrão e os pastores do gado de Ló. E os cananeus e os perizeus habitavam então na terra. E disse Abraão a Ló: Ora, não haja contenda entre mim e ti, e entre os meus pastores e os teus pastores, porque somos irmãos. Não está toda a terra diante de ti? Eia, pois, aparte-te de mim. E se escolheres a esquerda, irei para a direita. E se a direita escolheres, eu irei para a esquerda. E levantou Ló os seus olhos e viu toda a campina do Jordão, que era toda bem regada, antes do Senhor ter destruído Sodoma e Gomorra. E era como o jardim do Senhor, como a terra do Egito, quando se entra em Zoar. Então Ló escolheu para si toda a campina do Jordão, e partiu Ló para o oriente, e apartaram-se um do outro. Habitou Abrão na terra de Canaã, e Ló habitou nas cidades da campina, e armou as suas tendas até Sodoma. Ora, eram maus os homens de Sodoma, e grandes pecadores contra o Senhor. E disse o Senhor a Abrão, depois que Ló se apartou dele: Levanta-te agora os teus olhos e olha desde o lugar onde estás, para o lado do norte e do sul, e do oriente e do ocidente. Porque toda esta terra que vês, que hei de dar a ti e à tua descendência para sempre. E farei a tua descendência como o pó da terra, de maneira que, se alguém puder contar o pó da terra, também a tua descendência será contada. Levanta-te, percorre essa terra, no seu comprimento e na sua largura, porque a ti a darei. E Abrão mudou as suas tendas e foi e habitou nas carvalhais de Manre, que estão juntos a Hebrom, e edificou ali um altar ao Senhor. Gênesis capítulo 14. E aconteceu nos dias de Anrafel, rei de Sinar, Arioque, rei de Elassar, Kedorlaomé, rei de Elão, e Tidal, rei de Goim, que estes fizeram guerra a Bera, rei de Sodoma, a Birsa, rei de Gomorra, a Sinabe, rei de Admá, e a Semebé, rei de Zeboim, e ao rei de Belá. Esta é Zoar. Todos estes se ajuntaram no vale de Sidim, que é o mar salgado. 12 anos haviam servido a Kedorlaomé, mas ao 13º ano rebelaram-se. E ao 14º ano veio Kedorlaomé e os reis que estavam com ele, e feriram aos Refaíns em Asterote Carnaim, e aos Uzins em An, e aos Emins em Savé Kiriataim, e aos Oreus no seu monte Seir, até El-Parã, que está junto ao deserto. Depois tornaram e vieram a Emispat, que é Cádiz, e feriram toda a terra dos Amalequitas, e também aos amorreus que habitavam em Azar-Zon-Tamar. Então saiu o rei de Sodoma, e o rei de Gomorra, e o rei de Admá, e o rei de Zeboim, e o rei de Belá, esta é Zoar, e ordenaram batalha contra eles no vale de Sidim. Contra Kerdor Laomé, rei de Elão, e Tidal, rei de Goim, e Anrafel, rei de Sinar, e Arioque, rei de Elassá, 4 reis contra 5. E o vale de Sidim estava cheio de poços de betume, e fugiram os reis de Sodoma e de Gomorra, e caíram ali. E os restantes fugiram para um monte. E tomaram todos os bens de Sodoma e de Gomorra, e todo o seu mantimento, e foram-se. Também tomaram a Ló, que habitava em Sodoma, filho do irmão de Abrão, e os seus bens, e foram-se. Então veio um que escapara, e o contou a Abrão, o hebreu. Ele habitava junto dos carvalhais de Manre, o amorreu, irmão de Escol, irmão de Ané. Eles eram confederados de Abrão. Ouvindo, pois, Abrão que o seu irmão estava preso, armou os seus criados, nascidos em sua casa, 318, e os perseguiu até Dan. E dividiu-se contra eles de noite, ele e os seus criados, e os feriu, e os perseguiu até Obá, que fica à esquerda de Damasco. E tornou a trazer todos os seus bens, e tornou a trazer também a Ló, seu irmão, e os seus bens, e também as mulheres e o povo. E o rei de Sodoma saiu-lhe ao encontro, depois que voltou de ferir a Quedor-Laomé e os reis que estavam com ele, até ao vale de Savé, que é o vale do rei. E Melquisedeque, rei de Salém, trouxe pão e vinho, e era este sacerdote do Deus Altíssimo. E abençoou e disse: Bendito seja Abrão pelo Deus Altíssimo, o possuidor dos céus e da terra. E bendito seja o Deus Altíssimo, que entregou os teus inimigos nas tuas mãos. E Abraão deu-lhe o dízimo de tudo. E o rei de Sodoma disse a Abrão: Dá-me a mim as pessoas e os bens, toma para ti. Abrão, porém, disse ao rei de Sodoma: Levantei minha mão ao Senhor, o Deus Altíssimo, o possuidor dos céus e da terra, jurando que desde um fio até a correia de um sapato, não tomarei coisa alguma de tudo o que é teu, para que não digas: eu enriqueci a Abrão. Salvo, tão somente, o que os jovens comeram e a parte que toca aos homens que comigo foram, Ané, Escol e Manre, estes que tomem a sua parte.
Soy Rebeca González Torres. Voy a leer Génesis 15, 16 y 17. Después de esto, la palabra del Señor vino a Abraham en una visión. No tengas miedo, Abraham. Yo soy tu escudo, y muy grande será tu recompensa. Pero Abraham respondió: Mi Señor y Dios, ¿de qué me sirve que me des algo si aún sigo sin tener hijos y el heredero de mis bienes será Eliezer de Damasco? ¿Cómo no me has dado ningún hijo? Mi herencia la recibirá uno de mis criados. Ese hombre no ha de ser tu heredero, contestó el Señor. Tu heredero será tu propio hijo. Luego lo llevó afuera y le dijo, mira hacia el cielo y cuenta las estrellas a ver si puedes. Así de numerosa será tu descendencia. Abraham creyó al Señor se lo reconoció como justicia. Además dijo, yo soy el Señor que te hizo salir de Ur de los Caldeos para darte en posesión esta tierra. Pero Abraham preguntó, mi Señor y Dios, ¿qué sabré que voy a poseerla? El Señor respondió, tráeme una ternera, una cabra y un carnero, todos ellos de 3 años, y también una tórtola y un pichón de paloma. Abraham llevó todos estos animales, los partió por la mitad y puso una mitad frente a la otra, pero no partió las aves. Y las aves de rapiña comenzaron a lanzarse sobre los animales muertos, pero Abraham los espantaba. Al anochecer, Abraham cayó en un profundo sueño y lo envolvió una oscuridad aterradora. El Señor dijo a Abraham, debes saber que tus descendientes vivirán como extranjeros en tierra extraña, donde serán esclavizados y maltratados durante 400 años. Pero yo castigaré a la nación que los esclavizará, y luego tus descendientes saldrán en libertad y con grandes riquezas. Tú, en cambio, te reunirás en paz con tus antepasados y te enterrarán cuando ya seas muy anciano. 4 generaciones después, tus descendientes volverán a este lugar, porque antes de eso no habrá llegado el colmo, la iniquidad de los amorreos. Cuando el sol se puso y cayó la noche, apareció un horno humeante y una antorcha encendida, los cuales pasaban entre los animales descuartizados. En aquel día el Señor hizo un pacto con Abraham y le dijo, a tus descendientes daré esta tierra, desde el río de Egipto hasta el gran río el Éufrates. Me refiero a la tierra de los kenitas, los kenicitas, los cadmoneos, los hititas, los fereceos, los refaitas, los amorreos, los cananeos, los gergeseos y los jebuseos. Capítulo 16. Sarai, la esposa de Abraham, no le había dado hijos, pero como tenía una esclava egipcia llamada Agar, Sarai dijo a Abraham, el Señor me ha hecho estéril, por lo tanto ve y acuéstate con mi esclava Agar. Tal vez por medio de ella podré formar una familia. Abraham aceptó la propuesta que hizo Sara. Entonces ella tomó a Agar, la esclava egipcia, y se la entregó a Abraham como una mujer. Esta ocurrió cuando ya hacía 10 años que Abraham vivía en Canaán. Abraham tuvo unas relaciones con Agar y ella concibió un hijo. Al darse cuenta Agar de que estaba embarazada, comenzó a mirar con desprecio a su dueña. Entonces Sarai dijo a Abraham, tú tienes la culpa de esta injusticia. Yo puse a mi esclava en tus brazos y ahora me ve embarazada y me mira con desprecio. El Señor determine quién tiene la culpa, si tú o yo. Tu esclava está en tus manos, contestó Abraham. Haz con ella lo que bien te parezca. Y de tal manera comenzó Sarai a maltratar a Agar que ésta huyó de su presencia. Pero el ángel del Señor la encontró junto a un manantial en el desierto, el cual está en el camino a la región sur, y le preguntó, Agar, esclava de Sarai, ¿de dónde vienes y a dónde vas? Estoy huyendo de mi dueña Sarai, respondió ella. Vuelve junto a ella y sométete a su autoridad. Le dijo el ángel del Señor, de tal manera multiplicaré tu descendencia que no se podrá contar. Estás embarazada, darás a luz un hijo y le pondrás por nombre Ismael, porque el Señor ha escuchado tu aflicción. Será un hombre indómito como asno salvaje. Luchará contra todos y todos lucharán contra él y habitará frente a todos sus hermanos. Como el Señor le había hablado, Agar le puso por nombre el Dios que me ve, que decía, ahora lo he visto a él, que me ve. Por eso también el pozo que está en Cades y Beret se no conoce con el nombre del pozo viviente que me ve. Agar dio a luz a Abraham, su hijo, Agar dio a Abraham un hijo a quien Abraham llamó Ismael. Abraham tenía 86 años cuando nació Ismael. Capítulo 17. Cuando Abraham tenía 99 años, el Señor se apareció y dijo, yo soy el Dios todopoderoso, anda delante de mí y sé íntegro. Así confirmaré mi pacto contigo y multiplicaré tu descendencia en gran manera. Al oír que Dios le hablaba, Abraham cayó rostro en tierra y Dios continuó diciendo, este es el pacto que establezco contigo. Tú serás el padre de una multitud de naciones. Ya no te llamarás Abraham, sino que de ahora en adelante tu nombre será Abraham, porque te he confirmado como padre de muchas naciones. Te haré tan fecundo que de ti saldrán reyes y naciones. Estableceré mi pacto contigo y con tu descendencia como pacto eterno por todas las generaciones. Yo seré tu Dios y el Dios de tus descendientes. A ti y a tu descendencia daré esta posesión perpetua, toda la tierra de Canaán, donde ahora vives como extranjero, y yo seré su Dios. Dios también dijo a Abraham, cumple con mi pacto tú y toda tu descendencia por todas las generaciones, y este es el pacto que establezco contigo y con tu descendencia, el cual todos deberán cumplir. Todos los varones entre ustedes deberán ser circuncidados. Circuncidarán la carne de su prepucio. Esa será la señal del pacto entre nosotros. Todos los varones de cada generación deberán ser circuncidados a los 8 días de nacidos, tanto los niños nacidos en casa como los que hayan sido comprados por dinero a un extranjero y que por lo tanto no sean de la estirpe de ustedes. Todos sin excepción, tanto el nacido en casa como el que haya sido comprado por dinero, deberá ser circuncidado. De esta manera mi pacto quedará como una marca indeleble en la carne de ustedes, como un pacto eterno. Pero el varón incircunciso, al que no se le haya cortado la carne del prepucio, será eliminado de su pueblo por quebrantar mi pacto. También dijo Dios a Abraham, a Sarai tu esposa ya no la llamarás Sarai, sino que su nombre será Sara. Yo la bendeciré y por medio de ella te daré un hijo. Tanto la bendeciré que será madre de naciones y ellas surgirán reyes y de pueblos. Entonces Abraham inclinó el rostro hasta el suelo y se rió de pensar, ¿acaso puede un hombre tener un hijo a los 100 años y Sara ser madre a los 90? Por eso le dijo a Dios, concédele a Ismael vivir bajo tu bendición. A lo que Dios le contestó, pero es Sara, tu esposa, la que te dará un hijo, al que llamarás Isaac. Yo estableceré mi pacto con él y con sus descendientes como pacto perpetuo. En cuanto a Ismael, ya te he escuchado. Yo lo bendeciré, le haré fecundo y le daré una descendencia numerosa. Él será el padre de 12 gobernantes, haré de él una nación muy grande, pero mi pacto lo estableceré con Isaac, el hijo que te dará Sara de aquí a un año por estos días. Cuando Dios terminó de hablar con Abraham, subió y se retiró de su presencia. Ese mismo día, Abraham tomó a su hijo Ismael, a los criados nacidos en su casa, a los que había comprado con su dinero y a todos los otros varones que había en su casa y los circuncidó, tal como Dios se lo había mandado. Abraham tenía 99 años cuando fue circuncidado, mientras que su hijo tenía 13. Así que ambos fueron circuncidados el mismo día junto a todos los varones de su casa, tanto los nacidos en ella como los comprados por extranjeros.
Hi, my name is Trish Bone, and I've been asked to read Genesis 18 chapter and chapter 18. Let me start over. Hi, my name is Trish Bone, and I've been given 2 chapters of Genesis to read, Genesis 18 and 19. Genesis 18. The Lord appeared to Abraham at the oaks of Mamre, while he sat at the entrance of his tent in the day's heat. He looked up and suddenly saw 3 men standing near him. As soon as he saw them, he ran from his tent entrance to greet them and bowed deeply. He said, "Sirs, if you would be so kind, don't just pass by your servant. Let a little water be brought so you may wash your feet and refresh yourselves under the tree. Let me offer you a little bread, so you will feel stronger, and after that you may leave your servant and go on your way, since you have visited your servant." They responded, "Fine, do just as you have said." So Abraham hurried to Sarah at his tent and said, "Hurry, knead 3 seahs of the finest flour and make some baked goods." Abraham ran to the cattle, took a healthy young calf, and gave it to a young servant who prepared it quickly. Then Abraham took butter, milk, and the calf that had been prepared, put the food in front of them, and stood under the tree near them as they ate. They said to him, "Where's your wife Sarah?" And he said, "Right here in the tent." Then one of the men said, "I will definitely return to you about this time next year. Then your wife Sarah will have a son." Sarah was listening at the tent door behind him. Now, Abraham and Sarah were both very old. Sarah was no longer menstruating. So Sarah laughed to herself, thinking, "I'm no longer able to have children, and my husband's old." The Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, 'Me give birth at my age?' Is anything too difficult for the Lord? When I return to you about this time next year, Sarah will have a son." Sarah lied and said, "I didn't laugh," because she was frightened. But he said, "No, you laughed." The men got up from there and went over to look down on Sodom. Abraham was walking along with them to send them off, when the Lord said, "Will I keep from Abraham what I'm about to do? Abraham will certainly become a great populous nation, and all the earth's nations will be blessed because of him. I have formed a relationship with him so that he will instruct his children and his household after him, and they will keep to the Lord's path, being moral and just, so that the Lord can do for Abraham everything he said he would." Then the Lord said, "The cries of injustice from Sodom and Gomorrah are countless, and their sin is very serious. I will go down now to examine the cries of injustice that have reached me. Have they really done all this? If not, I want to know." The men turned away and walked toward Sodom, but Abraham remained standing in front of the Lord. Abraham approached and said, "Will you really sweep away the innocent with the guilty? What if there are 50 innocent people in the city? Will you really sweep it away and not save the place for the sake of the 50 innocent people in it? It's not like you to do this, killing the innocent with the guilty as if there were no difference. It's not like you. Will the judge of all the earth not act justly?" The Lord said, "If I find 50 innocent people in the city of Sodom, I will save it because of them." Abraham responded, "Since I've already decided to speak with my Lord, even though I'm just soil and ash, what if there were 5 fewer innocent people than 50? Will you destroy the whole city over just 5? The Lord said, "If I find 45 there, I won't destroy it." Once again, Abraham spoke. "What if 40 are there?" The Lord said, "For the sake of 40, I will do nothing." He said, "Don't be angry with me, my Lord, but let me speak. What if 30 are there?" The Lord said, "I won't do it if I find 30 there." Abraham said, "Since I've already decided to speak with my Lord, what if 20 are there?" The Lord said, "I won't do it for the sake of 20. Abraham said, "Don't be angry with me, my Lord, but let me speak just once more. What if there are 10? And the Lord said, "I will not destroy it because of those 10. When the Lord finished speaking with Abraham, he left, but Abraham stayed there in that place. Genesis chapter 19. The 2 messengers entered Sodom in the evening. Lot, who was sitting at the gate of Sodom, saw them, got up to greet them, and bowed low. He said, "Come to your servant's house, spend the night, and wash your feet. Then you can get up early and go on your way. But they said, no, we will spend the night in the town square. He pleaded earnestly with them. So they went with him and entered his house. He made a big meal for them, even baking unleavened bread, and they ate. Before they went to bed, the men of the city of Sodom, everyone from the youngest to the oldest, surrounded the house and called to Lot, "Where are the men who arrived tonight? Bring them out to us so that we may have sex with them." Lot went out toward the entrance, closed the door behind him, and said, "My brothers, don't do such an evil thing. I've got 2 daughters who are virgins. Let me bring them out to you, and you may do whatever you wish. But don't do anything to these men, because they are now under the protection of my roof." They said, "Get out of the way." And they continued, "Does this immigrant want to judge us? Now we will hurt you more than we will hurt them." They pushed Lot back and came close to breaking down the door. The men inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house with them and slammed the door. Then the messengers blinded the men near the entrance of the house, from the youngest to the oldest, so that they groped around trying to find the entrance. The men said to Lot, "Who's still with you here? Take away from this place your sons-in-law, your sons, your daughters, and everyone else you have in the city, because we are about to destroy this place. The Lord has found the cries of injustice so serious that the Lord sent us to destroy it." Lot went to speak to his sons-in-law, married to his daughters, and said, "Get up and get out of this place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city." But his sons-in-law thought he was joking. When dawn broke, the messengers urged Lot, "Get up and take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, so that you are not swept away because of the evil in the city." He hesitated, but because the Lord intended to save him, the men grabbed him, his wife, and 2 daughters by the hand, took him out, and left him outside the city. After getting them out, the men said, "Save your lives, don't look back, and don't stay in the valley. Escape to the mountains so that you are not swept away." But Lot said to them, "No, my lords, please. You've done me a favor and have been so kind to save my life, but I can't escape to the mountains, since the catastrophe might overtake me there and I'd die. This city here is close enough to flee to, and it's small. It's small, right? Let me escape there and my life will be saved." He said to Lot, "I'll do this for you as well. I won't overthrow the city that you have described. Hurry, escape to it. I can't do anything until you get there." That is why the name of the city is Zoar. As the sun rose over the earth, Lot arrived in Zoar, and the Lord rained down burning asphalt from the skies onto Sodom and Gomorrah. The Lord destroyed these cities, the entire valley, everyone who lived in the cities, and all of the fertile land's vegetation. When Lot's wife looked back, she turned into a pillar of salt. Abraham set out early for the place where he had stood with the Lord and looked out over Sodom and Gomorrah and over all the land of the valley. He saw the smoke from the land rise like the smoke from a kiln. When God destroyed the cities in the valley, God remembered Abraham and sent Lot away from the disaster that overtook the cities in which Lot had lived. Since Lot had become fearful of living in Zoar, he and his 2 daughters headed up from Zoar and settled in the mountains, where he and his 2 daughters lived in a cave. The older daughter said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there are no men in the land to sleep with us, as is the custom everywhere. Come on, let's give our father wine to drink, lie down with him, and we'll have children from our father." That night, they served their father wine, and the older daughter went in and lay down with her father, without him noticing when she lay down or got up. The next day, the older daughter said to the younger, Since I lay down with our father last night, let's serve him wine tonight too, and you go in and lie down with him so that we will both have children from our father." They served their father wine that night also, and the younger daughter lay down with him without him knowing when she lay down or got up. Both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The older daughter gave birth to a son and named him Moab. He is the ancestor of today's Moabites. The younger daughter also gave birth to a son and named him Ben-Ami. He is the ancestor of today's Ammonites.
This is Laura Knapziger, and I'm reading Genesis 20 and 21. Abraham traveled from there toward the land of the arid southern plain, and he settled as an immigrant in Gerar between Kadesh and Shur. Abraham said of his wife Sarah, "She's my sister." So King Abimelech of Gerar took her into his household. But God appeared to Abimelech that night in a dream and said to him, "You are as good as dead because of this woman you have taken. She is a married woman." Now Abimelech hadn't gone near her, and he said, "Lord, will you really put an innocent nation to death? Didn't he say to me, 'She's my sister'? And didn't she, even she, say, 'He's my brother'? My intentions were pure, and I acted innocently when I did this." God said to him in a dream, "I know that your intentions were pure when you did this. In fact, I kept you from sinning against me. That's why I didn't allow you to touch her. Now return the man's wife. He's a prophet. He will pray for you so you may live. But if you don't return her, know that you and everyone with you will die." Abimelech got up early in the morning and summoned all of his servants. When he told them everything that had happened, the men were terrified. Then Abimelech summoned Abraham and said to him, What have you done to us? What sin did I commit against you, that you have brought this terrible sin to me and my kingdom by doing me something that simply isn't done?" Abimelech said to Abraham, "What were you thinking when you did this thing?" Abraham said, "I thought to myself, no one reveres God here, and they will kill me to get my wife. She is truthfully my sister, my father's daughter, but not my mother's daughter. And she's now my wife. When God led me away from my father's household, I said to her, 'This is the loyalty I expect from you. In each place we visit, tell them he is my brother.' Abimelech took flocks, cattle, male servants, and female servants, and gave them to Abraham. And Abimelech returned his wife Sarah. Abimelech said, 'My land is here, available to you. Live wherever you wish.' To Sarah, he said, 'I've given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. It means that neither you nor anyone with you has done anything wrong. Everything has been set right.' Abraham prayed to God, and God restored Abimelech, his wife, and his women servants to health, and they were able to have children. Because of the incident with Abraham's wife, Sarah, the Lord kept all of the women in Abimelech's household from having children. The Lord was attentive to Sarah, just as he had said, and the Lord carried out what he had promised her. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son for Abraham when he was old, at the very time God had told him. Abraham named his son, the one Sarah bore him, Isaac. Abraham circumcised his son Isaac when he was 8 days old, just as God had commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born. Sarah said, "God has given me laughter. Everyone who hears about it will laugh with me." She said, "Who could have told Abraham that Sarah would nurse sons? But now I've given birth to a son when he was old." The boy grew and stopped nursing. On the day he stopped nursing, Abraham prepared a huge banquet. Sarah saw Hagar's son laughing, the one Hagar, the Egyptian, had borne to Abraham. So she said to Abraham, "Send this servant away with her son. This servant's son won't share the inheritance with my son Isaac." This upset Abraham terribly because the boy was his son. God said to Abraham, "Don't be upset about the boy and your servant. Do everything Sarah tells you to do, because your descendants will be traced through Isaac. But I will make of your servant's son a great nation too, because he is also your descendant." Abraham got up early in the morning, took some bread and a flask of water, and gave it to Hagar. He put the boy in her shoulder sling and sent her away. She left and wandered through the desert near Beersheba. Finally, the water in the flask ran out, and she put the boy down under one of the desert shrubs. She walked away from him about as far as a bow shot and sat down, telling herself, "I can't bear to see the boy die." She sat at a distance, cried out in grief, and wept. God heard the boy's cries, and God's messenger called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, "Hagar, what's wrong? Don't be afraid. God has heard the boy's cries over there. Get up, pick up the boy, and take him by the hand, because I will make of him a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well. She went over, filled the water flask, and gave the boy a drink. God remained with the boy. He grew up, lived in the desert, and became an expert archer. He lived in the Paran desert, and his mother found him an Egyptian wife. At that time, Abimelech and Phicol, commander of his forces, said to Abraham, "God is with you in everything you do. So give me your word under God that you won't cheat me, my children, or my descendants, just as I have treated you fairly. So you must treat me and the land in which you are an immigrant." And Abraham said, "I give you my word." Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well that Abimelech's servants had seized. Abimelech said, "I don't know who has done this, and you didn't tell me. I didn't hear about it until today." Abraham took flocks and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two of them drew up a treaty. Abraham set aside by themselves 7 female lambs from the flock. So Abimelech said to Abraham, "What are these seven lambs you've set aside?" Abraham said, "These 7 lambs that you take from me will attest that I dug this well." Therefore, the name of that place is Beersheba, because there they gave each other their word. After they drew up a treaty at Beersheba, Abimelech and Phicol, commander of the forces, returned to the land of Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and he worshipped there in the name of the Lord, El Olam. Abraham lived as an immigrant in the Philistines' land for a long time.
Hola, mi nombre es Alba Pérez González. Voy a leer Génesis 22 y 23. Algunos años después, Dios quiso ver si Abraham lo obedecía, así que lo llamó y le dijo, Abraham, quiero que me ofrezcas como sacrificio a Isaac, tu único hijo a quien tanto amas. Llévalo a la región de Moría, al cerro que te voy a enseñar. En la mañana siguiente, Abraham madrugó y cortó leña suficiente para hacer un gran fuego. Preparó su burro y se puso en camino al lugar que Dios le había señalado. Iba acompañado de su hijo Isaac y 2 de sus sirvientes. Al tercer día, Abraham les dijo a sus sirvientes, quédense aquí con el burro, mientras mi hijo y yo vamos hasta aquel cerro que se ve allá a lo lejos. Allí adoraremos a Dios y luego regresaremos con ustedes. Abraham tomó la leña y se la puso a Isaac sobre el hombro. Luego tomó el fuego y el cuchillo y los dos juntos se pusieron en marcha. Pero Isaac le dijo a Abraham, Padre mío, tenemos fuego y leña, pero ¿dónde está el cordero que vamos a ofrecerle a Dios? Abraham le respondió, ya Dios se encargará de darnos el cordero, hijo mío. Así siguieron juntos su camino. Cuando llegaron al lugar señalado por Dios, Abraham construyó un altar y sobre él preparó la leña para el fuego. Luego ató a su hijo Isaac y lo puso sobre el altar. Ya tenía el cuchillo en la mano y estaba a punto de matar a su hijo cuando oyó que Dios lo llamaba desde el cielo. Abraham respondió y Dios le dijo: No le hagas daño al niño. Estoy convencido de que obedeces, pues no te negaste en ofrecerme en sacrificio a tu único hijo. En ese mismo instante, Abraham vio un carnero que tenía los cuernos trabados entre las ramas de un arbusto. Entonces tomó el carnero y se lo ofreció a Dios en lugar de su hijo. Por eso Abraham llamó a ese lugar: Dios dará lo necesario. De ahí viene el dicho que hasta hoy se escucha: en su montaña Dios da lo necesario. Por segunda vez Dios llamó a Abraham desde el cielo y le dijo: Por no haberme negado a tu único hijo, yo prometo bendecirte. Haré que tus descendientes sean tan numerosos como las estrellas del cielo y como la arena del mar, que no se puede contar. Tus descendientes atacarán las ciudades de sus enemigos y las conquistarán. Yo te juro que todos los pueblos de la tierra recibirán mis bendiciones por medio de tu descendencia, porque tú me obedeciste. Después de esto, Abraham volvió donde estaban sus sirvientes y juntos regresaron a Beerseba, donde vivían. Algún tiempo después, alguien fue a decirle a Abraham: Tu cuñada Milca y tu hermano Nahor ya tienen 8 hijos. Estos son sus nombres: Uz, Buz, Kemuel, Kesed, Aso, Pildas, Itlaf, Bentuel. Uz fue el primero de todos. Kemuel fue el padre de Aram y Betuel fue el padre de Rebeca. Además, Nahor tuvo 4 hijos con Ruma, su segunda esposa: Teba, Gaam, Taas, Maaca. Sara llegó a vivir 127 años y murió en la ciudad de Hebrón, que está en la región de Canaán. Después que Abraham lloró su muerte, fue a hablar con los hititas que allí vivían y les dijo: Aunque no soy más que un extranjero que ha venido a vivir entre ustedes, véndanme un lugar de terreno en donde pueda enterrar a mi esposa. Los hititas les respondieron: Respetable señor, todos nosotros lo consideramos una persona muy importante. Entierre usted a su esposa en la mejor de nuestras tumbas, que ninguno de nosotros se la negará. Abraham se puso de pie y con mucho respeto le dijo: Si realmente quieren que yo entierre aquí a mi esposa, les ruego que convenzan a Efrón, hijo de Zohar, de que venda la cueva que tiene en Macpela, la que está junto a su campo. Díganle que me la venda en su justo precio, para que yo tenga entre ustedes una tumba de mi propiedad. Como Efrón estaba sentado entre ellos, le respondió a Abraham en voz alta para que lo oyeran todas las autoridades hititas allí reunidas: Respetable señor, no le vendo la cueva, más bien se la regalo junto con el campo en el que está. Nuestras autoridades son testigos de que yo le regalo todo esto. Entierre usted a su esposa. Pero Abraham con mucho respeto le dijo a Efrón delante de todos ellos: Tenga usted la bondad de escucharme. Yo le pagaré el precio del campo. Le ruego aceptar mi dinero para que pueda yo enterrar a mi esposa. Efrón le contestó: Señor mío, el terreno vale 400 monedas de plata. Eso no es gran cosa entre usted y yo. Vaya usted y entierra a su esposa. Este precio le pareció bien a Abraham y le pagó a Efrón las 400 monedas de plata, siguiendo las reglas de los comerciantes. Así fue como el campo y la cueva pasaron a ser propiedad legal de Abraham, junto con todos los árboles que había en el campo. De esto fueron testigos todas las autoridades hititas. Una vez cerrado el trato, Abraham enterró a Sara en esa cueva, la cual está en Hebrón, frente al bosque de Mamre, en la región de Canaán.
Je suis Marie-Noëlle Yoder et je lis Genèse 24. Abraham était devenu très vieux. Le Seigneur l'avait béni en toutes choses. Un jour, Abraham dit au plus âgé de ses serviteurs qui administrait tous ses biens, « Mets ta main sous ma cuisse et jure-moi par le Seigneur, le Dieu des cieux et de la terre, que tu ne prendras pas pour mon fils une femme de ce pays de Canaan où j'habite. Jure-moi que tu iras dans mon pays d'origine et que tu choisiras dans ma parenté une femme pour mon fils Isaac. » Le serviteur lui répondit, « La femme refusera peut-être de me suivre dans ce pays-ci. Devrais-je alors ramener ton fils dans le pays que tu as quitté ?»« Non, répondit Abraham, garde-toi bien de ramener mon fils là-bas. Le Seigneur, le Dieu des cieux, m'a fait quitter la maison de mon père et mon pays d'origine. Il m'a parlé et m'a juré de donner ce pays-ci à mes descendants. Il enverra son ange devant toi pour que tu ramènes de là-bas une femme pour mon fils. Si la femme ne veut pas te suivre, tu seras dégagé du serment que tu m'auras fait. Mais en aucun cas ne ramène mon fils là-bas. » Le serviteur mit alors sa main sous la cuisse de son maître Abraham et lui jura d'exécuter ses ordres. Il prit 10 chameaux de son maître et emporta tout ce que celui-ci avait de meilleur. Il se mit en route vers la ville de Nahor, en haute Mésopotamie. Arrivé près du puits qui se trouvait au dehors de cette ville, il fit agenouiller les chameaux. C'était le soir, à l'heure où les femmes venaient puiser de l'eau. Il pria ainsi, « Seigneur Dieu de mon maître Abraham, accorde-moi de faire une heureuse rencontre aujourd'hui. Manifeste ainsi ta bonté pour mon maître Abraham. Me voici près du puits, et les filles des habitants de la ville vont venir y puiser de l'eau. Je demanderai à l'une d'elles de pencher sa cruche pour que je puisse boire. Et si elle me répond « bois », et je ferai aussi boire de tes chameaux, je saurai que c'est elle que tu destines à ton serviteur Isaac. De cette manière, je reconnaîtrai que tu as agi avec bonté pour mon maître. » Avant qu'il ait fini de parler, arriva Rebecca, fille de Bethuel, lui-même fils de Milca et de Nahor, le frère d'Abraham. Elle portait sa cruche sur l'épaule. C'était une très belle jeune fille. Elle était en âge d'être mariée et n'avait pas encore couché avec un homme. Elle descendit au puits, remplit sa cruche et remonta. Le serviteur d'Abraham courut à sa rencontre et lui dit « Laisse-moi s'il te plaît boire un peu d'eau de ta cruche. »« Je t'en prie, répondit-elle, bois. » Et vite, elle descendit descendre sa cruche sur son bras et lui donna à boire. Quand elle eut fini, elle reprit « Je puiserai aussi de l'eau pour les chameaux, jusqu'à ce qu'ils aient tous bu. » Elle vida rapidement sa cruche dans l'abreuvoir, puis elle courut de nouveau chercher de l'eau. Elle en puisa pour tous les chameaux. L'homme l'observait en silence, se demandant si le Seigneur avait ou non fait réussir son voyage. Lorsque les chameaux eurent fini de boire, l'homme donna à la jeune fille un anneau d'or, pesant environ 6 grammes, ainsi que 2 bracelets d'or, pesant chacun plus de 100 grammes. Il lui demanda « De qui es-tu la fille? Dis-le-moi, s'il te plaît. Y a-t-il assez de place dans la maison de ton père pour nous loger cette nuit ?» Elle lui répondit « Je suis la fille de Bethuel et la petite-fille de Milca et de Nahor. Il y a chez nous, ajouta-t-elle, de la paille et du fourrage en quantité, ainsi que de la place pour vous loger. » L'homme remercia le Seigneur en s'inclinant jusqu'à terre. Il dit « Béni soit le Seigneur, le Dieu de mon maître Abraham, qui a manifesté une si réelle bonté envers mon maître. Durant ce voyage, le Seigneur m'a conduit chez des parents de mon maître. » La jeune fille courut pour annoncer cette nouvelle chez sa mère. Or Rebecca avait un frère nommé Laban. Laban sortit en hâte pour rejoindre l'homme près du puits. Il avait aperçu l'anneau et les bracelets au poignet de sa sœur, et il l'avait entendu raconter ce que l'homme lui avait dit. Il trouva celui-ci avec ses chameaux près du puits. « Viens chez nous, lui dit-il, toi que le Seigneur a béni. Pourquoi restes-tu dehors ? J'ai moi-même préparé la maison et aménagé une place pour tes chameaux. » Le serviteur d'Abraham vint donc chez Laban. On déchargea les chameaux et on leur donna de la paille et du fourrage. On apporta aussi de l'eau pour que le serviteur et ceux qui l'accompagnaient se lavent les pieds. On lui présenta de la nourriture, mais il déclara « Je ne mangerai pas avant d'avoir dit ce que j'ai à dire. »« Eh bien, parle, lui dit Laban. »« Je suis un serviteur d'Abraham, dit-il. Le Seigneur a comblé mon maître de bénédictions. Il est devenu très riche, car le Seigneur lui a accordé des moutons, des chèvres et des bœufs, de l'argent, de l'or, des serviteurs et des servantes, des chameaux et des ânes. Sa femme Sarah, malgré son âge, lui a donné un fils, à qui il a transmis tout ce qui lui appartenait. Mon maître m'a fait jurer de ne pas prendre pour son fils une femme du pays de Canaan, où il habite. Il m'a dit, jure-moi d'aller dans la famille de mon père, dans mon clan, afin d'y prendre une femme pour mon fils. Alors je lui ai demandé, et si la femme refuse de me suivre? Il m'a répondu, le Seigneur devant qui j'ai toujours vécu enverra son ange avec toi. Il fera réussir ton entreprise et tu ramèneras pour mon fils une femme de mon clan, de la famille de mon père. Du moment que tu seras allé dans mon clan, même si tu n'obtiens rien, tu seras dégagé de ton serment. En arrivant aujourd'hui près du puits, j'ai fait cette prière. Seigneur Dieu de mon maître Abraham, veuille faire réussir le voyage que j'ai entrepris. Maintenant que je suis près de ce puits, je demanderai à une jeune fille qui viendra y puiser de me faire boire un peu d'eau de sa cruche. Si elle me répond « Bois, je t'en prie », et je puiserai aussi pour tes chameaux, je saurai quelle est la femme que tu destines à mon maître. Avant que j'aie fini de parler en moi-même, Rebecca est arrivée, la cruche sur l'épaule. Elle est descendue au puits et puis elle a puisé de l'eau. Je lui ai demandé « Donne-moi à boire, s'il te plaît », et elle a rapidement descendu sa cruche de son épaule et m'a dit « Bois », après quoi je ferai aussi boire tes chameaux. J'ai bu et j'ai fait boire les chameaux. Quand je lui ai demandé de qui elle était la fille, elle m'a répondu « Je suis la fille de Bethuel, la petite fille de Nahor et de Milka ». J'ai alors mis l'anneau à son nez et les bracelets à ses poignets. Je me suis inclinée profondément pour adorer le Seigneur, le Dieu de mon maître Abraham. Je l'ai béni de m'avoir conduit avec fidélité chez la petite nièce de mon maître pour la prendre comme épouse pour son fils. Maintenant dites-moi si vous êtes disposé à agir avec bonté et fidélité envers mon maître, sinon je m'en irai ailleurs. Laban et Bethuel répondirent « C'est le Seigneur qui a dirigé ces événements. Nous n'avons rien à en dire, ni en mal, ni en bien. Rebecca est là, devant toi, emmène-la avec toi, qu'elle devienne la femme du fils de ton maître, comme le Seigneur l'a dit. » Quand le serviteur d'Abraham entendit ces paroles, il remercia le Seigneur en s'inclinant jusqu'à terre. Ensuite, il sortit de ses bagages des bijoux d'argent et d'or et des vêtements qu'il donna à Rebecca. Il offrit aussi de riches présents aux frères et à la mère de la jeune fille. Le serviteur d'Abraham et ceux qui l'accompagnaient mangèrent et burent, puis ils allèrent se coucher. Le lendemain matin, quand ils furent levés, le serviteur d'Abraham dit aux frères et à la mère de Rebecca « Laissez-moi retourner chez mon maître. » « Que la jeune fille reste encore quelque temps avec nous, 10 de jours, répondirent-ils. Ensuite elle partira. Le serviteur reprit « Ne me retenez pas maintenant que le Seigneur a fait réussir mon voyage. Laissez-moi m'en aller chez mon maître. Appelons la jeune fille, lui dirent-ils, et demandons-lui son avis. » Ils appelèrent donc Rebecca et l'interrogèrent. « Veux-tu partir avec cet homme ?» « Oui, répondit-elle, j'irai. » Ils laissèrent alors leur sœur Rebecca et sa nourrice partir avec le serviteur d'Abraham et ses hommes. Ils donnèrent à Rebecca leur bénédiction en ces termes « Deviens notre sœur, ancêtre de millions d'êtres humains, et que tes descendants s'emparent des cités de ceux qui te haïssent. » Rebecca et ses servantes se levèrent et montèrent sur les chameaux pour suivre le serviteur, et ils s'en allèrent ensemble. Isaac avait quitté le puits de Lahaïroï. Il habitait la région du Néguev. Un soir qu'il était sorti se promener dans la campagne, il leva les yeux et vit arriver des chameaux. Quand Rebecca aperçut Isaac, elle sauta au bas du chameau et demanda au serviteur « Qui est cet homme qui vient à notre rencontre dans la campagne ?» « C'est mon maître, répondit le serviteur. Aussitôt elle se couvrit le visage de son voile. Le serviteur raconta à Isaac tout ce qu'il avait fait. Ensuite Isaac emmena Rebecca dans la tente où avait vécu sa mère Sarah, et elle devint sa femme. Il l'aima et fut consolé ainsi de sa mère.
My name is Janine Birchie Johnson, and I am reading Genesis chapters 25 and 26. Abraham married another wife named Keturah. The children she bore him were Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shuah. Jokshan became the father of Sheba and Dedan. Dedan's sons were Ashurim, Letsushim, and Leumim. Midian's sons were Ephah, Epher, Enoch, Abidah, and Eldaah. All of these were Keturah's sons. Abraham gave everything he owned to Isaac. To the sons of Abraham's secondary wives, Abraham gave gifts, and while he was still living, sent them away from his son Isaac to land in the east. Abraham lived to the age of 175. Abraham took his last breath and died after a good, long life, a content old man, and he was placed with his ancestors. His sons, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the cave in Machpelah, which is in the field of Zohar's son, Ephron, the Hittite, near Mamre. Thus Abraham and his wife Sarah were both buried in the field Abraham had purchased from the Hittites. After Abraham's death, God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac lived in Beer Lahai Roi. These are the descendants of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's servant, bore for Abraham. These are the names of Ishmael's sons by their names and according to their birth order: Nebaioth, Ishmael's oldest son; Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Dumah, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jetur, Naphish, and Kedemah. These are Ishmael's sons. These are their names by their villages and their settlements, 12 tribal leaders according to their tribes. Ishmael lived to the age of 137. He took his last breath and died, and was placed with his ancestors. He established camps from Havilah to Shur, which is near Egypt on the road to Assyria. He died among all his brothers. These are the descendants of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham became the father of Isaac. Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel the Aramean, and the sister of Laban the Aramean, from Paddan Aram. Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife, since she was unable to have children. The Lord was moved by his prayer, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant. But the boys pushed against each other inside of her, and she said, "If this is what it's like, why did it happen to me?" So she went to ask the Lord. And the Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb. Two different peoples will emerge from your body. One people will be stronger than the other. The older will serve the younger." When she reached the end of her pregnancy, she discovered that she had twins. The first came out red all over, clothed with hair, and she named him Esau. Immediately afterward, his brother came out gripping Esau's heel, and she named him Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when they were born. When the young man grew up, Esau became an outdoorsman who knew how to hunt, and Jacob became a quiet man who stayed at home. Isaac loved Esau because he enjoyed eating game, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once when Jacob was boiling stew, Esau came in from the field hungry and said to Jacob, "I'm starving. Let me devour some of this red stuff." That's why his name is Edom. Jacob said, "Sell me your birthright today." Esau said, "Since I'm going to die anyway, what good is my birthright to me?" Jacob said, "Give me your word today." And he did. He sold his birthright to Jacob. So Jacob gave Esau bread and lentil stew. He ate, drank, got up, and left, showing just how little he thought of his birthright. When a famine gripped the land, a different one from the first famine that occurred in Abraham's time, Isaac set out toward Gerar and toward King Abimelech of the Philistines. The Lord appeared to him and said, "Don't go down to Egypt, but settle temporarily in the land that I will show you. Stay in this land as an immigrant, and I will be with you and bless you, because I will give all of these lands to you and your descendants. I will keep my word, which I gave to your father Abraham. I will give you as many descendants as the stars in the sky, and I will give your descendants all of these lands. All of the nations of the earth will be blessed because of your descendants. I will do this because Abraham obeyed me and kept my orders, my commandments, my statutes, and my instructions." So Isaac lived in Gerar. When the men who lived there asked about his wife, he said, "She's my sister," because he was afraid to say, "my wife," thinking, "The men who live there will kill me for Rebekah because she's very beautiful." After Isaac had lived there for some time, the Philistines' king Abimelech looked out his window and saw Isaac laughing together with his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech summoned Isaac and said, "She's your wife, isn't she? How could you say she's my sister?" Isaac responded, "Because I thought that I might be killed because of her." Abimelech said, "What are you trying to do to us? Before long, one of the people would have slept with your wife, and you would have made us guilty." Abimelech gave orders to all of the people, "Anyone who touches this man or his wife will be put to death." Isaac planted grain in that land and reaped 100 she'arim that year because the Lord had blessed him. Isaac grew richer and richer until he was extremely wealthy. He had livestock, both flocks and cattle, and many servants. As a result, the Philistines envied him. The Philistines closed up and filled with dirt all of the wells that his father's servants had dug during his father Abraham's lifetime. Abimelech said to Isaac, "Move away from us, because you have become too powerful among us." So Isaac moved away from there, camped in the valley of Gerar, and lived there. Isaac dug out again the wells that were dug during the lifetime of his father Abraham. The Philistines had closed them up after Abraham's death. Isaac gave them the same names his father had given them. Isaac's servants dug wells in the valley and found a well there with fresh water. Isaac's shepherds argued with Gerar's shepherds, each claiming, "This is our water." So Isaac named the well Esek because they quarreled with him. They dug another well and argued about it too, so he named it Sitnah. He left there and dug another well, but they didn't argue about it, so he named it Rehoboth and said, "Now the Lord has made an open space for us and has made us fertile in the land." Then he went up from Gerar to Beersheba. The Lord appeared to him that night and said, "I am the God of your father Abraham. Don't be afraid, because I am with you. I will bless you, and I will give you many children for my servant Abraham's sake." So Isaac built an altar there and worshipped in the Lord's name. Isaac pitched his tent there, and his servants dug a well. But Abimelech set out toward him from Gerar, with Ahuzath his ally and Phicol the commander of his forces. Isaac said to him, "Why have you come after me? You resented me and sent me away from you." They said, We now see that the Lord was with you. We propose that there be a formal agreement between us and that we draw up a treaty with you. You must not treat us badly, since we haven't harmed you and since we have treated you well at all times. Then we will send you away peacefully, for you are now blessed by the Lord. Isaac prepared a banquet for them, and they ate and drank. They got up early in the morning, and they gave each other their word. Isaac sent them off, and they left peacefully. That day, Isaac's servants informed him about the well that they had been digging and said to him, "We found water." He called it Sheba. Therefore, the city's name has been Beersheba until today. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. They made life very difficult for Isaac and Rebekah.
I'm Krista Powell. I'm reading Genesis chapters 27 and 28. When Isaac had grown old and his eyesight was failing, he summoned his older son Esau and said to him, "My son?" And Esau said, "I'm here." He said, "I'm old and don't know when I will die. So now, take your hunting gear, your bow and quivers of arrows. Go out to the field and hunt game for me. Make me the delicious food that I love and bring it to me so I can eat. Then I can bless you before I die." Rebekah was listening when Isaac spoke to his son Esau. When Esau went out to the field to hunt game to bring back, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "I just heard your father saying to your brother Esau, 'Bring me some game and make me some delicious food so I can eat, and I will bless you in the Lord's presence before I die.' Now, my son, listen to me, to what I'm telling you to do. Go to the flock and get me 2 healthy young goats so I can prepare them as the delicious food your father loves. You can bring it to your father. He will eat and then he will bless you before he dies." Jacob said to his mother Rebekah, "My brother Esau is a hairy man, but I have smooth skin. What if my father touches me and thinks I'm making fun of him? I will be cursed instead of blessed." His mother said to him, "Your curse will be on me, my son. Just listen to me. Go and get them for me." So he went and got them and brought them to his mother, and his mother made the delicious food that his father loved. Rebekah took her older son Esau's favorite clothes that were in the house with her, and she put them on her younger son Jacob. On his arms and smooth neck she put the hide of the young goats, and the delicious food and the bread she had made she put into her son's hands. Jacob went to his father and said, "My father." And he said, "I'm here. Who are you, my son?" Jacob said to his father, "I'm Esau, your oldest son. I've made what you asked me to. Sit up and eat some of the game so you can bless me." Isaac said to his son, "How could you find this so quickly, my son?" He said, "The Lord your God led me right to it." Isaac said to Jacob, "Come here and let me touch you, my son. Are you my son Esau or not?" So Jacob approached his father Isaac, and Isaac touched him and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the arms are Esau's arms." Isaac didn't recognize him because his arms were hairy like Esau's arms, so he blessed him. Isaac said, "Are you really my son Esau?" And he said, "I am." Isaac said, "Bring some food here, and let me eat some of my son's game so I can bless you." Jacob put it before him, and he ate, and he brought him wine, and he drank. His father Isaac said to him, "Come here and kiss me, my son." So he came close and kissed him. When Isaac smelled the scent of his clothes, he blessed him. "See, the scent of my son is like the scent of the field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you showers from the sky, olive oil from the earth, plenty of grain, and new wine. May the nations serve you. May peoples bow down to you. Be the most powerful man among your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow down to you. Those who curse you will be cursed, and those who bless you will be blessed." After Isaac had finished blessing Jacob, and just as Jacob left his father Isaac, his brother Esau came back from his hunt. He too made some delicious food, brought it to his father, and said, "Let my father sit up and eat from his son's game, so that you may bless me." His father Isaac said to him, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am your son, your oldest son, Esau." Isaac was so shocked that he trembled violently. He said, "Who was the hunter just here with game? He brought me food, and I ate all of it before you came. I blessed him, and he will stay blessed." When Esau heard what his father said, he let out a loud, agonizing cry and wept bitterly. He said to his father, "Bless me. Me too, my father." Isaac said, "Your brother has already come deceitfully and has taken your blessing." Esau said, "Isn't this why he's called Jacob? He's taken me twice now. He took my birthright, and now he's taking my blessing." He continued, "Haven't you saved a blessing for me?" Isaac replied to Esau, "I've already made him more powerful than you, and I've made all of his brothers his servants. I've made him strong with grain and wine. What can I do for you, my son?" Esau said to his father, "Do you really have only one blessing, father? Bless me too, my father." And Esau wept loudly. His father Isaac responded and said to him, "Now you will make a home far away from the olive groves of the earth, far away from the showers of the sky above. You will live by your sword. You will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will tear away his harness from your neck." Esau was furious at Jacob because his father had blessed him, and Esau said to himself, "When the period of mourning for the death of my father is over, I will kill my brother." Rebekah was told what her older son Esau was planning, so she summoned her younger son Jacob and said to him, "Esau, your brother, is planning revenge. He plans to kill you. So now, my son, listen to me. Get up and escape to my brother Laban in Haran. Live with him for a short while until your brother's rage subsides, until your brother's anger at you goes away and he forgets what you did to him. Then I will send for you and bring you back from there. Why should I suffer the loss of both of you on one day?" Rebekah then said to Isaac, "I really loathe these Hittite women. If Jacob marries one of the Hittite women, like the women of this land, why should I go on living?" Genesis chapter 28. So Isaac summoned Jacob, blessed him, and gave him these orders. "Don't marry a Canaanite woman. Get up and go to Padam Haran, to the household of Bethuel, your mother's father, and once there, marry one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. God Almighty will bless you, make you fertile, and give you many descendants, so that you will become a large group of peoples. He will give you and your descendants Abraham's blessing, so that you will own the land in which you are now immigrants, the land God gave to Abraham." So Isaac sent Jacob off, and he traveled to Padam Aram, to Laban, son of Bethuel, the Aramean, and brother of Rebekah, Jacob and Esau's mother. Esau understood that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him to Padam Aram to marry a woman from there. He recognized that when Isaac blessed Jacob, he had ordered him, "Don't marry a Canaanite woman," and that Jacob had listened to his father and mother and gone to Padam Aram. Esau realized that his father Isaac considered Canaanite women unacceptable. So he went to Ishmael and married Mahalath, daughter of Abraham's son Ishmael, and sister to Nebaioth, in addition to his other wives. Jacob left Beersheba and set out for Haran. He reached a certain place and spent the night there. When the sun had set, he took one of the stones at that place and put it near his head. Then he lay down there. He dreamed and saw a raised staircase, its foundation on earth and its top touching the sky, and God's messengers were ascending and descending on it. Suddenly the Lord was standing on it and saying, "I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will become like the dust of the earth. You will spread out to the west, east, north, and south. Every family of earth will be blessed because of you and your descendants. I am with you now. I will protect you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done everything that I have promised you. When Jacob woke from his sleep, he thought to himself, the Lord is definitely in this place, but I didn't know it. He was terrified and thought, this sacred place is awesome. It's none other than God's house and the entrance to heaven. After Jacob got up early in the morning, he took the stone he had put near his head, set it up as a sacred pillar, and poured oil on top of it. He named that sacred place Bethel, though Luz was the city's original name. Jacob made a solemn promise. If God is with me and protects me on this trip I'm taking, and gives me bread to eat and clothes to wear, and I return safely to my father's household, then the Lord will be my God. This stone that I have set up as a sacred pillar will be God's house, and of everything you give me, I will give 1/10 back to you.
Darren Kellogg, Genesis chapters 29 and 30. Jacob got to his feet and set out for the land of the Easterners. He saw a well in the field in front of him, near which 3 flocks of sheep were lying down. That well was their source for water, because the flocks drank from that well. A huge stone covered the well's opening. When all of the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone from the well's opening, water the sheep, and return the stone to its place at the well's opening. Jacob said to them, "Where are you from, my brothers?" They said, "We're from Haran." Then he said to them, "Do you know Laban, Nahor's grandson?" They said, "We know him." He said to them, "Is he well?" They said, "He's fine. In fact, this is his daughter Rachel now, coming with the flock." He said to them, "It's now only the middle of the day. It's not time yet to gather the animals, water the flock, and then go, put them out to pasture." They said to him, "We can't wait until all the herds are gathered, and then we roll the stone away from the well's opening and water the flock." While he was still talking to them, Rachel came with her father's flocks, and she was its shepherd. When Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his uncle, and the flock of Laban, Jacob came up, rolled the stone from the well's opening, and watered the flock of his uncle Laban. Jacob kissed Rachel and wept aloud. Jacob told Rachel that he was related to her father and that he was Rebekah's son. Then she ran to tell her father. When Laban heard about Jacob, his sister's son, he ran to meet him. Laban embraced him, kissed him, and invited him into his house, where Jacob recounted to Laban everything that had happened. Laban said to him, "Yes, you are my flesh and blood." After Jacob had stayed with Laban for a month, Laban said to Jacob, "You shouldn't have to work for free just because you are my relative. Tell me what you would like to be paid." Now Laban had 2 daughters. The older was named Leah, and the younger Rachel. Leah had delicate eyes, but Rachel had a beautiful figure and was good looking. Jacob loved Rachel and said, "I will work for you for 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter." Laban said, "I'd rather give her to you than to another man. Stay with me." Jacob worked for Rachel for 7 years, but it seemed like a few days because he loved her. Jacob said to Laban, "The time has come. Give me my wife so that I may sleep with her." So Laban invited all the people of that place and prepared a banquet. However, in the evening, he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he slept with her. Laban had given his servant Zilpah to his daughter Leah as her servant. In the morning, there she was. "Leah," Jacob said to Laban, "what have you done to me? Didn't I work for you to have Rachel? Why did you betray me?" Laban said, "Where we live, we don't give the younger woman before the oldest. Complete this celebratory work with this woman. Then I'll give you this other woman too for your work if you work for me for 7 more years. So that is what Jacob did. He completed the celebratory work with this woman, and then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel as his wife. Laban had given his servant Bilhah to his daughter Rachel as her servant. Jacob slept with Rachel, and he loved Rachel more than Leah. He worked for Laban 7 more years. When the Lord saw that Leah was unloved, he opened her womb, but Rachel was unable to have children. Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben because she said, The Lord saw my harsh treatment, and now my husband will love me. She became pregnant again and gave birth to a son. She said, the Lord heard that I was unloved, so he gave me this son too, and she named him Simeon. She became pregnant again and gave birth to a son. She said, now this time my husband will embrace me, since I have given birth to 3 sons for him, so she named him Levi. She became pregnant again and gave birth to a son. She said, this time I will praise the Lord. So she named him Judah. Then she stopped bearing children. When Rachel realized that she could bear Jacob no children, Rachel became jealous of her sister and said to Jacob, give me children. If you don't, I may as well be dead. Jacob was angry at Rachel and said, do you think I'm God? God alone has kept you from giving birth. She said, here's my servant Bilhah. Sleep with her, and she will give birth for me. Because of her, I will also have children. So Rachel gave her servant Bilhah to Jacob as his wife, and he slept with her. Bilhah became pregnant and gave birth to a son for Jacob. Rachel said, God has judged in my favor, heard my voice, and given me a son. So she named him Dan. Rachel's servant Bilhah became pregnant again and gave birth to a second son for Jacob. Rachel said, I've competed fiercely with my sister, and now I've won. So she named him Naphtali. When Leah realized she had stopped bearing children, she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as his wife. Leah's servant Zilpah gave birth to a son for Jacob, and Leah said, what good luck. So she named him Gad. Leah's servant Zilpah gave birth to a second son for Jacob, and Leah said, I'm happy now because women call me happy. So she named him Asher. During the wheat harvest, Reuben found some erotic herbs in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, give me your son's erotic herbs. Leah replied, isn't it enough that you've taken my husband? Now you want to take my son's erotic herbs too? Rachel said, for his son's erotic herbs, Jacob may sleep with you tonight. When Jacob came back from the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, you must sleep with me because I've paid for you with my son's erotic herbs. So he slept with her that night. God responded to Leah. She became pregnant and gave birth to a 5th son for Jacob. Leah said, God gave me what I paid for, what I deserved for giving my servant to my husband. So she named him Issachar. Leah became pregnant again and gave birth to a 6th son for Jacob, and she said, God has given me a wonderful gift. Now my husband will honor me since I've borne him 6 sons. So she named him Zebulun. After this, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel, responded to her, and let her conceive. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son and said, God has taken away my shame. She named him Joseph, saying to herself, may the Lord give me another son. After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, send me off so that I can go to my own place in my own country. Give me my wives and children whom I've worked for, and I will go. You know the work I've done for you. Laban said to him, do me this favor. I've discovered by a divine sign that the Lord has blessed me because of you. So name your price and I will pay it. Jacob said to him, you know how I've worked for you and how well your livestock have done with me. Well, in my care, what little you had has multiplied a great deal. The Lord blessed you wherever I took your livestock. Now, when I will be able to work for my own household too? Laban said, what will I pay you? Jacob said, don't pay me anything. If you will do this for me, I will take care of your flock again and keep a portion. I will go through the entire flock today, taking out all of the speckled and spotted sheep, all of the black male lambs, and all of the spotted and speckled female goats. That will be my price. I will be completely honest with you. When you come to check on our agreement, every female goat with me that isn't speckled or spotted, and every male lamb with me that isn't black will be considered stolen. Laban said, all right, let's do it. However, on that very day, Laban took out the striped and spotted male goats and all of the speckled and spotted female goats, any with some white in it, and all of the black male lambs, and gave them to his sons. He put a 3-day trip between himself and Jacob, while Jacob was watching the rest of Laban's flock. Then Jacob took new branches from poplar, almond, and plane trees, and he peeled white strips on them, exposing the branches' white color. He set the branches that he had peeled near the watering troughs so that they were in front of the flock when they drank, because they often mated when they came to drink. When the flock mated in front of the branches, they gave birth to striped, speckled, and spotted young. Jacob sorted out the lambs, turning the flock to face the striped and black ones in Laban's flock, but keeping his flock separate, setting them apart from Laban's flock. Whenever the strongest of the flock mated, Jacob put the branches in front of them near the watering troughs so that they mated near the branches. But he didn't put branches up for the weakest of the flock, so the weakest became the bonds and the strongest Jacob's. The man Jacob became very, very rich. He owned large flocks, female and male servants, camels, and donkeys.
My name is Gerald Mast, and I'm reading from Genesis 31. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, Jacob took everything our father owned, and from it he produced all of this wealth. And Jacob saw that Laban no longer liked him as much as he used to. Then the Lord said to Jacob, Go back to the land of your ancestors and to your relatives, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent for Rachel and Leah and summoned them into the field where his flock was. He said to them, I am aware that your father no longer likes me as much as he used to, but my father's God has been with me. You know that I've worked for your father as hard as I could. But your father cheated me and changed my payment 10 times. Yet God didn't let him harm me. If he said, the speckled ones will be your payment, the whole flock gave birth to speckled young. And if he said, the striped ones will be your payment, the whole flock gave birth to striped young. God took away your father's livestock and gave them to me. When the flocks were mating, I looked up and saw in a dream that the male goats that mounted the flock were striped, speckled, and spotted. In the dream, God's messenger said to me, Jacob. And I said, I'm here. And he said, Look up and watch all the striped, speckled, and spotted male goats mounting the flock. I've seen everything that Laban is doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a sacred pillar and where you made a solemn promise to me. Now get up and leave this country and go back to the land of your relatives. Rachel and Leah answered him, Is there any share or inheritance left for us in our father's household? Doesn't he think of us as foreigners since he sold us and has even used up the payment he received for us? All of the wealth God took from our father belongs to us and our children. Now do everything God told you to do. So Jacob got up, put his sons and wives on the camels, and set out with all of his livestock and all of his possessions that he had acquired in Padam Aram, in order to return to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. Now, while Laban was out shearing his sheep, Rachel stole the household's divine images that belonged to her father. Moreover, Jacob deceived Laban the Aramean by not sending word to him that he was leaving. So Jacob and his entire household left. He got up, crossed the river, and set out directly for the mountains of Gilead. 3 days later, Laban found out that Jacob had gone, so Laban took his brothers with him, chased Jacob for 7 days, and caught up with him in the mountains of Gilead. That night, God appeared to Laban the Aramean in a dream and said, Be careful and don't say anything hastily to Jacob one way or another. Laban reached Jacob after Jacob had pitched his tent in the mountains. So Laban and his brothers also pitched theirs in the mountains of Gilead. Laban said to Jacob, What have you done? You have deceived me and taken off with my daughters as if they were prisoners of war. Why did you leave secretly, deceiving me and not letting me know? I would have sent you off with a celebration, with songs and tambourines and harps. You didn't even let me kiss my sons and my daughters goodbye. Now you've acted like a fool, and I have the power to punish you. However, your father's God told me yesterday, Be careful and don't say anything hastily to Jacob one way or the other. You've rushed off now because you missed your father's household so much, but why did you steal my gods? Jacob responded to Laban, I was afraid and convinced myself that you would take your daughters away from me. Whomever you find with your divine images won't live. Identify whatever I have that is yours in front of your brothers and take it. Jacob didn't know that Rachel had stolen them. Laban went into Jacob's tent, Leah's tent, and her 2 servants' tent, and didn't find them. So he left Leah's tent and went into Rachel's. Now Rachel had taken the divine images and put them into the camel's saddlebag and sat on them. Laban felt around in the whole tent but couldn't find them. Rachel said to her father, Sir, don't be angry with me because I can't get up for you. I'm having my period. He searched but couldn't find the divine images. Jacob was angry and complained to Laban, "What have I done wrong, and what's my crime that you've tracked me down like this? You've now felt through all of my baggage, and what have you found from your household's belongings? Put it in front of our relatives and let them decide between us. For these 20 years I've been with you, your female sheep and goats haven't miscarried, and I haven't eaten your flock's rams. When animals were killed, I didn't bring them to you, but took the loss myself. You demanded compensation from me for any animals poached during the day or night. The dry heat consumed me during the day, and the frost at night. I couldn't sleep. I've now spent 20 years in your household. I worked for 14 years for your 2 daughters and for 6 years for your flock, and you changed my pay 10 times. If the God of my father, God of Abraham, and the awesome one of Isaac hadn't been with me, you'd have no doubt sent me away without anything. God saw my harsh treatment and my hard work and reprimanded you yesterday." Laban responded and told Jacob, "The daughters are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flocks are my flocks. Everything you see is mine. But what can I do now about my daughters and about their sons? Come, let's make a treaty, you and me, and let something be our witness." So Jacob took a stone, set it up as a sacred pillar, and said to his relatives, "Gather stones." So they took stones, made a mound, and ate there near the mound. Laban called it Yegar Sahadutha, but Jacob called it Galeed. Laban said, "This mound is our witness today," and therefore he too named it Galeed. He also named it Mizpah, because he said, "The Lord will observe both of us when we are separated from each other. If you treat my daughters badly, and if you marry other women, though we aren't there, know that God observed our witness." Laban said to Jacob, "Here is this mound, and here is the sacred pillar that I've set up for us. This mound and the sacred pillar are witnesses that I won't travel beyond this mound, and that you won't travel beyond this mound and this pillar to do harm. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor will keep order between us." So Jacob gave his word in the name of the awesome one of his father Isaac. Jacob offered a sacrifice on the mountain and invited his relatives to a meal. They ate together and spent the night on the mountain. Laban got up early in the morning, kissed his sons and daughters, blessed them, and left to go back to his own place.
My name is Linda Shelley, and I am reading Genesis 32 and 33. Jacob went on his way, and God's messengers approached him. When Jacob saw them, he said, "This is God's camp," and he named that sacred place Mahanaim. Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brother Esau toward the land of Seir, the open country of Edom. He gave them these orders: "Say this to my master Esau, this is the message of your servant Jacob. I've lived as an immigrant with Laban, where I've stayed till now. I own cattle, donkeys, flocks, men servants, and women servants. I'm sending this message to my master now to ask that he be kind." The messengers returned to Jacob and said, "We went out to your brother Esau, and he's coming to meet you with 400 men." Jacob was terrified and felt trapped, so he divided the people with him and the flocks, cattle, and camels into 2 camps. He thought, if Esau meets the first camp and attacks it, at least 1 camp will be left to escape. Jacob said, "Lord, God of my father Abraham, God of my father Isaac, who said to me, 'Go back to your country and your relatives, and I'll make sure things go well for you.' I don't deserve how loyal and truthful you've been to your servant. I went away across the Jordan with just my staff, but now I've become 2 camps. Save me from my brother Esau. I'm afraid he will come and kill me, the mothers and their children. You are the one who told me, 'I will make sure things go well for you, and I will make your descendants like the sand of the sea, so many you won't be able to count them.'" Jacob spent that night there. From what he had acquired, he set aside a gift for his brother Esau: 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 nursing camels with their young, 40 cows and 10 bulls, and 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He separated these herds and gave them to his servants. He said to them, "Go ahead of me and put some distance between each of the herds. He ordered the first group, "When my brother Esau meets you and asks you, 'Who are you with? Where are you going? And whose herds are these in front of you?' say, 'They are your servant Jacob's, a gift sent to my master Esau.' And Jacob is actually right behind us." He also ordered the second group, the third group, and everybody following the herds. Say exactly the same thing to Esau when you find him. Say also, "Your servant Jacob is right behind us." Jacob thought, "I may be able to pacify Esau with the gift I'm sending ahead. When I meet him, perhaps he'll be kind to me." So Jacob sent the gift ahead of him, but he spent that night in the camp. Jacob got up during the night, took his 2 wives, his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and crossed the Jacob River's shallow water. He took them and everything that belonged to him, and he helped them cross the river. But Jacob stayed apart by himself, and a man wrestled with him until dawn broke. When the man saw that he couldn't defeat Jacob, he grabbed Jacob's thigh and tore a muscle in Jacob's thigh as he wrestled with him. The man said, "Let me go, because the dawn is breaking." But Jacob said, "I won't let you go until you bless me." He said to Jacob, "What's your name?" And he said, "Jacob." Then he said, "Your name won't be Jacob any longer, but Israel, because you struggled with God and with men and won." Jacob also asked and said, "Tell me your name." But he said, "Why do you ask for my name?" And he blessed Jacob there. Jacob named the place Peniel, because I've seen God face to face, and my life has been saved. The sun rose as Jacob passed Penuel, limping because of his thigh. Therefore, Israelites don't eat the tendon attached to the thigh muscle to this day, because he grabbed Jacob's thigh muscle at the tendon. Jacob looked up and saw Esau approaching with 400 men. Jacob divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 women servants. He put the servants and their children first, Leah and her children after them, and Rachel and Joseph last. He himself went in front of them and bowed to the ground 7 times as he was approaching his brother. But Esau ran to meet him, threw his arms around his neck, kissed him, and they wept. Esau looked up and saw the women and children and said, "Who are these with you?" Jacob said, "The children that God generously gave your servant." The women servants and their children came forward and bowed down. Then Leah and her servants also came forward and bowed. And afterward Joseph and Rachel came forward and bowed. Esau said, "What's the meaning of this entire group of animals that I met?" Jacob said, "To ask for my master's kindness." Esau said, "I already have plenty, my brother. Keep what is yours." Jacob said, "No, please do me the kindness of accepting my gift. Seeing your face is like seeing God's face, since you've accepted me so warmly. Take this present that I've brought because God has been generous to me, and I have everything I need." So Jacob persuaded him, and he took it. Esau said, "Let's break camp and set out, and I'll go with you." But Jacob said to him, "My master knows that the children aren't strong, and that I am responsible for the nursing flocks and cattle. If I push them hard for even one day, all of the flocks will die. My master, go on ahead of your servant, but I've got to take it easy, going only as fast as the animals in front of me and the children are able to go, until I meet you in Seir." Esau said, "Let me leave some of my people with you." But Jacob said, "Why should you do this, since my master has already been so kind to me?" That day Esau returned on the road to Seir, but Jacob traveled to Succoth. He built a house for himself, but made temporary shelters for his animals. Therefore he named the place Succoth. Jacob arrived safely at the city of Shechem in the land of Canaan on his trip from Paddan Aram, and he camped in front of the city. He bought the section of the field where he pitched his tent from the sons of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 kesits. Then he set up an altar there, and he named it Elolei Israel.
We are Jürgen and Elisabeth Moser from Munich, Germany, and are going to read Genesis chapters 34 and 35 in German. Dina, die Tochter von Lea und Jakob, verließ eines Tages das Lager, um einige junge Frauen aus der Gegend zu besuchen. Dabei begegnete ihr Sichem, der Sohn des Hiviters Hamor. Hamor war der führende Mann dieser Gegend. Als Sichem Dina sah, nahm er sie mit und nötigte sie, mit ihm zu schlafen. So entehrte er sie. Aber er fühlte sich stark zu ihr hingezogen und redete freundlich mit ihr, um ihre Zuneigung zu gewinnen. Er bat seinen Vater Hamor: Verhandel mit der Familie des Mädchens, damit ich sie heiraten kann. Jakob hatte inzwischen erfahren, dass Sichem seine Tochter Dina entehrt hatte. Aber weil seine Söhne gerade mit den Herden unterwegs waren, unternahm er nichts, sondern wartete, bis sie zurückkamen. Bald darauf kam Sichems Vater Hamor zu Jakob, um die Angelegenheit mit ihm zu besprechen. Jakobs Söhne waren nach Hause gekommen, sobald sie von der Sache gehört hatten. Sie fühlten sich in ihrer Familienehre gekränkt und waren sehr aufgebracht, denn Sichem hatte Schande über Israels Sippe gebracht, indem er mit Dina geschlafen hatte. So etwas durfte man nicht tun. Hamor redete mit ihnen: Mein Sohn Sichem liebt das Mädchen, gebt sie ihm doch zur Frau. Unsere Familien könnten sich auch sonst miteinander verbinden, indem unsere Kinder sich gegenseitig heiraten. Lasst euch bei uns nieder, das ganze Land steht euch offen. Bleibt hier, weidet eure Herden in der Gegend und erwerbt Grund und Boden. Auch Sichem bat Dinas Vater und ihre Brüder: Erfüllt mir doch meinen Wunsch. Ich werde euch geben, was ihr verlangt. Ihr könnt den Brautpreis und die Hochzeitsgeschenke so hoch ansetzen, wie ihr wollt. Ich bezahle alles. Nur lasst mich Dina heiraten.
Jakobs Söhne gaben Sichem und seinem Vater eine hinterlistige Antwort. Sie wollten sich rächen, weil Sichem ihre Schwester entehrt hatte, und sagten: Wir können unserer Schwester keinem Mann geben, der nicht beschnitten ist. Das gilt bei uns als Schande. Aber unter einer Bedingung sind wir einverstanden. Lasst alle männlichen Bewohner eurer Stadt beschneiden, so wie es bei uns üblich ist. Dann können unsere Kinder sich gegenseitig heiraten. Wir siedeln uns bei euch an und bilden zusammen ein einziges Volk. Falls ihr damit nicht einverstanden seid, nehmen wir unsere Schwester und ziehen fort. Dieser Vorschlag gefiel Hamor und seinem Sohn Sichem. Der junge Mann nahm die Angelegenheit sofort in Angriff, denn er liebte Dina, und in seiner Familie hörten alle auf ihn. Er ging mit seinem Vater zum Versammlungsplatz am Stadttor. Dort trugen sie die Angelegenheit den Männern der Stadt vor. Diese Leute wollen in Frieden mit uns leben, sagten sie. Sie könnten bei uns wohnen und ihre Herden in der Gegend weiden. Unser Land ist ja groß genug. Wir könnten uns durch gegenseitige Heirat mit ihnen verbinden. Allerdings müssten wir eine Bedingung erfüllen, damit sie bei uns bleiben und ein Volk mit uns werden. Wir sollen alle männlichen Bewohner unserer Stadt beschneiden, so wie es bei ihnen üblich ist. Bedenkt doch, ihre Herden und ihr ganzer Besitz würden dann uns gehören. Also lasst uns auf ihre Forderung eingehen, damit sie bei uns wohnen bleiben. Die Männer der Stadt stimmten dem Vorschlag von Hamor und seinem Sohn zu. Alle männlichen Einwohner von Sichem ließen sich beschneiden. 2 Tage später hatten alle Männer von Sichem starke Wundschmerzen. Da nahmen Dinas Brüder Simeon und Levi ihre Schwerter und drangen in die Stadt ein, ohne auf Widerstand zu stoßen. Sie brachten alle männlichen Einwohner um, auch Hamor und seinen Sohn Sichem. Dann holten sie Dina aus dem Sichems Haus und zogen davon. Die anderen Söhne Jakobs plünderten die Stadt und raubten die Getöteten aus, weil sie ihre Schwester entehrt hatten. Alle Ziegen, Schafe, Rinder und Esel nahmen sie mit und was sie sonst in der Stadt und auf dem freien Feld fanden. Auch die Frauen und Kinder verschleppten sie und plünderten alles Hab und Gut aus den Häusern. Jakob warf Simon und Levi vor: Ihr habt mich ins Unglück gestürzt. Jetzt werden mich alle Bewohner des Landes, die Kanaaniter und die Perisiter, hassen. Wir sind doch nur wenige Leute. Wenn sie sich gegen uns zusammentun, haben wir keine Chance. Sie werden uns und unsere Familien umbringen. Aber die beiden erwiderten nur, wir konnten doch nicht hinnehmen, dass man unsere Schwester wie eine Hure behandelt.
Gott sagte zu Jakob: Zieh fort von hier und lass dich in Bethel nieder. Errichte mir dort einen Altar, denn als du auf der Flucht vor deinem Bruder Esau warst, bin ich dir dort erschienen. Jakob befahl seiner Familie und allen anderen, die zu ihm gehörten: Werft alle Götterfiguren weg, die ihr noch bei euch habt. Reinigt euch und zieht frische Kleidung an. Wir werden aufbrechen und nach Bethel ziehen. Dort will ich einen Altar für Gott errichten, denn er hat mich in schweren Zeiten erhört und auf meinem Weg begleitet. Da gaben sie Jakob all ihre Götterfiguren sowie die Ohrringe, die sie als Amulette trugen. Jakob vergrub alles unter der Terebinte, die bei Sichem steht. Dann brachen sie auf. Gott versetzte die Einwohner der umliegenden Städte in Angst und Schrecken. Darum wagte niemand, Jakob und seine Familie zu verfolgen. Schließlich erreichte Jakob mit allen, die zu ihm gehörten, den Ort Luz, der auch Bethel genannt wird. Auch Luz liegt im Lande Kanaan. Dort errichtete Jakob einen Altar und nannte die Opferstätte El Bethel, Gott von Bethel. Denn hier hatte Gott sich ihm offenbart, als er vor seinem Bruder fliehen musste. In dieser Zeit starb Rebekkas Dienerin Deborah, die Rebekka gestillt und aufgezogen hatte. Sie wurde im Tal von Bethel unter einer Eiche begraben, die seitdem Träneneiche heißt. Gott erschien Jakob erneut und segnete ihn. Es war das zweite Mal, seit er Mesopotamien verlassen hatte. Man nennt dich Jakob, sagte er, aber man soll dich nicht mehr Jakob nennen, sondern Israel. Das ist dein neuer Name. Weiter sagte Gott zu ihm: Ich bin Gott, der Allmächtige. Du sollst fruchtbar sein und viele Nachkommen haben. Nicht nur ein Volk, sondern eine ganze Schar von Völkern sollen aus dir hervorgehen. Sogar Könige werden von dir abstammen. Dir und deinen Nachkommen werde ich das Land geben, das ich Abraham und Isaak zugesagt habe. Dann verließ Gott den Ort, an dem er mit Jakob gesprochen hatte, und erhob sich zum Himmel empor. Jakob errichtete an dieser Stelle einen Gedenkstein. Er goss Wein als Trankopfer darüber und besprengte ihn mit Öl, um ihn Gott zu weihen. Weil Gott dort mit ihm geredet hatte, nannte er den Ort Bethel, Haus Gottes.
Danach verließ Jakob mit allen, die zu ihm gehörten, Bethel und zog weiter. Als sie nur noch ein kurzes Stück von Ephrata entfernt waren, setzte bei Rahel die Wehen ein. Es wurde eine sehr schwere Geburt. Als Rahels Schmerzen unerträglich wurden, sagte die Hebamme zu ihr: Hab keine Angst, du bekommst wieder einen Sohn. Aber Rahel spürte, dass sie sterben würde. Darum nannte sie das Kind Benoni, Schmerzenskind. Sein Vater aber nannte es Benjamin, Glückskind. Rahel starb und Jakob begrub sie an der Straße nach Ephrata, das jetzt Bethlehem heißt. Auf ihrem Grab errichtete er einen Gedenkstein. Bis heute steht er dort als das Grabmal Rahels. Dann zog Jakob weiter und schlug seine Zelte hinter Migdal Eder auf. Während Jakob sich in jener Gegend aufhielt, schlief Ruben mit Bilha, der Nebenfrau seines Vaters, und sein Vater erfuhr davon. Jakob hatte 12 Söhne. Die Söhne Leas waren Ruben, der Erstgeborene, Simeon, Levi, Juda, Issachar und Sebulon. Rahels Söhne waren Josef und Benjamin. Die Söhne von Rahels Magd Bilha waren Dan und Naphtali. Die Söhne von Leas Magd Zilpa waren Gad und Ascher. Das sind die Söhne Jakobs. Sie wurden in Mesopotamien geboren. Jakob zog weiter und kam zu seinem Vater Isaak nach Mamre. Mamre liegt bei Kirjat Arba, dem heutigen Hebron. Dort hatte vor Isaak auch schon Abraham lange Zeit als Fremder gelebt. Isaak wurde 180 Jahre alt. Er starb nach einem langen und erfüllten Leben und wurde im Tod mit seinen Vorfahren vereint. Seine Söhne Esau und Jakob begruben ihn.
I am reading from Genesis 36 and 37. These are the descendants of Esau, that is, Edom. Esau married Canaanite women: Ada, the daughter of the Hittite Elon; Oholibama, the daughter of Anah, son of the Hittite Zibeon; and Basemath, the daughter of Ishmael and sister of Nabaioth. Ada gave birth to Eliphaz for Esau. Basemath gave birth to Reuel, and Oholibama gave birth to Jeush, Jalem, and Korah. These are Esau's sons born to him in the land of Canaan. Esau took his wives, his sons, his daughters, and everyone in his household, and his livestock, all of his animals, and all of the property he had acquired in the land of Canaan. And he moved away from the land of Canaan and from his brother Jacob. They had so many possessions that they could not live together. The land where they lived as immigrants couldn't support all of their livestock. So Esau, that is, Edom, lived in the mountains of Seir. These are the descendants of Esau, the ancestor of Edom, which lies in the mountains of Seir. These are the names of Edom's sons: Eliphaz, son of Esau's wife Ada, and Reuel, son of Esau's wife Basemath. Eliphaz's sons were Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Timnah was the secondary wife of Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she gave birth to Amalek for Eliphaz. These are the sons of Esau's wife Ada. These are Reuel's sons: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These are the sons of Esau's wife Basemath. These are the sons of Esau's wife Oholibama, the daughter of Anah, Zibeon's son. She gave birth to Esau, Jeush, Jalem, and Korah. These are the tribal chiefs from Esau's sons, the sons of Eliphaz: Esau's oldest son, Chief Teman, Chief Omar, Chief Zepho, Chief Kenaz, Chief Korah, Chief Gatam, and Chief Amalek. These are the tribal chiefs of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. They are Ada's sons. These are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Chief Nahath, Chief Zerah, Chief Shuma, and Chief Mizah. These are the tribal chiefs of Reuel in the land of Edom. They are the sons of Esau's wife Basemath. These are the sons of Esau's wife Oholibama: Chief Jeush, Chief Jalem, and Chief Korah. They are the tribal chiefs of Esau's wife Oholibama and daughter of Anah. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their tribal chiefs. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who live in the land: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishon. These are the Horite tribal chiefs, Seir's sons, in the land of Edom. Lotan's sons are Hori and Heman, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. These are Shobal's sons: Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. These are Zibeon's sons: Ea and Anah. Anah is the one who found water in the desert while pasturing his father Zibeon's donkeys. These are Anah's children: Dishon and Anah's daughter Oholibama. These are Dishon's sons: Hemden, Eshban, Ethron, and Cheran. These are Ezer's sons: Bilhan, Zavan, and Achan. These are Dishon's sons: Uz and Aaron. These are the Horite tribal chiefs: Chiefs Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishon. These are the Horite tribal chiefs, listed according to their chiefs in the land of Seir. These are the kings who ruled in the land of Edom before a king ruled over the Israelites. Bela, Beor's son, ruled in Edom. His city's name was Dinhabah. After Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah from Bozrah, became king. After Jobab died, Husham from the land of the Temanites became king. After Husham died, Hadad, Bedad's son who defeated Midian in the countryside of Moab, became king. His city's name was Avith. After Hadad died, Samlah from Masrekah became king. After Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river became king. After Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, Achbor's son, became king. After Baal-Hanan, Achbor's son, died, Hadar became king. His city name was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred and granddaughter of Me-Zahab. These are the names of Esau's tribal chiefs according to their families, their locations, and their names: Chief Timnah, Chief Alva, Chief Jetheth, Chief Oholibamah, Chief Elah, Chief Pinan, Chief Kenaz, Chief Teman, Chief Mibzar, Chief Magdiel, and Chief Iram. These are Edom's tribal chiefs according to their settlements in the land they possessed. This is Esau, the ancestor of the Edomites. Jacob lived in the land of Canaan, where his father was an immigrant. This is the account of Jacob's descendants. Joseph was 17 years old and tended the flock with his brothers. While he was helping the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, his father's wives, Joseph told their father unflattering things about them. Now, Israel loved Joseph more than any of his other sons because he was born when Jacob was old. Jacob had made for him a long robe. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of his brothers, they hated him, and they couldn't even talk nicely to him. Joseph had a dream and told it to his brothers, which made them hate him even more. He said to them, "Listen to this dream I had. When we were binding stalks of grain in the field, my stalk got up and stood upright, while your stalks gathered around it and bowed down to my stalk." His brothers said to him, "Will you really be our king and rule over us?" So they hated him even more because of the dreams he had told them. Then Joseph had another dream and described it to his brothers. "I've just dreamed again. And this time the sun and the moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." When he described it to his father and brothers, his father scolded him and said, "What kind of dreams have you dreamed? Am I and your mother and your brothers supposed to come and bow down to the ground in front of you?" His brothers were jealous of him, but his father took careful note of the matter. Joseph's brothers went to tend their father's flocks near Shechem. Israel said to Joseph, "Aren't your brothers tending the sheep near Shechem? Come, I'll send you to them." And he said, "I'm ready." Jacob said to him, "Go, find out how your brothers are and how the flock is, and report back to me." So Jacob sent him from the Hebron Valley. When he approached Shechem, a man found him wandering in the field and asked him, "What are you looking for?" Joseph said, "I'm looking for my brothers. Tell me, where are they tending the sheep?" The man said, "They left here. I heard them saying, 'Let's go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers, and he found them in Dothan. They saw Joseph in the distance before he got close to them, and they plotted to kill him. The brothers said to each other, "Here comes the big dreamer. Come on now, let's kill him and throw him into one of the cisterns, and we'll say a wild animal devoured him. Then we will see what becomes of his dreams." When Reuben heard what they said, he saved him from them, telling them, "Let's not take his life." Reuben said to them, "Don't spill his blood. Throw him into this desert cistern, but don't lay a hand on him." He intended to save Joseph from them and take him back to his father. When Joseph reached his brothers, they stripped off Joseph's long robe, took him, and threw him into the cistern, an empty cistern with no water in it. When they sat down to eat, they looked up, and saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead with camels carrying sweet resin, medicinal resin, and fragrant resin on their way down to Egypt. Judah said to his brothers, "What do we gain if we kill our brother and hide his blood? Come on, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites. Let's not harm him because he's our brother. He's family." His brothers agreed. When some Midianite traders passed by, they pulled Joseph up out of the cistern. They sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver, and they brought Joseph to Egypt. When Reuben returned to the cistern and found that Joseph wasn't in it, he tore his clothes. And then he returned to his brothers and said, "The boy is gone. And where can I go now?" His brothers took Joseph's robe, slaughtered a male goat, and dipped the robe in the blood. They took the long robe, brought it to their father, and said, "We found this. See if it's your son's robe or not." He recognized it and said, "It is my son's robe. A wild animal has devoured him." Joseph must have been torn to pieces. And then Jacob tore his clothes, put a simple mourning cloth around his waist, and mourned for his son for many days. All his sons and daughters got up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted, telling them, "I will go to my grave mourning for my son." And Joseph's father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites had sold Joseph to the Egyptians, to Potiphar, Pharaoh's chief officer, commander of the royal guard.
My name is Len Rempel, and I will be reading Genesis chapters 38 to 40. At that time, Judah moved away from his brothers and settled near an Adulamite named Hira. There Judah saw the daughter of a Canaanite whose name was Shua, and he married her. After he slept with her, she became pregnant and gave birth to a son whom she named She became pregnant again and gave birth to a son and named him Onan. Then she gave birth to one more son and named him Shelah. She was in Chezib when she gave birth to him. Judah married his oldest son to a woman named Tamar. But the Lord considered Judah's oldest son immoral, and the Lord put him to death. Judah said to Onan, "Go to your brother's wife, do your duty as her brother-in-law, and provide children for your brother." Onan knew the children wouldn't be his, so when he slept with his brother's wife, he wasted his semen on the ground, so he wouldn't give his brother children. The Lord considered what he did as wrong and put him to death too. Judah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, "Stay as a widow in your father's household until my son Shelah grows up." He thought Shelah would die like his brothers had. So Tamar went and lived in her father's household. After a long time, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shua, died. Then, after a period of mourning, he and his neighbor Hira, the Adulamite, went up to Timnah, to those who were shearing his sheep. Tamar was told, "Your father-in-law is now on his way up to Timnah to shear his sheep." So Tamar took off the clothing she wore as a widow, covered herself with a veil, put on makeup, and sat down at the entrance to Enaim on the road to Timnah, since she realized that although Shelah had already grown up, she hadn't been given to him as a wife. Judah saw her and thought she was a prostitute because she had covered her face. He turned to her beside the road and said, "Let me sleep with you," because he did not know she was his daughter-in-law. She said, "What will you give me for sleeping with you?" He said, "I will give you a kid goat from my flock." She said, "Only if you give me some deposit as security to guarantee that you will send it." He said, "What kind of deposit should I give you?" And she said, "Your seal, its cord, and the staff in your hand." He gave these to her, slept with her, and she became pregnant by him. Then she got up, left, and took off her veil, dressing once again in the clothing she wore as a widow. Judah sent the kid goat to his neighbor Hira, the Adullamite, so he could take back the deposits from the woman. But he couldn't find her. He asked the locals of that place, "Where's the consecrated worker who was at Enaim on the road?" But they said, "There's no consecrated worker here." So he went back to Judah and said, "I couldn't find her. The locals even said there's no holy woman here." Judah said, "Let her keep everything so we aren't laughed at. I did send this kid goat, but you couldn't find her." About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Your daughter-in-law Tamar has become a prostitute and is now pregnant because of it." And Judah said, "Bring her out so that she may be burned." When she was brought out, she sent this message to her father-in-law: "I'm pregnant by the man who owns these things. See if you recognize whose seal, cord, and staff these are." Judah recognized them and said, "She's more righteous than I am, because I didn't allow her to marry my son Shelah." Judah never knew her intimately again. When she gave birth, she discovered she had twins in her womb. At birth, one boy put out his hand, and the midwife took it and tied a red thread on his hand, saying, "This one came out first." As soon as he pulled his hand back, his brother came out, and she said, "You've burst out on your own." So he was named Perez. Afterward, his brother with the red thread on his hand came out, and he was named Zerah. When Joseph had been taken down to Egypt, Potiphar, Pharaoh's chief officer, the commander of the royal guard, and an Egyptian, purchased him from the Ishmaelites who had brought him down there. The Lord was with Joseph, and he became a successful man and served in his Egyptian master's household. His master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made everything he did successful. Potiphar thought highly of Joseph, and Joseph became his assistant. He appointed Joseph head of his household and put everything he had under Joseph's supervision. From the time he appointed Joseph head of his household and of everything he had, the Lord blessed the Egyptian's household because of Joseph. The Lord blessed everything he had, both in the household and in the field. So he handed over everything he had to Joseph and didn't pay attention to anything except the food he ate. Now Joseph was well built and handsome. Sometime later, his master's wife became attracted to Joseph and said, "Sleep with me." He refused and said to his master's wife, "With me here, my master doesn't pay attention to anything in his household. He's put everything he has under my supervision. No one is greater than I am in this household, and he hasn't denied me anything except you, since you are his wife. How could I do this terrible thing and sin against God?" Every single day she tried to convince him, but he wouldn't agree to sleep with her or even to be with her. One day when Joseph arrived at the house to do his work, none of the household's men were there. She grabbed his garment, saying, "Lie down with me." But he left his garment in her hands and ran outside. When she realized that he had left his garment in her hands and run outside, she summoned the men of her house and said to them, "Look, my husband brought us a Hebrew to ridicule us. He came to me to lie down with me, but I screamed. When he heard me raise my voice and scream, he left his garment with me and ran outside." She kept his garment with her until Joseph's master came home, and she told him the same thing. "The Hebrew slave whom you brought to us to ridicule me came to me, But when I raised my voice and screamed, he left his garment with me and ran outside. When Joseph's master heard the thing that his wife told him, "This is what your servant did to me," he was incensed. Joseph's master took him and threw him in jail in the place where the king's prisoners were held. While he was in jail, the Lord was with Joseph and remained loyal to him. He caused the jail's commander to think highly of Joseph. The jail's commander put all of the prisoners in the jail under Joseph's supervision, and he was the one who determined everything that happened there. The jail's commander paid no attention to anything under Joseph's supervision because the Lord was with him and made everything he did successful. Some time later, both the wine steward and the baker for Egypt's king offended their master, the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was angry with his two officers, the chief wine steward and the chief baker, and he put them under arrest with the commander of the royal guard in the same jail where Joseph was imprisoned. The commander of the royal guard assigned Joseph to assist them. After they had been under arrest for some time, both of them, the wine steward and the baker for Egypt's king, who were imprisoned in the jail, had dreams one night, and each man's dream had its own meaning. When Joseph met them in the morning, he saw that they were upset. He asked the officers of Pharaoh who were under arrest with him in the master's house, "Why do you look so distressed today?" They answered, "We've both had dreams, but there's no one to interpret them." Joseph said to them, "Don't interpretations belong to God? Describe your dreams to me." The chief wine steward described his dream to Joseph. "In my dream, there was a vine right in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches. When it budded, its blossoms appeared and its clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, so I took the grapes, crushed them into Pharaoh's cup, and put the cup in Pharaoh's hand." Joseph said to him, "This is the dream's interpretation. The 3 branches are 3 days. After 3 days, Pharaoh will give you an audience and return you to your position. You will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand just the way things were before, when you were his wine steward. But please remember me when you are doing well and be loyal to me. Put in a good word for me to Pharaoh, so he sets me free from this prison. I was stolen from the land of the Hebrews, and here too I've done nothing to be thrown into this dungeon." When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was favorable, he said to Joseph, "It was the same for me. In my dream, there were 3 baskets of white bread on my head. In the basket on top, there were baked goods for Pharaoh's food, but birds were eating them out of the basket on my head." Joseph responded, "This is the dream's interpretation. The 3 baskets are 3 days. After 3 days, Pharaoh will give you an audience and will hang you from a tree where the birds will peck your flesh from you." The 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday, and he gave a party for all his servants. Before all his servants, he gave an audience to the chief wine steward and the chief baker. He returned the chief wine steward to his position, and he placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. But the chief baker he hanged, just as Joseph had said would happen when he interpreted their dreams for them. But the chief wine steward didn't remember Joseph. He forgot all about him.
Tim Amor, Genesis chapter 41. Two years later, Pharaoh dreamed that he was standing near the Nile. In front of him, 7 healthy-looking fattened cows climbed up out of the Nile and grazed on the reeds. Just then, 7 other cows, terrible-looking and scrawny, climbed up out of the Nile after them and stood beside them on the bank of the Nile. The terrible-looking, scrawny cows devoured the 7 healthy-looking fattened cows. Then Pharaoh woke up. He went back to sleep and had a second dream in which 7 ears of grain, full and healthy, grew on a single stalk. Just then, 7 ears of grain, scrawny and scorched by the east wind, sprouted after them, and the scrawny ears swallowed up the full and well-formed ears. Then Pharaoh woke up and realized it was a dream. In the morning, he was disturbed and summoned all of Egypt's religious experts and all of its advisors. Pharaoh described his dreams to them, but they couldn't interpret them for Pharaoh. Then the chief wine steward spoke to Pharaoh. Today, I've just remembered my mistake. Pharaoh was angry with his servants and put me and the chief baker under arrest with the commander of the royal guard. We both dreamed one night, he and each of our dreams had its own interpretation. A young Hebrew man, a servant of the commander of the royal guard, was with us. We described our dreams to him, and he interpreted our dreams for us, giving us an interpretation for each dream. His interpretations came true exactly. Pharaoh restored me to my position, but hanged him. So Pharaoh summoned Joseph, and they quickly brought him from the dungeon. He shaved, changed clothes, and appeared before Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, I had a dream, but no one could interpret it. Then I heard that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it. Joseph answered Pharaoh, It's not me. God will give Pharaoh a favorable response. So Pharaoh said to Joseph, In my dream, I was standing on the bank of the Nile. In front of me, 7 fattened, stout cows climbed up out of the Nile and grazed on the reeds. Just then, 7 other cows, weak and frail and thin, climbed up after them. I've never seen such awful cows in all the land of Egypt. Then the thin, frail cows devoured the first 7 fattened cows. But after they swallowed them whole, no one would have known it. They looked just as bad as they had before. Then I woke up. I went to sleep again and saw in my dream 7 full and healthy ears of grain growing on one stalk. Just then, 7 hard and thin ears of grain, scorched by the east wind, sprouted after them, and the thin ears swallowed up the healthy ones. I told the religious experts, but they couldn't explain it to me. Joseph said to Pharaoh, Pharaoh has actually had one dream. God has announced to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 healthy cows are 7 years, and the 7 healthy ears of grain are 7 years. It's exactly one dream. The 7 thin and frail cows climbing up after them are 7 years. The 7 thin ears of grain scorched by the east wind are 7 years of famine. It's just as I told Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. 7 years of great abundance are now coming throughout the entire land of Egypt. After them, 7 years of famine will appear, and all of the abundance in the land of Egypt will be forgotten. The famine will devastate the land. No one will remember the abundance in the land because the famine that follows will be so severe. The dream occurred to Pharaoh twice because God has determined to do it, and God will make it happen soon. Now, Pharaoh should find an intelligent, wise man and give him authority over the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh should appoint administrators over the land and take 1/5 of all the produce of the land of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. During the good years that are coming, they should collect all such food and store the grain under Pharaoh's control, protecting the food in the cities. This food will be reserved for the 7 years of famine to follow in the land of Egypt, so that the land won't be ravaged by the famine. This advice seemed wise to Pharaoh and all his servants. And Pharaoh said to his servants, Can we find a man with more God-given gifts than this one? Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, Since God has made all this known to you, no one is as intelligent and wise as you are. You will be in charge of my kingdom, and all my people will obey your command. Only as the enthroned king will I be greater than you. Pharaoh said to Joseph, Know this, I've given you authority over the entire land of Egypt. Pharaoh took his signet ring from his hand and put it on Joseph's hand. He dressed him in linen clothes, and he put a gold necklace around his neck. He put Joseph on the chariot of his second in command, and everyone in front of him cried out, "Attention!" So Pharaoh installed him over the entire land of Egypt. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh. No one will do anything or go anywhere in all the land of Egypt without your permission." Pharaoh renamed Joseph Zaphanath-Paneah and married him to Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, the priest of Heliopolis. Then Joseph assumed control of the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he began to serve Pharaoh, Egypt's king, when he left Pharaoh's court and traveled through the entire land of Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced plentifully. He collected all the food during the 7 years of abundance in the land of Egypt and stored the food in cities. In each city, he stored the food from fields surrounding it. Joseph amassed grain like the sand of the sea. There was so much that he stopped trying to measure it because it was beyond measuring. Before the years of famine arrived, Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of Heliopolis, gave birth to 2 sons for Joseph. Joseph named the oldest son Manasseh, because, he said, "God has helped me forget all of my troubles and everyone in my father's household." He named the second son Ephraim, because, he said, "God has given me children in the land where I've been treated harshly." The 7 years of abundance in the land of Egypt came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began just as Joseph had said. The famine struck every country, but the entire land of Egypt had bread. When the famine ravaged the entire land of Egypt and the people pleaded to Pharaoh for bread, Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph, do whatever he tells you." The famine covered every part of the land, and Joseph opened up all of the granaries and sold grain to the Egyptians. In the land of Egypt, the famine became more and more severe. Every country came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because in every country the famine had also become severe.
My name is Ron Byler, and I'm reading Genesis 42 and 43. When Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why are you staring blankly at each other? I've just heard that there's grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us so that we can survive and not starve to death." So Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Egypt. However, Jacob didn't send Joseph's brother Benjamin along with his brothers because he thought something bad might happen to him. Israel's sons came to buy grain with others who also came since the famine had spread to the land of Canaan. As for Joseph, he was the land's governor, and he was the one selling the grain to all the land's people. When Joseph's brothers arrived, they bowed down to him, their faces to the ground. When Joseph saw his brothers, he recognized them, but he acted like he didn't know them. He spoke to them with a harsh tone and said, "Where have you come from?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food." Joseph recognized his brothers, but they didn't recognize him. Joseph remembered the dreams he had dreamed about them and said to them, "You are spies. You've come to look for the country's weaknesses." And they said to him, "No, master, your servants have just come to buy food. We are all sons of one man. We are honest men. Your servants aren't spies." He said to them, "No, you've come to look for the country's weaknesses." And they said, "We, your servants, are 12 brothers, sons of one man in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with our father, but one is gone." Joseph said to them, "It's just as I've said to you, you are spies. But here is how to prove yourselves. As Pharaoh lives, you won't leave here until your youngest brother arrives. Send one of you to get your brother, but the rest of you will stay in prison. We will find out if your words are true. If not, as Pharaoh lives, you are certainly spies." He put them all in prison for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Joseph said to them, "Do this and you will live, for I am a God-fearing man. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers stay in prison, and the rest of you go take grain back to those in your households who are hungry. but bring your youngest brother back to me so that your words will prove true and you don't die." So they prepared to do this. The brothers said to each other, "We are clearly guilty, for we did what did to our brother when we saw his life in danger and when he begged us for mercy, but we didn't listen. That's why we're in this danger now." Reuben responded to them, "Didn't I tell you, don't do anything wrong to the boy? But you wouldn't listen. So now this is payback for his death." They didn't know that Joseph was listening to them because they were using an interpreter. He stepped away from them and wept. And when he returned, he spoke with them again. And then he took Simeon from them and tied him up in front of them. Then Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, to put each man's silver into his own sack, and give them provisions for their trip. And it was done. And so they loaded their grain onto their donkeys, and they set out. And when they stopped to spend the night, one of them opened his sack to feed his donkey, and he saw his silver at the top of his sack. He said to his brothers, "My silver has been returned. It's right here in my sack." And their hearts stopped. Terrified, they said to each other, "What has God done to us?" When they got back to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, they described to him everything that had happened to them. The man, the country's governor, spoke to us with a harsh tone and accused us of being spies in the country. We told him, "We're honest men, not spies. We are 12 brothers, all our father's sons. One of us is gone, but the youngest is right now with our father in the land of Canaan." The man, the country's governor, told us, "This is how I will know you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers with me, take grain for those in your households who are hungry, and go. But bring back your youngest brother to me. Then I will know that you are not spies, but honest men. I will give you your brother back to you, and you may travel throughout the country." When they opened their sacks, each man found a pouch of his silver in a sack. And when they and their father saw the pouches of silver, they were afraid. Their father Jacob said to them, "You've taken my children from me. Joseph is gone. Simeon is gone. And now you're taking Benjamin. All this can't really be happening to me." Reuben said to his father, "You may put both of my sons to death if I don't bring him back to you. Make him my responsibility, and I will make sure he returns to you." But Jacob said to him, "My son won't go down with you because his brother's dead and he's been left all alone. If anything were to happen to him on the trip you are taking, you would send me, old as I am, to my grave in grief." The famine was severe in the land. And when they had eaten all the grain they brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little food." Judah said to him, "The man was absolutely serious when he said, 'You may not see me again without your brother with you. If you agree to send our brother with us, then we will go down and buy you food. But if you don't agree to send him, then we can't go down, because the man said to us, "You may not see me again without your brother with you."' Israel said, 'Why have you caused me such pain by telling the man you had another brother?' And they said, 'The man asked us pointedly about our family. Is your father still alive? Do you have a brother?' So we told him just what we've said. How were we to know he'd say, 'Bring your brother down here'?" Judah said to his father Israel, "Send the young man with me. Let's get ready to leave so that we can stay alive and not die. We, you, and our children. I will guarantee his safety. You can hold me responsible. If I don't bring him back to you and place him here in front of you, it will be my fault forever. If we hadn't waited so long, we would have returned twice by now." Their father Israel said to them, "If it has to be, then do this. Take in your bags some of the land's choice produce and bring it down to the man as a gift. a little medicinal rosin, a little honey, gum, rosin, pistachios, and almonds. Take twice as much silver with you. Take back the silver returned in the top of your sacks. It might have been a mistake. And take your brother, get ready, and go back to the man. May God Almighty make the man compassionate toward you, so that he may send back your other brother and Benjamin with you. But me, if I'm left childless, then I'm left childless. So the men took this gift. They took twice as much silver with them, together with Benjamin. They left, traveled down to Egypt, and received an audience with Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the manager of his household, "Bring the men to the house and slaughter an animal and prepare it, because the men will be having dinner with me at noon." The man did as Joseph told him and brought the men to Joseph's house. When they were brought to Joseph's house, the men were frightened and said, "We've been brought here because of the silver put back in our sacks on our first trip, so he can overpower us, capture us, make slaves of us, and take our donkeys." They approached the man who was Joseph's household manager and spoke to him at the house's entrance. "Please, master, we came down the first time to buy food, but when we stopped to spend the night and opened our sacks, there was the exact amount of each man's silver at the top of his sack. We brought it back with us, and we brought down with us additional silver to buy food. We don't know who put our silver back in our sacks." And he said, "You're fine. Don't be afraid. Your God and your father's God must have hidden a treasure in your sacks. I received your money." And then he brought Simeon out to them. The manager brought the men into Joseph's house and gave them water to wash their feet and feed for their donkeys. They prepared the gift, anticipating Joseph's arrival at noon, since they had heard that they would have a meal there. And when Joseph came into the house, they presented him the gift they had brought with them into the house, and they bowed low in front of him. And he asked them how they were, and said, "How is your elderly father, about whom you spoke? Is he still alive?" They said, "Your servant, our father, is fine. He's still alive." And they bowed down again with deep respect. Joseph looked up and saw his brother Benjamin, his own mother's son, and he said, "Is this your youngest brother whom you told me about? God be gracious to you, my son." Joseph's feelings for his brother were so strong, he was about to weep. So he rushed to another room and wept there. He washed his face, came back, pulled himself together, and said, "Set out the dinner." So they set out his food by himself, their food by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because Egyptians don't allow themselves to eat with Hebrews. The Egyptians think it beneath their dignity. They were seated in front of him from the oldest to the youngest in their exact birth order, and the men looked at each other with amazement. Portions of food from Joseph's table were brought to them, but Benjamin's portion was 5 times as large as theirs. So they drank together and were at ease.
Denise Salzman, Genesis chapter 44, verses 1 to 34. Joseph gave commands to his household manager. "Fill the man's sacks with as much food as they'll hold, and put each man's silver at the top of his sack. Put my cup, the silver cup, on top of the youngest brother's sack, together with the silver for his grain." So he did just as Joseph told him to do. At dawn, the men and their donkeys were sent off. They had left the city, but hadn't gone far when Joseph said to his household manager, "Get ready, go after the men and catch up with them. Ask them, why have you repaid hospitality with ingratitude? Isn't this the cup my master drinks from and uses to discover God's plans? What you've done is despicable." When he caught up with them, he repeated these words. They replied, "Why does my master talk to us like this? Your servants would never do such a thing." The silver we found at the top of our sacks, we've just brought back to you from the land of Canaan. We didn't steal silver or gold from your master's house. Whoever of your servants is found with it will be put to death, and we will be my master's slaves." He said, "Fine, we'll do just as you've said. Whoever is found will be my slave, and the rest of you will go free." Everyone quickly lowered their sacks down to the ground, and each opened his sack. He searched the oldest first and the youngest last, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. At this, they tore their clothing. Then everyone loaded their donkeys, and they returned to the city. When Judah and his brothers arrived at Joseph's house, he was still there, and they fell to the ground in front of him. Joseph said to them, "What's this you've done? Didn't you know someone like me can discover God's plans?" Judah replied, "What can we say to my master? What words can we use? How can we prove we are innocent? God found your servants guilty. We are now your slaves, all of us, including the one with the cup." Joseph said, "I'd never do such a thing. Only the man found with the cup will be my slave. As for the rest of you, you are free to go back to your father." Judah approached him and said, "Please, my master, allow your servant to say something to my master without getting angry with your servant, since you are like Pharaoh himself." My master asked his servants, "Do you have a father or brother?" And we said to my master, "Yes, we have an elderly father and a young brother, born when he was old. His brother is dead, and he's his mother's only child, but his father loves him. You told your servants, 'Bring him to me so that I can see him.' And we said to my master, 'The young man can't leave his father. If he leaves, his father will die.' You said to your servants, 'If your youngest brother doesn't come down with you, you'll never see my face again.' When we went back to my father, your servant, we told him what you said. Our father told us, 'Go back and buy for us a little food.' But we said, 'We can't go down. We will go down only if our youngest brother is with us. We won't be able to gain an audience with the man without our youngest brother with us.' Your servant, my father, said to us, 'You know that my wife gave birth to 2 sons for me. One disappeared, and I said, he must have been torn up by a wild animal, and I haven't seen him since. And if you take this one from me too, something terrible will happen to him, and you will send me, as old as I am, to my grave in despair. When I now go back to your servant my father without the young man, whose life is so bound up with his, and when he sees that the young man isn't with us, he will die, and your servants will have sent our father, your servant, as old as he is, to his grave in grief. I, your servant, guaranteed the young man's safety to my father, telling him, if I don't bring him back to you, it will be my fault forever. Now, please let your servant stay as your slave instead of the young man, so that he can go back with my brothers. How can I go back to my father without the young man? I couldn't bear to see how badly my father would be hurt."
Soy Carlos Martínez García, de México, y voy a leer Génesis 46, 47. Israel emprendió el viaje con todas sus pertenencias. Al llegar a Beerseba, ofreció sacrificios al Dios de su padre, Isaac. Esa noche Dios le habló a Israel en una visión. Jacob, Jacob, aquí estoy, respondió. Yo soy el Dios de tu padre, le dijo. No tengas temor de ir a Egipto, porque allí haré de ti una gran nación. Yo te acompañaré a Egipto, y yo mismo haré que vuelvas. Además, cuando mueras, será José quien te cierre los ojos. Luego Jacob salió de Beerseba, y los hijos de Israel hicieron que su padre Jacob y sus hijos y sus mujeres subieran en los carros que el faraón había enviado para trasladarlos. También se llevaron el ganado y las posesiones que habían adquirido en Canaán. Fue así como Jacob y sus descendientes llegaron a Egipto. Con él se llevó a todos sus hijos, hijas, nietos y nietas, es decir, a todos sus descendientes. Estos son los nombres de los israelitas que fueron a Egipto, es decir, Jacob y sus hijos. Rubén, el primogénito de Jacob. Los hijos de Rubén, Hanoc, Palú, Hezrón y Carmí. Los hijos de Simeón, Gemuel, Jamín, Ohad, Jaquín, Sohar y Saúl, hijo de una cananea. Los hijos de Leví, Gerson, Coat y Merari. Los hijos de Judá, Onán, Selá, Farés y Sera. Y Onán habían muerto en Canaán. Los hijos de Fares, Hezrón y Jamul. Los hijos de Isaacar, Tola, Fubá, Job y Sinrón. Los hijos de Zabulón, Sered, Elón y Yalel. Estos fueron los hijos que Jacob tuvo con Lea en Padán, Aram, además de su hija Dina. En total, entre hombres y mujeres, eran 33 personas. Los hijos de Gad, Sefón, Hagí, Esbón, Suni, Eri, Arodí y Yarelí. Los hijos de Aser, Ibná, Isba, Isbi, Bería y su hermana que se llamaba Sera. Los hijos de Bería, Eber y Malquiel. Estos fueron los hijos que Silpá tuvo con Jacob. Silpá era la esclava que Labán le había regalado a su hija Lea. Sus descendientes eran en total 16 personas. Los hijos de Raquel, la esposa de Jacob, José y Benjamín. En Egipto, José tuvo los siguientes hijos con Asenat, hija de Potifera, sacerdote de On, Manasés y Efraín. Los hijos de Benjamín, Bela, Beker, Asbel, Gerá, Naamán, Eí, Ros, Mupin, Jupín y Ard. Estos fueron los descendientes de Jacob y Raquel, en total 14 personas. El hijo de Dan, Usín. Los hijos de Neftalí, Yasel, Guní, Geser y Silén. Estos fueron los hijos que Jacob tuvo con Bilá. Ella era la esclava que Labán le regaló a su hija Raquel. El total de sus descendientes fue de 7 personas. Todos los familiares de Jacob que llegaron a Egipto y que eran de su misma sangre fueron 66, sin contar a las nueras. José tenía 2 hijos que le nacieron en Egipto. En total, los familiares de Jacob que llegaron a Egipto fueron 70. Jacob mandó a Judá que se adelantara para que le anunciara a José su llegada, y éste lo recibiera en Gosén. Cuando llegaron a esa región, José hizo que prepararan su carruaje y salió a Gosén para recibir a su padre, Israel. Cuando se encontraron, José se fundió con su padre en un abrazo y durante un largo rato lloró sobre su hombro. Entonces Israel le dijo a José: «Ya me puedo morir, te he visto y aún estás con vida». José les dijo a sus hermanos y a la familia de su padre: «Voy a informarle al faraón que mis hermanos y la familia de mi padre, quienes vivían en Canaán, han venido a quedarse conmigo. Le diré que ustedes son pastores que cuidan ganado y que han traído sus ovejas y sus vacas y todo cuanto tenían. Por eso, cuando el faraón los llame y les pregunte a qué se dedican, díganle que siempre se han ocupado de cuidar ganado, al igual que sus antepasados. Así podrán establecerse en la región de Gosén, pues los egipcios detestan el oficio de pastor». José fue a informarle al faraón y le dijo: «Mi padre y mis hermanos han venido desde Canaán con sus ovejas y sus vacas, y todas sus pertenencias ya se encuentran en la región de Gosén». Además, José había elegido a 5 de sus hermanos para presentárselos al faraón. Y éste les preguntó: «¿En qué trabajan ustedes?». «Nosotros, sus siervos, somos pastores, al igual que nuestros antepasados», respondieron ellos. «Hemos venido a vivir en este país porque en Canaán ya no hay pastos para nuestros rebaños. Es terrible el hambre que acosa a ese país. Por eso le rogamos a usted nos permita vivir en la región de Gosén». Entonces el faraón le dijo a José: «Tu padre y tus hermanos han venido a estar contigo. La tierra de Egipto está a tu disposición. Haz que se asienten en lo mejor de la tierra, que residan en la región de Gosén. Y si sabes que hay entre ellos hombres capaces, ponlos a cargo de mi propio ganado». Luego José llevó a Jacob, su padre, y se lo presentó al faraón. Jacob saludó al faraón con reverencia, y el faraón le preguntó: «¿Cuántos años tienes?». «Ya tengo 130 años», respondió Jacob. «Mis años de andar peregrinando de un lado a otro han sido pocos y difíciles, pero no se comparan con los años de peregrinaje de mis antepasados». Luego Jacob se despidió del faraón con sumo respeto y se retiró de su presencia. José instaló a su padre y a sus hermanos y les entregó terrenos en la mejor región de Egipto, es decir, en el distrito de Ramsés, tal como lo había ordenado el faraón. José también proveyó de alimentos a su padre y a sus hermanos, y a todos sus familiares según las necesidades de cada uno. El hambre en Egipto y en Canaán era terrible. No había alimento en ninguna parte y la gente estaba a punto de morir. Todo el dinero que los habitantes de Egipto y de Canaán habían pagado por el alimento, José lo recaudó para depositarlo en el palacio del faraón. Cuando a egipcios y cananeos se les acabó el dinero, los egipcios fueron a ver a José y le reclamaron: «Denos de comer. ¿Hemos de morir en su presencia solo porque no tenemos más dinero?». Y José les contestó: «Si ya se les acabó el dinero, traigan su ganado, y a cambio les daré alimento». Los egipcios llevaron a José su ganado, es decir, sus caballos, vacas, ovejas y asnos, y a cambio de ellos, José les dio alimento durante todo ese año. Al año siguiente fueron a decirle a José: «Señor, no podemos ocultar el hecho de que ya no tenemos más dinero. y de que todo nuestro ganado ya es suyo. Ya no tenemos nada que ofrecerle, de no ser nuestros propios cuerpos y nuestras tierras. ¿Va usted a permitir que nos muramos junto con nuestras tierras? Cómprenos usted a nosotros y a nuestras tierras a cambio de alimento. Así seremos esclavos del faraón junto con nuestras tierras. Pero denos usted semilla para que podamos vivir y la tierra no quede desolada. De esta manera José adquirió para el faraón todas las tierras de Egipto, porque los egipcios, obligados por el hambre, le vendieron todos sus terrenos. Fue así como todo el país llegó a ser propiedad del faraón, y todos en Egipto quedaron reducidos a la esclavitud. Estos no tuvieron que vender sus terrenos porque recibían una ración de alimento de parte del faraón. Luego José le informó al pueblo: Desde ahora ustedes y sus tierras pertenecen al faraón, porque yo los he comprado. Aquí tienen semilla, siembren la tierra. Cuando llegue la cosecha, deberán entregarle al faraón la quinta parte de lo cosechado. Las otras cuartas partes serán para la siembra de los campos y para alimentarlos a ustedes, a sus hijos y a sus familiares. Usted nos ha salvado la vida y hemos contado con su favor. Respondieron ellos: Seremos esclavos del faraón. José estableció esta ley en toda la tierra de Egipto, que hasta el día de hoy sigue vigente. La quinta parte de la cosecha le pertenece al faraón. Solo las tierras de los sacerdotes no llegaron a ser del faraón. Los israelitas se asentaron en Egipto, en la región de Gosén. Allí adquirieron propiedades, prosperaron y llegaron a ser muy numerosos. Jacob residió 17 años en Egipto y llegó a vivir un total de 147 años. Cuando Israel estaba a punto de morir, mandó llamar a su hijo José y le dijo: Si de veras me quieres, pon tu mano debajo de mi muslo y prométeme amor y lealtad. Por favor, no me entierres en Egipto. Cuando vaya a descansar junto a mis antepasados, sácame de Egipto y entiérrame en el sepulcro de ellos. Haré lo que me pides, contestó José. Júramelo, insistió su padre. José se lo juró e Israel se reclinó sobre la cabecera de la cama.
Stéphanie de Santos, Genèse chapitres 48 et 49. Après ces événements, on avertit Joseph que son père était malade. Il partit avec ses deux fils, Manassé et Éphraïm. Lorsqu'on annonça à Jacob que son fils Joseph venait lui rendre visite, Israël fit un effort et s'assit sur son lit. Il dit à Joseph: Le Dieu souverain m'est apparu à lui, au pays de Canaan, et il m'a béni. Il m'a dit: Je te donnerai de nombreux enfants, pour faire de toi l'ancêtre d'un ensemble de peuples. J'accorderai ce pays à tes descendants en propriété définitive. Jacob ajouta: Tes deux fils, nés en Égypte avant que je vienne t'y rejoindre, je les considère comme mes fils. Éphraïm et Manassé sont miens, comme Ruben et Siméon. Mais les fils qui te naîtront après eux resteront les tiens. C'est dans le territoire de leurs frères ennemis qu'ils recevront leur part d'héritage. Lorsque je revenais de Mésopotamie, peu avant d'arriver à Ephrata, au pays de Canaan, ta mère, Rachel, est morte près de moi, en cours de route. Je l'ai enterrée là, au bord de la route. Ephrata s'appelle maintenant Bethléem. À ce moment-là, Israël aperçut les fils de Joseph et demanda: Qui est-ce? Ce sont les fils que Dieu m'a donnés ici en Égypte, répondit Joseph. Son père reprit: Amène-les près de moi pour que je les bénisse. Israël était si vieux que sa vue avait beaucoup baissé. Il ne voyait plus grand-chose. Joseph fit approcher ses fils. Israël les serra contre lui et les embrassa. Puis il dit à Joseph, « Je n'espérais plus revoir ton visage, et voilà que Dieu me permet de voir même tes enfants. » Alors Joseph retira ses fils qui étaient sur les genoux de son père, et il s'inclina jusqu'à terre. Ensuite, il prit ses deux fils par la main. Éphraïm, qu'il tenait à sa droite, se trouva à gauche d'Israël, et Manassé, qu'il tenait à sa gauche, se trouva à droite d'Israël. Il les fit de nouveau approcher de leur grand-père. Mais Israël croisa ses mains. Il posa sa main droite sur la tête d'Éphraïm, bien qu'il fût le plus jeune, et sa main gauche sur la tête de Manassé, qui était l'aîné. Et voici la bénédiction qu'il donna à Joseph. Je prie le Dieu devant qui mon grand-père Abraham et mon père Isaac ont toujours vécu, le Dieu qui a pris soin de moi depuis toujours. L'ange qui m'a délivré de tout mal, je lui demande de bénir ces garçons, que grâce à eux, mon nom survive, comme ceux de mon grand-père Abraham et de mon père Isaac. Qu'ils aient de très nombreux descendants partout dans le pays. Joseph vit que son père posait sa main droite sur la tête d'Éphraïm, et cela lui déplut. Il lui saisit la main pour la placer sur la tête d'Éphraïm, pour la déplacer de la tête d'Éphraïm sur celle de Manassé, en disant « Non, mon père, tu te trompes. C'est celui-ci l'aîné. Mets ta main droite sur sa tête. » Mais son père refusa et lui dit « Je sais, mon fils, je sais. Les descendants de Manassé aussi deviendront un grand peuple. Pourtant, son frère cadet sera plus grand que lui, et ses descendants formeront une multitude de peuples. » Ce jour-là, il leur donna sa bénédiction en ces termes. Les Israélites se serviront de vos noms pour prononcer des bénédictions. Ils diront que Dieu te traite avec la bonté qu'il a montrée à Éphraïm et Manassé. Ainsi, Jacob plaça Éphraïm avant Manassé. Il dit ensuite à Joseph, « Je vais bientôt mourir, mais Dieu sera avec vous, et il vous ramènera dans le pays de vos ancêtres. Quant à moi, je t'attribue une part plus importante qu'à tes frères. Je te donne la région de Sichem, que j'ai conquise sur les Amorites grâce à mon épée et à mon arc. » Jacob convoqua ses fils et leur dit, « Réunissez-vous, je vais vous annoncer ce qui vous arrivera dans l'avenir. Rassemblez-vous et écoutez, fils de Jacob, écoutez votre père Israël. Toi, Ruben, tu es mon fils aîné, le premier que j'ai engendré quand j'étais plein de force. Tu surpasses tes frères en dignité et en puissance. Tu es un torrent impétueux, pourtant tu ne seras plus le premier, car tu es entré dans le lit de ton père. Tu as profané mon lit. Siméon et Lévi, son frère, ils s'accordent pour agir avec violence. Mais je ne participerai pas à leur complot, je ne me joindrai pas à leur compagnie, car dans leur colère, ils ont tué des hommes, et par plaisir, ils ont mutilé des taureaux. Je maudis leur ardente colère et leur fureur impitoyable. Je disperserai leurs descendants en Israël. Je les éparpillerai dans tout le pays. Judas, tes frères chanteront tes louanges. Tu forceras tes ennemis à courber la nuque, et tes propres frères se prosterneront devant toi. Judas, mon fils, tu es comme un jeune lion qui a dévoré sa proie et regagne son repère. Le lion s'accroupit, se couche. Qui le forcera à se lever? Le sceptre royal demeurera dans la famille de Juda. Le bâton des chefs restera aux mains de ses descendants, jusqu'à ce que vienne son vrai possesseur, celui à qui les peuples seront soumis. La vigne alors sera si répandue qu'il se permettra d'y attacher son âme. Il lavera son vêtement dans le vin, son manteau dans le sang des raisins. Le vin avivera l'éclat de ses yeux, et le lait la blancheur de ses dents. Zabulon demeurera au bord de la mer, là où les bateaux trouveront un port. Son territoire s'étendra jusqu'à Sidon. Isaacar est un âne robuste, se reposant dans de solides enclos. Il a vu que l'emplacement était bon, que le pays était agréable. Il a tendu son épaule pour porter des charges. Il est fait pour un travail de serviteur. Dan aura son peuple à gouverner, comme les autres tribus d'Israël. Dan est comme un serpent sur la route, une vipère au bord du chemin. Le serpent mord les jarrets du cheval, et le cavalier tombe à la renverse. Seigneur, j'espère que tu me sauveras. Gad, attaqué par des pillards, contre-attaque et les poursuit. Le pays d'Asser donnera d'abondantes récoltes. Sa terre fournira des produits dignes d'un roi. Nephtali est une gazelle en liberté qui met au monde de beaux petits. Joseph, quelle plante fertile! Une plante fertile qui pousse près d'une source. Ses branches passent par-dessus le mur. Des tireurs à l'arc l'ont exaspéré. Ils ont lancé leurs flèches, ils l'ont harcelé. Mais il a tenu fermement son arc. Ses bras et ses mains ont gardé leur agilité. Par la puissance du Dieu fort de Jacob, tu es devenu le berger, la pierre d'Israël. Par le Dieu de ton Père, qui est ton secours, par le Dieu souverain qui te bénit, reçois les bienfaits de la pluie, qui descend des cieux, les bienfaits de l'eau, qui monte des profondeurs de l'abîme, les bienfaits de la fécondité des femmes et du bétail. Les bénédictions données par ton Père surpassent les bienfaits des montagnes éternelles. Les produits désirables des collines antiques, que les bénédictions de son Père descendent sur la tête de Joseph, sur celui qui est le chef de ses frères. Benjamin est un loup féroce. Le matin, il dévore une proie, et le soir, il partage le butin. À eux tous, ils forment les 12 tribus d'Israël. Telles sont les paroles que leur adressa leur père quand il les bénit. À chacun, il accorda une bénédiction particulière. Jacob donna ensuite ses instructions à ses enfants. Quand je serai mort, enterrez-moi dans le tombeau de mes ancêtres. C'est la grotte située dans le champ d'Éphron, le Hittite, à Macpéla, près de Mamré, au pays de Canaan. Abraham a acheté ce champ à Éphron pour que le tombeau soit sa propriété. C'est là qu'on l'a enterré, ainsi que sa femme Sarah, puis Isaac et sa femme Rebecca. J'y ai moi-même enterré Léa. Le champ et la grotte qui s'y trouvent ont été achetés aux Hittites. Quand Jacob eut achevé de donner ses dernières recommandations à ses fils, il se recoucha, il expira et rejoignit ses ancêtres dans l'amour.
My name is Mary Forney. I am reading Genesis 50 from the Common English Bible. Joseph fell across his father's body, wept over him, and kissed him. Joseph then ordered the physicians in his service to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Israel. They mourned for him 40 days because that is the period required for embalming. Then the Egyptians mourned him for 70 days. After the period of mourning had passed, Joseph spoke to Pharaoh's household. If you approve my request, give Pharaoh this message. My father made me promise, telling me, I'm about to die. You must bury me in the tomb I dug for myself in the land of Canaan. Now let me leave and let me bury my father, and then I will return. Pharaoh replied, Go bury your father as you promised. So Joseph left to bury his father. All of Pharaoh's servants went with him, together with the elder statesmen in his household and all of the elder statesmen in the land of Egypt. Joseph's entire household, his brothers and his father's household. Only the children, flocks, and cattle remained in the land of Goshen. Even chariots and horsemen went with him. It was a huge collection of people. When they arrived at the threshing floor of Atad on the other side of the Jordan River, they observed a solemn, deeply sorrowful period of mourning. He grieved 7 days for his father. When the Canaanites who lived in the land saw the observance of grief on Atad's threshing floor, they said, "This is a solemn observance of grief by the Egyptians. Therefore, its name is Abel Mizraim. It is on the other side of the Jordan River." Israel's sons did for him just as he had ordered. His sons carried him to the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which Abraham had purchased as burial property from Ephron the Hittite. Then Joseph returned to Egypt, he, his brothers, and everyone who left with him to bury his father. When Joseph's brothers realized that their father was now dead, they said, "What if Joseph bears a grudge against us and wants to pay us back seriously for all of the terrible things we did to him?" So they approached Joseph and said, "Your father gave orders before he died, telling us, 'This is what you should say to Joseph. Please forgive your brother's sins and misdeeds, for they did terrible things to you. Now, please forgive the sins of the servants of your father's God." Joseph wept when they spoke to him. His brothers wept too, fell down in front of him and said, "We're here as your slaves." But Joseph said to them, "Don't be afraid. Am I God? You planned something bad for me, but God produced something good from it in order to save the lives of many people, just as he's doing today. Now don't be afraid. I will take care of you and your children." So he put them at ease and spoke reassuringly to them. Thus Joseph lived in Egypt and saw he and his father's household. Joseph lived 110 years and saw Ephraim's grandchildren. The children of Machir, Manasseh's son, were also born on Joseph's knees. Joseph said to his brothers, "I'm about to die. God will certainly take care of you and bring you out of this land to the land he promised to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob." Joseph made Israel's sons promise, "When God takes care of you, you must bring up my bones out of here." Joseph died when he was 110 years old. They embalmed him and placed him in a coffin in Egypt. Exodus 1. These are the names of the Israelites who came to Egypt with Jacob along with their households: Reuben, Simeon, Levi and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. The total number in Jacob's family was 70. Joseph was already in Egypt. Eventually, Joseph, his brothers, and everyone in his generation died. But the Israelites were fertile and became populous. They multiplied and grew dramatically, filling the whole land. Now a new king came to power in Egypt who didn't know Joseph. He said to his people, "The Israelite people are now larger in number and stronger than we are. Come on, let's be smart and deal with them. Otherwise, they will only grow in number. And if war breaks out, they will join our enemies, fight against us, and then escape from the land." As a result, the Egyptians put foremen of forced work gangs over the Israelites to harass them with hard work. They had to build storage cities named Pithom and Ramses for Pharaoh. But the more they were oppressed, the more they grew and spread, so much so that the Egyptians started to look at the Israelites with disgust and dread. So the Egyptians enslaved the Israelites. They made their lives miserable with hard labor, making mortar and bricks, doing field work, and by forcing them to do all kinds of other cruel work. The king of Egypt spoke to 2 Hebrew midwives named Shiphrah and Puah. When you are helping the Hebrew women give birth and you see the baby being born, if it's a boy, kill him. But if it's a girl, you can let her live. Now the two midwives respected God, so they didn't obey the Egyptian king's order. Instead, they let the baby boys live. So the king of Egypt called the two midwives and said to them, "Why are you doing this? Why are you letting the baby boys live?" The two midwives said to Pharaoh, "Because Hebrew women aren't like Egyptian women. They're much stronger and give birth before any midwives can get to them." So God treated the midwives well, and the people kept on multiplying and became very strong. And because the midwives respected God, God gave them households of their own. Then Pharaoh gave an order to all his people: "Throw every baby boy born to the Hebrews into the Nile River, but you can let all the girls live."
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Miguel Cruz y realizaré la lectura en Éxodo capítulo 2 y capítulo 3. Dice así: Nacimiento de Moisés. Hubo un levita que tomó por esposa a una mujer de su propia tribu. La mujer quedó embarazada y tuvo un hijo, y al verlo tan hermoso lo escondió durante 3 meses. Cuando ya no pudo seguir ocultándolo, preparó una cesta de papiro, la embadurnó con brea y asfalto, y poniéndolo en ella al niño, fue a dejar la cesta entre los juncos que había a la orilla del Nilo. Pero la hermana del niño se quedó a cierta distancia para ver qué pasaría con él. En eso, la hija del faraón bajó a bañarse en el Nilo. Sus doncellas, mientras tanto, se paseaban por la orilla del río. De pronto la hija del faraón vio la cesta entre los juncos y ordenó a una de sus esclavas que fuera por ella. Cuando la hija del faraón abrió la cesta y vio allí dentro un niño que lloraba, le tuvo compasión y exclamó: "Es un niño hebreo". La hermana del niño preguntó entonces a la hija del faraón: "¿Quiere usted que vaya y llame a una nodriza hebrea para que críe al niño por usted?". "Ve y llámala", contestó. La muchacha fue y trajo a la madre del niño, y la hija del faraón le dijo: "Llévate a este niño y críamelo. Yo te pagaré por hacerlo". Fue así como la madre del niño se lo llevó y lo crió. Ya crecido el niño, se lo llevó a la hija del faraón y ella lo adoptó como hijo suyo. Además le puso por nombre Moisés, pues dijo: "Yo lo saqué del río". Un día, cuando ya Moisés era mayor de edad, fue a ver a sus hermanos de sangre y pudo observar sus penurias. De pronto vio que un egipcio golpeaba a uno de sus hermanos, es decir, a un hebreo. Miró entonces a uno y a otro lado, y al no ver a nadie, mató al egipcio y lo escondió en la arena. Al día siguiente volvió a salir, y al ver que dos hebreos peleaban entre sí, le preguntó al culpable: "¿Por qué golpeas a tu compañero? ¿Y quién te nombró a ti gobernante y juez sobre nosotros?". Respondió aquel: "¿Acaso piensas matarme a mí como mataste al egipcio?". Esto le causó temor a Moisés, pues pensó: "Ya se supo lo que hice". Y en efecto, el faraón se enteró de lo que sucedió y trató de matar a Moisés. Pero Moisés huyó del faraón y se fue a la tierra de Madián, donde se asentó junto a un pozo. El sacerdote de Madián tenía 7 hijas, las cuales solían ir a sacar agua para llenar los abrevaderos y dar de beber a las ovejas de su padre. Pero los pastores llegaban y las echaban de allí. Un día Moisés intervino en favor de ellas, las puso a salvo de los pastores y dio de beber a sus ovejas. Cuando las muchachas volvieron a la casa de Reuel, su padre, él les preguntó: "¿Por qué volvieron tan temprano?". "Porque un egipcio nos liberó de los pastores", le respondieron. "Hasta nos sacó el agua del pozo y nos dio de beber al rebaño". "¿Y dónde está ese hombre?", contestó. "¿Por qué lo dejaron solo? Invítenlo a comer". Moisés convino en quedarse a vivir en casa de aquel hombre, quien le dio por esposa a su hija Séfora. Ella tuvo un hijo, y Moisés le puso por nombre Gerson, pues razonó: soy un extranjero en tierra extraña. Mucho tiempo después murió el rey de Egipto. Los israelitas, sin embargo, seguían lamentando su condición de esclavos y clamaban pidiendo ayuda. Sus gritos desesperados llegaron a oídos de Dios, quien al oír sus quejas se acordó del pacto que había hecho con Abraham, Isaac y Jacob. Fue así como Dios se fijó en los israelitas y los tomó en cuenta. Capítulo 3. Un día en el que Moisés estaba cuidando el rebaño de Jetro, su suegro, que era sacerdote de Madián, llevó las ovejas hasta el otro extremo del desierto y llegó a Horeb, la montaña de Dios. Estando allí el ángel del Señor se le apareció entre las llamas de una zarza ardiente. Moisés notó que la zarza estaba envuelta en llamas, pero no se consumía, así que pensó, qué increíble, voy a ver por qué no se consume la zarza. Cuando el Señor vio que Moisés se acercaba a mirar, lo llamó desde la zarza. Moisés, Moisés. Aquí me tienes, respondió. No te acerques más, le dijo Dios. Quítate las sandalias, porque estás pisando tierra santa. Yo soy el Dios de tu padre. Soy el Dios de Abraham, de Isaac y de Jacob. Al oír esto, Moisés se cubrió el rostro, pues tuvo miedo de mirar a Dios. Pero el Señor siguió diciendo, ciertamente he visto la opresión que sufre mi pueblo en Egipto. Los he escuchado quejarse de sus capataces y conozco bien sus penurias. Así que he descendido para liberarlos del poder de los egipcios y sacarlos de ese país para llevarlos a una tierra buena y espaciosa, tierra donde abundan la leche y la miel. Me refiero al país de los cananeos, hititas, amorreos, fereceos, heveos y jebuseos. Han llegado a mis oídos los gritos desesperados de los israelitas y he visto también cómo los oprimen los egipcios. Así que disponte para partir. Voy a enviarte al faraón para que saques de Egipto a los israelitas que son mi pueblo. Pero Moisés le dijo, ¿y quién soy yo para presentarme ante el faraón y sacar de Egipto a los israelitas? Yo estaré contigo, le respondió Dios, y te voy a dar una señal de que soy yo quien te envía. Cuando haya sacado de Egipto a mi pueblo, todos ustedes me rendirán culto en esa montaña. Pero Moisés insistió. Supongamos que me presento ante los israelitas y les digo, el Dios de sus antepasados me ha enviado a ustedes. ¿Qué les respondo si me preguntan, ¿y cómo se llama? Yo soy el que soy, respondió Dios a Moisés. Y esto es lo que tienes que decir a los israelitas. Yo soy, me ha enviado a ustedes. Además, Dios le dijo a Moisés, diles esto a los israelitas, el Señor, el Dios de sus antepasados, el Dios de Abraham, de Isaac y de Jacob, me ha enviado a ustedes. Este es mi nombre eterno, este es mi nombre por todas las generaciones. Y tú, anda y reúne a los ancianos de Israel y diles, el Señor, el Dios de tus antepasados, el Dios de Abraham, de Isaac y de Jacob, se me apareció y me dijo, yo he estado pendiente de ustedes, he visto cómo los han maltratado en Egipto. Por eso me propongo a sacarlos de su opresión en Egipto y llevarlos al país de los cananeos, hititas, amorreos, fereceos, heveos y jebuseos. Es una tierra donde abundan la leche y la miel. Los ancianos de Israel te harán caso. Entonces ellos y tú se presentarán ante el rey de Egipto y le dirán, el Señor Dios de los Hebreos ha venido a nuestro encuentro. Déjanos hacer un viaje de 3 días alrededor del desierto para ofrecerle sacrificio al Señor nuestro Dios. Yo sé bien que el rey de Egipto no va a dejarlos ir, a no ser por la fuerza. Entonces manifestaré mi poder y heriré de muerte a los egipcios con todas las maravillas que realizaré entre ellos. Después de eso el faraón los dejará ir, pero yo haré que este pueblo se gane la simpatía de los egipcios, de modo que cuando ustedes salgan de Egipto no se vayan con las manos vacías. Toda mujer israelita le pedirá a su vecina y a cualquier otra mujer que viva en su casa objetos de oro y de plata, y ropa para vestir a sus hijos y sus hijas. Así despojarán ustedes a los egipcios.
My name is Renee Rushley, and I am reading Exodus 4, 5, and 6. Exodus 4. Then Moses replied, "What if they don't believe me or pay attention to me? They might say to me, 'The Lord didn't appear to you.'" The Lord said to him, "What's that in your hand?" Moses replied, "A shepherd's rod." The Lord said, "Throw it down on the ground." So Moses threw it on the ground, and it turned into a snake. Moses jumped back from it. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Reach out and grab the snake by the tail." So Moses reached out and grabbed it, and it turned back into a rod in his hand. "Do this so that they will believe that the Lord, the God of their ancestors, Abraham's God, Isaac's God, and Jacob's God, has in fact appeared to you." Again, the Lord said to Moses, "Put your hand inside your coat." So Moses put his hand inside his coat. When he took his hand out, his hand had a skin disease flaky like snow. Then God said, "Put your hand back into your coat." So Moses put his hand back inside his coat. When he took it back out again, the skin of his hand had returned to normal. If they won't believe you or pay attention to the first sign, they may believe the second sign. If they won't believe even these two signs or pay attention to you, then take some water from the Nile River and pour it out on dry ground. The water that you take from the Nile will turn into blood on the dry ground. But Moses said to the Lord, "My Lord, I've never been able to speak well. Not yesterday, not the day before, and certainly not now, since you've been talking to your servant. I have a slow mouth and a thick tongue." Then the Lord said to him, "Who gives people the ability to speak? Who's responsible for making them unable to speak or hard of hearing, sighted, or blind? Isn't it I, the Lord? Now go. I'll help you speak, and I'll teach you what you should say." But Moses said, "Please, my Lord, just send someone else." Then the Lord got angry at Moses and said, "What about your brother Aaron, the Levite? I know he can speak very well. He's on his way out to meet you now, and he's looking forward to seeing you. Speak to him and tell him what he's supposed to say. I'll help both of you speak, and I'll teach both of you what to do. Aaron will speak for you to the people. He'll be a spokesperson for you, and you will be like God for him. Take this shepherd's rod with you, too, so that you can do the signs." Moses went back to his father-in-law Jethro and said to him, "Please let me go back to my family in Egypt and see whether or not they are still living." Jethro said to Moses, "Go in peace." The Lord said to Moses in Midian, "Go back to Egypt because everyone there who wanted to kill you has died." So Moses took his wife and his children, put them on a donkey, and went back to the land of Egypt. Moses also carried the shepherd's rod from God in his hand. The Lord said to Moses, "When you go back to Egypt, make sure you appear before Pharaoh and do all the amazing acts that I've given you the power to do. But I'll make him stubborn so that he won't let the people go. Then say to Pharaoh, 'This is what the Lord says. Israel's my oldest son. I said to you, let my son go so he could worship me. But you refused to let him go. As a result, now I'm going to kill your oldest son.'" During their journey, as they camped overnight, the Lord met Moses and tried to kill him. But Zipporah took a sharp-edged flint stone and cut off her son's foreskin. Then she touched Moses' genitals with it, and she said, "You are my bridegroom because of bloodshed." So the Lord let him alone, At that time, she announced, a bridegroom because of bloodshed by circumcision. The Lord said to Aaron, go into the desert to meet Moses. So he went, and Aaron met him at God's mountain and greeted him with a kiss. Moses told Aaron what the Lord had said about his mission and all the signs that the Lord had told him to do. Then Moses and Aaron called together all the Israelite elders. Aaron told them everything that the Lord had told to Moses, and he performed the signs in front of the people. The people believed. When they heard that the Lord had paid attention to the Israelites and had seen their oppression, they bowed down and worshiped. Exodus 5. Afterward, Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said, this is what the Lord Israel's God says. Let my people go so that they can hold a festival for me in the desert. But Pharaoh said, who is this Lord whom I'm supposed to obey by letting Israel go? I don't know this Lord. I certainly won't let Israel go. Then they said, the Hebrews' God has appeared to us. Let us go on a 3-day journey into the desert so we can offer sacrifices to the Lord our God. Otherwise, the Lord will give us a deadly disease or violence. The king of Egypt said to them, Moses and Aaron, why are you making the people slack off from their work? Do the hard work yourselves. Pharaoh continued, the land's people are now numerous. Yet you want them to stop their hard work. On the very same day, Pharaoh commanded the people's slave masters and supervisors, don't supply the people with the straw they need to make bricks like you did before. Let them go out and gather the straw for themselves. But still, make sure that they produce the same number of bricks as they made before. Don't reduce the number. They are weak and lazy, and that's why they cry, let's go and offer sacrifices to our God. Make the men's work so hard that it's all they can do, and they can't focus on these empty lies. So the people's slave masters and supervisors came out and spoke to the people. This is what Pharaoh says, I'm not giving you straw anymore. Go and get the straw on your own, wherever you can find it, but your work won't be reduced at all. So the people spread out all through the land of Egypt to gather stubble for straw. The slave masters drove them hard and said, make sure you make the same daily quota as when you had the straw. The Israelite supervisors, whom Pharaoh's slave masters had set over them, were also beaten and asked, why don't you produce the same number of bricks yesterday and today as you did before? Then the Israelite supervisors came and pleaded to Pharaoh, why do you treat your servants like this? No straw is supplied to your servants, yet they say to us, make bricks. Look at how your servants are being beaten. Your own people are to blame. Pharaoh replied, you are lazy bums, nothing but lazy bums. That's why you say, let us go and offer sacrifices to the Lord. Go and get back to work. No straw will be given to you, but you still need to make the same number of bricks. The Israelite supervisors saw how impossible their situation was when they were commanded, don't reduce your daily quota of bricks. When they left Pharaoh, they met Moses and Aaron, who were waiting for them. The supervisors said to them, let the Lord see and judge what you've done. You've made us stink in the opinion of Pharaoh and his servants. You've given them a reason to kill us. Then Moses turned to the Lord and said, my Lord, why have you abused this people? Why did you send me for this? Ever since I first came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, He has abused this people, and you've done absolutely nothing to rescue your people. Exodus 6. The Lord replied to Moses, "Now you will see what I'll do to Pharaoh. And in fact, he'll be so eager to let them go that he'll drive them out of his land by force." God also said to Moses, "I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as God Almighty, but I didn't reveal myself to them by my name, the Lord. I also set up my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, where they lived as immigrants. I've also heard the cry of grief of the Israelites, whom the Egyptians have turned into slaves, and I've remembered my covenant. Therefore say to the Israelites, I am the Lord. I'll bring you out from Egyptian forced labor. I'll rescue you from your slavery to them. I'll set you free from great power and with momentous events of justice. I'll take you as my people, and I'll be your God. You will know that I, the Lord, am your God, who has freed you from Egyptian forced labor. I'll bring you into the land that I promised to give Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I'll give it to you as your possession. I am the Lord." Moses told this to the Israelites, but they didn't listen to Moses because of their complete exhaustion and their hard labor. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go and tell Pharaoh, Egypt's king, to let the Israelites out of this land." But Moses said to the Lord, "The Israelites haven't even listened to me. How can I expect Pharaoh to listen to me, especially since I'm not a very good speaker?" Nevertheless, the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron about the Israelites and Pharaoh, Egypt's king, giving them orders to let the Israelites go from the land of Egypt. These were the leaders of their households. The descendants of Reuben, Israel's oldest son, Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. These were Reuben's clans. The Simeonites, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zahar, and Shaul, a Canaanite woman's son. These were Simeon's clans. These were the Levites' names by their generations: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Levi lived 137 years. The Gershonites, Libni, Shimni, and their clans. The Kohathites, Amram, Ishar, Hebron, and Ajil. Kohath lived 133 years. The Merarites, Mahali and Mushi. These were the Levi clans by their generations. Amram married Jochebed, his father's sister. She gave birth to Aaron and Moses. Amram lived 137 years. The Isharites, Korath, Nephreg, and Jikri. The Asalites, Meshiel, Esphon, Sithri. Aaron married Elisheba, Aminadab's daughter, and Nahshon's sister. She gave birth to Nadab, Abu, Eleazar, Ithamar. The Karahites, Ashir, Elkanah, and Abasaph. These were the Korahite clans. Aaron's son, Eleazar, married one of Patiel's daughters. She gave birth to Phinehas. These were the leaders of Levite households by their clans. It was the same Aaron and Moses whom the Lord commanded, bring the Israelites out of the land of Egypt in military formation. It was also the same Moses and Aaron who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the Israelites out of Egypt. At the time the Lord spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt, the Lord said to him, I am the Lord. Tell Pharaoh, Egypt's king, everything that I've said to you. But Moses replied to the Lord, look, I'm not a very good speaker. How is Pharaoh ever going to listen to me?
Lauren Roll, Exodus chapter 7 and 8. The Lord said to Moses, see, I've made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. You will say everything that I command you, and your brother Aaron will tell Pharaoh to let the Israelites out of his land. But I'll make Pharaoh stubborn, and I'll perform many of my signs and amazing acts in the land of Egypt. When Pharaoh refuses to listen to you, then I'll act against Egypt, and I'll bring my people, the Israelites, out of the land of Egypt in military formation by momentous events of justice. The Egyptians will come to know that I am the Lord when I act against Egypt and bring the Israelites out from among them. Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded them. Moses was 80 years old and Aaron was 83 when they spoke to Pharaoh. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, when Pharaoh says to you, do one of your amazing acts, then say to Aaron, take your shepherd's rod and throw it down in front of Pharaoh, and it will turn into a cobra. So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did just as the Lord had commanded. Aaron threw down his shepherd's rod in front of Pharaoh and his officials, and it turned into a cobra. Then Pharaoh called together his wise men and wizards and Egypt's religious experts did the same thing using their secret knowledge. Each one threw down his rod and they turned into cobras. But then Aaron's rod swallowed up each of their rods. However, Pharaoh remained stubborn. He wouldn't listen to them, just as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh is stubborn. He still refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh in the morning as he is going out to the water. Make sure you stand at the bank of the Nile River so you will run into him. Bring along your shepherd's rod that turned into a snake. Say to him, the Lord, the Hebrews' God, has sent me to you with this message. Let my people go so that they can worship me in the desert. Up until now, you have not listened. This is what the Lord says. By this, you will know that I am the Lord. I'm now going to hit the water of the Nile River with this rod in my hand, and it will turn into blood. The fish in the Nile are going to die, and the Nile will stink, and the Egyptians won't be able to drink water from the Nile. The Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, take your shepherd's rod and stretch out your hand over Egypt's waters, over their rivers, their canals, their marshes, and all their bodies of water, so that they turn into blood. There will be blood all over the land of Egypt, even in wooden and stone containers. Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. He raised the shepherd's rod and hit the water in the Nile in front of Pharaoh and his officials, and all the water in the Nile turned into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the Nile began to stink so that the Egyptians couldn't drink water from the Nile. There was blood all over the land of Egypt. But the Egyptian religious experts did the same thing with their secret knowledge. As a result, Pharaoh remained stubborn, and he wouldn't listen to them, just as the Lord had said. Pharaoh turned and went back to his palace. He wasn't impressed even by this. Meanwhile, all the Egyptians had to dig for drinking water along the banks of the Nile River because they couldn't drink the water of the Nile itself. 7 days went by after the Lord struck the Nile River. Then the Lord said to Moses, go to Pharaoh and tell him, this is what the Lord says. Let my people go so that they can worship me. If you refuse to let them go, then I'll send a plague of frogs over your whole country. The Nile will overflow with frogs. They'll get into your palace, into your bedroom, and onto your bed, into your officials' houses, and among all your people.
even into your ovens and bread pans. The frogs will crawl up on you, your people, and all your officials. And the Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron, stretch out your hand with your shepherd's rod over all the rivers, the canals, and the marshes, and make the frogs crawl up all over the land of Egypt. So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt. The frogs crawled up and covered the land of Egypt. However, the Egyptian religious experts were able to do the same thing by their secret knowledge. They too made frogs crawl up onto the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, if you pray to the Lord to get rid of the frogs for me and my people, then I'll let your people go so that they can offer sacrifices to the Lord. Moses said to Pharaoh, have it your way. When should I pray for you and your officials and your people to remove the frogs from your houses, courtyards, and fields? They'll stay only in the Nile. Pharaoh said, tomorrow. Moses said, just as you say, that way you will know that there is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs will leave you, your houses, your officials, and your people. They'll stay only in the Nile. After Moses and Aaron had left Pharaoh, Moses cried out to the Lord about the frogs that the Lord had brought on Pharaoh. The Lord did just as Moses asked. The frogs died inside the houses, out in the yards, and in the fields. They gathered them together in big piles, and the land began to stink. But when Pharaoh saw that the disaster was over, he became stubborn again and wouldn't listen to them, just as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron, stretch out your shepherd's rod and hit the land's dirt so that lice appear in the whole land of Egypt. They did this. Aaron stretched out his hand with his shepherd's rod, hit the land's dirt, and lice appeared on both people and animals. All the land's dirt turned into lice throughout the land of Egypt. The religious experts tried to produce lice by their secret knowledge, but they weren't able to do it. There were lice on people and animals. The religious experts said to Pharaoh, this is something only God could do. But Pharaoh was stubborn and he wouldn't listen to them, just like the Lord had said. The Lord said to Moses, get up early in the morning and confront Pharaoh as he goes out to the water. Say to him, this is what the Lord says. Let my people go so that they can worship me. If you refuse to let my people go, I'll send swarms of insects on you, your officials, your people, and your houses. All Egyptian houses will be filled with swarms of insects and also on the ground that they cover. But on that day, I'll set apart the land of Goshen, where my people live. On that, no swarms of insects will come there, so that you know that I, the Lord, am in this land. I'll put a barrier between my people and your people. This sign will happen tomorrow. The Lord did this. Great swarms of insects came into the houses of Pharaoh and his officials and into the whole land of Egypt. The land was ruined by the insects. Then Pharaoh called in Moses and Aaron and said, go offer sacrifices to your God within the land. Moses replied, it wouldn't be right to do that because the sacrifices that we offer to the Lord our God will offend Egyptians. If we openly offer sacrifices that offend Egyptians, won't they stone us to death? We need to go for a 3-day journey into the desert to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God as he has ordered us. So Pharaoh said, I'll let you go to offer sacrifices to the Lord your God in the desert, provided that you don't go too far away and you pray for me. Moses said, I'll leave you now and I'll pray to the Lord. Tomorrow, the swarms of insects will leave Pharaoh, his officials, and his people. Just don't let Pharaoh lie to us again and not let the people go to offer sacrifices to the Lord. So Moses left Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord. The Lord did as Moses asked and removed the swarms of insects from Pharaoh, from his officials, and from his people. Not one insect remained. But Pharaoh was stubborn once again, and he wouldn't let the people go.
Hello, I am Jana from Caldwell, Idaho, and I will be reading Exodus 9 for you. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh and say to him, 'Let my people go so that they can worship me.' If you refuse to let them go and you continue to hold them back, the Lord will send a very deadly disease on your livestock in the field, on horses, donkeys, camels, cattle, and flocks. But the Lord will distinguish Israel's livestock from Egypt's livestock, so that not one that belongs to the Israelites will die." The Lord set a time and said, "Tomorrow the Lord will do this in the land." And the next day, the Lord did it. All of the Egyptian livestock died, but not one animal that belonged to Pharaoh. Asked around and found out that not one of the Israel's livestock had died. But Pharaoh was stubborn, and he wouldn't let the people go. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Take handfuls of ashes from a furnace and have Moses throw it up in the air in front of Pharaoh. The ashes will turn to soot over the whole land of Egypt. It will cause skin sores that will break out in blisters on people and animals in the whole land of Egypt." So they took ashes from the furnace, and they stood in front of Pharaoh. Moses threw the ashes up in the air, and it caused sores and blisters to break out on people and animals. But the religious experts couldn't stand up to Moses because of the skin sores, because there were skin sores on the religious experts as well as on all the Egyptians. But the Lord made Pharaoh stubborn, and Pharaoh wouldn't listen to them, just as the Lord had said to Moses. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Get up early in the morning and confront Pharaoh. Say to him, 'This is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. Let my people go so that they can worship me. This time I'm going to send all my plagues on you, your officials, and your people, so that you will know that there is no one like me in the whole world. By now, I could have used my power to strike you and your people with a deadly disease, but would have disappeared from the earth. But I've left you standing for this reason, in order to show you my power and in order to make my name known in the whole world. You are still abusing your power against my people, and you refuse to let them go. Tomorrow at this time, I'll cause the heaviest hail to fall on Egypt that has ever fallen from the day Egypt was founded until now. So bring under shelter your livestock and all that belongs to you that is out in the open. Every person or animal that is out in the open field and isn't brought inside will die when the hail rains down on them." Some of Pharaoh's officials who took the Lord's word seriously rushed to bring their servants and livestock inside for shelter. Others, who didn't take the Lord's word to heart, left their servants and livestock out in the open field. The Lord said to Moses, "Raise your hand toward the sky so that hail will fall on the whole land of Egypt, on people and animals and all the grain in the fields in the land of Egypt. Then Moses raised his shepherd's rod toward the sky. And the Lord sent thunder and hail, and lightning struck the earth. The Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. The hail and the lightning flashing in the middle of the hail were so severe that there had never been nothing like it in the entire land of Egypt since it first became a nation. The hail beat down everything that was in the open field throughout the entire land of Egypt, both people and animals. The hail also beat down all the grain in the fields, and it shattered every tree out in the field. The only place where hail didn't fall was in the land of Goshen, where the Israelites lived. Then Pharaoh sent for Moses and Aaron and said to them, "This time I've sinned. The Lord is right, and I and my people are wrong. Pray to God. Enough of God's thunder and hail. I'm going to let you go. You don't need to stay here any longer." Moses said to him, "As soon as I've left the city, I'll spread out my hands to the Lord. Then the thunder and the hail will stop and won't return, so that you will know that the earth belongs to the Lord. But I know that you and your officials still don't take the Lord God seriously." Now the flax and the barley were destroyed, because the barley had ears of grain and the flax had buds. But both durum and spelt wheat weren't ruined, because they hadn't come up. Moses left Pharaoh and the city and spread out his hands to the Lord. Then the thunder and the hail stopped, and the rain stopped pouring down on the earth. But when Pharaoh saw that the rain, hail, and thunder had stopped, he sinned again. Pharaoh and his officials became stubborn. Because of his stubbornness, Pharaoh refused to let the Israelites go, just as the Lord had told Moses.
I am Merle Christner from Harrisonburg, Virginia, and I will be reading Exodus 10, 11, and 12. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh. I've made him and his officials stubborn, so that I can show them my signs, and so that you can tell your children and grandchildren how I overpowered the Egyptians with the signs I did among them. You will know that I am the Lord." So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said to him, "This is what the Lord of Hebrews, God, says. How long will you refuse to respect me? Let my people go so that they can worship me. Otherwise, if you refuse to let my people go, I'm going to bring locusts into your country tomorrow. They will cover the landscape so that you won't be able to see the ground. They will eat the last bit of vegetation that was left after the hail. They will eat all your trees growing in the fields. The locusts will fill your houses and all your officials' houses and all the Egyptians' houses. Your parents and even your grandparents have never seen anything like it during their entire lifetimes in this fertile land. Then Moses turned and left Pharaoh. Pharaoh's officials said to him, "How long will this man trap us in a corner like this? Let the people go so that they can worship the Lord their God. Don't you get it? Egypt is being destroyed." So Moses and Aaron were brought back to Pharaoh, and he said to them, "Go, worship the Lord your God, but who exactly is going with you?" Moses said, "We will go with our young and old, with our sons and daughters, and with our flocks and herds, because we all must observe the Lord's festival." Pharaoh said to them, "Yes, the Lord will be with you all right, especially if I let your people go with you. Obviously, you are plotting some evil scheme. No way. Only your men can go and worship the Lord, because that's what you asked for." Then Pharaoh had them chased out of his presence. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt, so that the locusts will swarm over the land of Egypt and eat all of the land's grain and everything that the hail left." So Moses stretched out his shepherd's rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord made an east wind blow over the land all that day and all that night. When morning came, the east wind had carried in the locusts. The locusts swarmed over the whole land of Egypt and settled on the whole countryside. Such a huge swarming of locusts had never happened before and would never have ever happened again. They covered the whole landscape so that the land turned black with them. They ate all of the land's grain and all of the orchard's fruit that the hail had left. Nothing green was left in any orchard or in any grain field in the whole land of Egypt. Pharaoh called urgently for Moses and Aaron and said, "I've sinned against the Lord your God and against you. Please forgive my sin this time. Pray to the Lord your God just to take this deathly disaster away from me." So Moses left Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord. The Lord turned the wind into a very strong west wind that lifted the locusts and drove them into the Reed Sea. Not a single locust was left in the whole country of Egypt. But the Lord made Pharaoh stubborn so that he wouldn't let the Israelites go. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Raise your hand toward the sky so that darkness spreads over the land of Egypt, a darkness that you can feel." So Moses raised his hand toward the sky, and an intense darkness fell on the whole land of Egypt for 3 days. People couldn't see each other, and they couldn't go anywhere for 3 days. But the Israelites had all the light where they lived. Then Pharaoh called Moses and said, "Go, worship the Lord. Only your flocks and herds need to stay behind. Even your children can go with you." But Moses said, "You need to let us have sacrifices and entirely burned offerings to present to the Lord our God. So our livestock must go with us. Not one animal can be left behind. We'll need some of them for worshiping the Lord our God. We won't know which to use to worship the Lord until we get there." But the Lord made Pharaoh stubborn so that he wasn't willing to let them go. Pharaoh said to them, "Get out of here. Make sure you never see my face again, because the next time you see my face, you will die." Moses said, "You've said it. I'll never see your face again." The Lord said to Moses, "I'll bring one more disaster on Pharaoh and on Egypt. After that, he'll let you go from here. In fact, when he lets you go, he'll eagerly chase you out of here. Tell every man to ask his neighbor, and every woman to ask her neighbor for all their silver and gold jewelry. The Lord made sure that the Egyptians were kind to the Hebrew people. In addition, Pharaoh's officials and the Egyptian people even came to honor Moses as a great and important man in the land. Moses said, "This is what the Lord says. At midnight, I'll go throughout Egypt. Every oldest child in the land of Egypt will die, from the oldest child of Pharaoh who sits on his throne to the oldest child of the servant woman by the millstones, and all the first offspring of the animals." Then a terrible cry of agony will echo through the whole land of Egypt, unlike any heard before or that ever will be again. But as for the Israelites, not even a dog will growl at them, at the people, or at their animals. By this you will know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel. Then all your officials will come down to me, bow to me, and say, "Get out, you and all your followers." After that, I'll leave. Then Moses, furious, left Pharaoh. The Lord said to Moses, "Pharaoh won't listen to you so that I can perform even more amazing acts in the land of Egypt." Now Moses and Aaron did all these amazing acts in front of Pharaoh, but the Lord made Pharaoh stubborn so that he didn't let the Israelites go from his land. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, "This month will be the first month. It will be the first month of the year for you. Tell the whole Israelite community on the 10th day of this month, they must take a lamb for each household, a lamb per house. If a household is too small for a lamb, it should share one with a neighbor nearby. You shall divide the lamb in proportion to the number of people who will be eating it. Your lamb should be a flawless year-old male. You may take it from the sheep or from the goats. You should keep close watch over it until the 14th day of this month. At twilight on that day, the whole assembled Israelite community should slaughter their lambs. They should take some of the blood and smear it on the 2 doorposts and on the beam over the door of the houses in which they are eating. That same night, they should eat the meat roasted over the fire. They should eat it along with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Don't eat any of it raw or boiled in water, but roast it over fire with its head, legs, and internal organs. Don't let any of it remain until morning, and burn any of it left over in the morning. This is how you should eat it. You should be dressed with your sandals on your feet and your walking stick in your hand. You should eat the meal in a hurry. It is the Passover of the Lord. I'll pass through the land of Egypt that night, and I'll strike down every oldest child in the land of Egypt, both humans and animals. I'll impose judgments on all the gods of Egypt. I am the Lord. The blood will be your sign on the houses where you live. Whenever I see the blood, I'll pass over you. No plague will destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. This day will be a day of remembering for you. You will observe it as a festival to the Lord. You will observe it in every generation as a regulation for all time. You will eat unleavened bread for 7 days. On the first day, you must remove yeast from your houses, because anyone who eats leavened bread during those 7 days will be cut off from Israel. The first day and the 7th day will be a holy occasion for you. No work at all should be done on those days except for preparing the food that everyone is going to eat. This is the only work you may do. You should observe the festival of unleavened bread, because on this precise day I brought you out of the land of Egypt in military formation. You should observe this day in every generation as a regulation for all time. In the first month, from the evening of the 14th day until the evening of the 21st day, you should eat unleavened bread. For 7 days, no yeast should be found in your houses, because whoever eats leavened bread will be cut off from the Israelite community, whether the person is an immigrant or a native of the land. You should not eat anything made with yeast in all your settlements. You should eat only unleavened bread. Then Moses called together all of the Israel's elders and said to them, "Go pick out one of the flock for your families and slaughter the Passover lamb. Take a bunch of hyssop, dip it into the blood that is in the bowl, and touch the beam above the door and the 2 doorposts with the blood in the bowl. None of you should go out the door of your house until morning. When the Lord comes by to strike down the Egyptians and sees the blood on the beam above the door and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over that door. He won't let the destroyer enter your houses to strike you down. You should observe this ritual as a regulation for all time for you and your children. When you enter the land that the Lord has promised to give you, be sure that you observe this ritual. And when the children ask you, what does this ritual mean to you? You will say, it is the Passover sacrifice to the Lord. For the Lord passed over the houses of the Israelites in Egypt. When he struck down the Egyptians, he spared our houses. The people then bowed down and worshiped. The Israelites went and did exactly what the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron to do. At midnight, the Lord struck down all the first offspring in the land of Egypt, from the oldest child of Pharaoh sitting on his throne to the oldest child of the prisoner in jail, and all the first offspring of the animals. When Pharaoh, all his officials, and all the Egyptians got up that night, a terrible cry of agony rang out across Egypt, because every house had someone in it who had died. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron that night and said, "Get up, get away from my people, both you and the Israelites. Go, worship the Lord as you said. You can even take your flocks and herds as you asked. Just go and bring a blessing on me as well." The Egyptians urged the people to hurry and leave the land because they thought, we'll all be dead. So the people picked up their bread dough before the yeast made it rise, with their bread pans wrapped in their robes on their shoulders. The Israelites did as Moses had told them and asked the Egyptians for their silver and gold jewelry as well as their clothing. The Lord made sure that the Egyptians were kind to the people so that they let them have whatever they asked for, and so they robbed the Egyptians. The Israelites traveled from Ramses to Succoth. They numbered about 600,000 men on foot, beside children. A diverse crowd also went up with them, along with a huge number of livestock, both flocks and herds. They baked unleavened bread from the dough they had brought out of Egypt. The dough didn't rise because they were driven out of Egypt and they couldn't wait. In fact, they didn't have time to prepare any food for themselves. The length of time that the Israelites had lived in Egypt was 430 years. At the end of 430 years, on that precise day, all the Lord's people in military formation left the land of Egypt. For the Lord, that was a night of intent watching to bring them out of the land of Egypt. For all Israelites in every generation, this same night is a time of intent watching to honor the Lord. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "This is the regulation for the Passover. No foreigner may eat it. However, any slave who has been bought may eat it after he's been circumcised. No temporary foreign resident or day laborer may eat it. It should be eaten in one house. You shouldn't take any of the meat outside the house, and you shouldn't break the bones. The whole Israelite community should observe it. If an immigrant who lives with you wants to observe the Passover to the Lord, then he and all his males should be circumcised. Then he may join in observing it. He should be regarded as a native of the land, but no uncircumcised person may eat it. There will be one instruction for the native and for the immigrant who lives with you." All that the Israelites did, just as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron on that precise day, the Lord brought the Israelites out of the land of Egypt in military formation.
Corey Dick, Exodus 13. The Lord said to Moses, "Dedicate to me all your oldest children. Each first offspring from any Israelite womb belongs to me, whether human or animal." Moses said to the people, "Remember this day, which is the day that you came out of Egypt, out of the place you were slaves, because the Lord acted with power to bring you out of there. No leavened bread may be eaten. Today, in the month of Abib, you are going to leave. The Lord will bring you to the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. It is the land that the Lord promised your ancestors to give to you, a land full of milk and honey. You should perform this ritual in this month. You must eat unleavened bread for 7 days. The seventh day is a festival to the Lord. Only unleavened bread should be eaten for 7 days. No leavened bread and no yeast should be seen among you in your whole country. You should explain to your child on that day, "It's because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt." It will be a sign on your hand and a reminder on your forehead, so that you will often discuss the Lord's instruction. For the Lord brought you out of Egypt with great power. So you should follow this regulation at its appointed time every year. When the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites and gives it to you as promised to you and your ancestors, you should set aside for the Lord whatever comes out of the womb first. All of the first males born to your animal belong to the Lord. But every first male donkey you should ransom with a sheep. If you don't ransom it, you must break its neck. You should ransom every oldest male among your children. When in the future your child asks you, "What does this mean?" you should answer, "The Lord brought us with great power out of Egypt, out of the place we were slaves." When Pharaoh refused to let us go, the Lord killed all the oldest offspring in the land of Egypt, from the oldest sons to the oldest male animals. That is why I offer to the Lord as a sacrifice every male that first comes out of the womb. But I ransom my oldest sons. It will be a sign on your hand and a symbol on your forehead that the Lord brought us out of Egypt with great power. When Pharaoh let the people go, God didn't lead them by way of the land of the Philistines, even though that was the shorter route. God thought, if the people have to fight and face war, they will run back to Egypt. So God led the people by the roundabout way of the Reed Sea Desert. The Israelites went up out of the land of Egypt, ready for battle. Moses took with him Joseph's bones, just as Joseph had made Israel's sons promise when he said to them, "When God takes care of you, you must carry my bones out of here with you." They set out from Succoth and camped at Etham on the edge of the desert. The Lord went in front of them during the day in a column of cloud to guide them, and at night in a column of lightning to give them light. This way they could travel during the day and at night. The column of cloud during the day and the column of lightning at night never left its place in front of the people.
Mi nombre es Janet Palacios. Voy a leer en el libro de Éxodo, en sus capítulos 14 y 15. Habló Jehová a Moisés diciendo: Di a los hijos de Israel que den vuelta y acampen delante de Pihairot, entre Migdol y el mar, hacia Baal-Zephón. Delante de él acamparéis junto al mar. Porque Faraón dirá a los hijos de Israel: encerrados están en la tierra, en el desierto los ha encerrado. Y yo endureceré el corazón de Faraón para que lo siga, y seré glorificado en Faraón y en todo ese ejército. Y sabrán los egipcios que yo soy Jehová. Y ellos lo hicieron así. Y fue dado aviso al rey de Egipto que el pueblo huía, y el corazón de Faraón y de sus siervos se volvió contra el pueblo. Y dijeron: ¿cómo hemos hecho esto de haber dejado ir al pueblo de Israel para que no nos sirva? Y unció su carro y tomó consigo su pueblo. Y tomó 600 carros escogidos y todos los carros de Egipto y los capitanes sobre ellos. Y endureció Jehová el corazón de Faraón, rey de Egipto, y él siguió a los hijos de Israel. Pero los hijos de Israel habían salido con mano poderosa, siguiéndolos, pues, los egipcios con toda la caballería y los carros de Faraón, su gente de a caballo y todo su ejército, los alcanzaron acampados junto al mar, al lado de Pihairot, delante de Baal-Zephón. Y cuando Faraón se hubo acercado a los hijos de Israel, alzaron sus ojos, y he aquí que los egipcios venían tras ellos, porque los hijos de Israel temieron en gran manera y clamaron a Jehová. Y dijeron a Moisés: ¿no habían sepulcros en Egipto que nos has sacado para que muramos en el desierto? ¿Por qué has hecho así con nosotros, que nos has sacado de Egipto? ¿No es esto lo que te hablamos en Egipto, diciendo: déjanos servir a los egipcios? Porque mejor nos fuera servir a los egipcios que morir nosotros en el desierto. Y Moisés dijo al pueblo: no temáis, estad firmes y ved la salvación de Jehová hará hoy con vosotros, porque los egipcios que hoy habéis visto, nunca más para siempre los veréis. Jehová peleará por vosotros y vosotros estaréis tranquilos. Entonces Jehová dijo a Moisés: ¿por qué clamas a mí? Di a los hijos de Israel que marchen. Y tú alza tu vara y extiende tu mano sobre el mar y divídelo, y entren los hijos de Israel por en medio del mar en seco. Y he aquí, yo endureceré el corazón de los egipcios para que los sigan, y yo me glorificaré en Faraón y en todo su ejército, en sus carros y en su caballería. Y sabrán los egipcios que yo soy Jehová, cuando me glorifique en Faraón, en sus carros y en su gente de a caballo. Y el ángel de Dios que iba delante del campamento de Israel se apartó e iba en pos de ellos, y asimismo la columna de nube que iba delante de ellos se apartó y se puso a sus espaldas. E iban entre el campamento de los egipcios y el campamento de Israel. Y era nube y tinieblas para ellos, y alumbraba a Israel de noche, y en toda aquella noche nunca se acercaron los unos a los otros. Y extendió Moisés su mano sobre el mar, e hizo Jehová que el mar se retirase por recio viento oriental toda aquella noche, y volvió el mar en seco, y las aguas quedaron divididas. Entonces los hijos de Israel entraron por en medio del mar en seco, teniendo las aguas como muro a su derecha y a su izquierda. y siguiéndonos los egipcios, entraron tras ellos hasta la mitad del mar. Toda la caballería de Faraón, sus carros y su gente de a caballo. Aconteció a la vigilia de la mañana que Jehová miró el campamento de los egipcios desde la columna de fuego y nube y trastornó el campamento de los egipcios y quitó la rueda de sus carros y los trastornó gravemente. Entonces los egipcios dijeron: huyamos delante de Israel, porque Jehová pelea por ellos contra los egipcios. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés: extiende tu mano sobre el mar, para que las aguas vuelvan sobre los egipcios, sobre sus carros y sobre su caballería. Entonces Moisés extendió su mano sobre el mar, y cuando amanecía, el mar se volvió en toda su fuerza, y los egipcios al huir se encontraban con el mar. Y Jehová derribó a los egipcios en medio del mar. Y volvieron las aguas y cubrieron los carros y la caballería, y todo el ejército de Faraón que había entrado tras ellos en el mar, no quedó en ellos ni uno. Y los hijos de Israel fueron por en medio del mar, en seco, teniendo las aguas por muro a su derecha y a su izquierda. Y así salvó Jehová aquel día a Israel de mano de los egipcios. E Israel vio a los egipcios muertos a la orilla del mar. Y dio Israel aquel gran hecho de que Jehová ejecutó contra los egipcios. Y el pueblo temió a Jehová y creyeron a Jehová y a Moisés su siervo. Entonces cantó Moisés y los hijos de Israel este cántico a Jehová y dijeron: cantaré yo a Jehová, porque se ha magnificado grandemente. Ha echado en el mar al caballo y al jinete. Jehová es mi fortaleza y mi cántico, y ha sido mi salvación. Este es mi Dios y lo alabaré, Dios de mi Padre, y lo enalteceré. Jehová es varón de guerra, Jehová es su nombre. Echó en el mar los carros de Faraón y su ejército, y sus capitanes escogidos fueron inundados en el mar rojo. Los abismos los cubrieron, descendieron las profundidades como piedra. Tu diestra, oh Jehová, ha sido magnificada en poder. Tu diestra, oh Jehová, ha quebrantado al enemigo. Y con la grandeza de tu poder has derribado a los que se levantaron contra ti. Enviaste tu ira, los consumió como a hojarasca. A soplo de tu aliento se amontonaron las aguas, se juntaron las corrientes como en un montón. Los abismos se cuajaron en medio del mar. El enemigo dijo: perseguiré, apresaré, repartiré despojos. Mi alma se saciará de ellos. Sacaré mi espada y los destruiré con mi mano. Soplaste con tu viento, los cubrió el mar. Se hundieron como plomo las impetuosas aguas. ¿Quién como tú, oh Jehová, entre los dioses? ¿Quién como tú, magnífico en santidad, terrible en maravillosas hazañas, hacedor de prodigios? Extendiste tu diestra, la tierra los tragó. Condujiste en tu misericordia a este pueblo que redimiste. Lo llevaste con tu poder a tu santa morada. Lo oirán los pueblos y temblarán. Se apoderará el dolor de la tierra de los filisteos. Entonces los caudillos de Edom se turbarán. A los valientes de Moab les sobrecogerá temblor. Se acobardarán todos los moradores de Canaán. Caiga sobre ellos temblor y espanto. A la grandeza de tu brazo enmudezcan como una piedra. Haz que haya pasado tu pueblo, oh Jehová, hasta que haya pasado este pueblo que tú rescataste. Tú los introducirás y los plantarás en el monte de tu heredad, en el lugar de tu morada que tú has preparado, oh Jehová, en el santuario que tus manos, oh Jehová, han afirmado. Jehová reinará eternamente y para siempre. Porque Faraón entró cabalgando con sus carros y su gente de a caballo en el mar, y Jehová hizo volver las aguas del mar sobre de ellos. Mas los hijos de Israel pasaron en seco por en medio del mar. Y María, la profetisa, hermana de Aarón, tomó un pandero en su mano y todas las mujeres salieron en pos de ella con panderos y danza. Y María les respondía: cantad a Jehová, porque en extremo se ha engrandecido. Ha echado en el mar al caballo y al jinete. E hizo Moisés que partiese Israel del mar rojo y salieron al desierto de Shur. Y anduvieron 3 días por el desierto sin hallar agua. Y llegaron a Mara. Y no pudieron beber las aguas de Mara, porque eran amargas. Por eso le pusieron el nombre de Mara. Entonces el pueblo murmuró contra Moisés y dijo: ¿qué hemos de beber? Y Moisés clamó a Jehová, y Jehová le mostró un árbol y lo echó en las aguas, y las aguas se endulzaron. Ahí les dio estatutos y ordenanzas, y ahí los probó. Y dijo: si oyeres atentamente la voz de Jehová tu Dios, e hicieres lo recto delante de sus ojos, y dieres oído a sus mandamientos, y guardares todos sus estatutos, ninguna enfermedad de las que envié a los egipcios te enviaré a ti, porque yo soy Jehová, tu sanador. Y llegaron a Elim, donde había 12 fuentes de agua y 70 palmeras, y acamparon allí junto a las aguas.
Valentin dos Santos, Exode 16 et 17. Toute la communauté d'Israël quitta Élim le 15e jour du 2e mois après la sortie d'Égypte. Ils arrivèrent au désert de Sin, situé entre Élim et le mont Sinaï. Là, dans le désert, les Israélites se remirent à protester contre Moïse et Aaron. Ils disaient: si seulement le Seigneur nous avait fait mourir en Égypte, quand nous nous réunissions autour des marmites de viande et que nous avions assez à manger. Mais vous nous avez conduits dans ce désert pour nous y laisser mourir de faim. Le Seigneur dit à Moïse: du haut des cieux, je ferai pleuvoir du pain sur vous. Chaque jour, les gens iront ramasser leur ration de la journée. Je vous mettrai ainsi à l'épreuve pour savoir si vous marchez ou non selon mon enseignement. Le 6e jour, quand ils prépareront ce qu'ils auront ramassé, ils trouveront le double des autres jours. Moïse et Aaron dirent à tous les Israélites: ce soir, vous saurez que c'est le Seigneur qui vous a fait sortir d'Égypte. Au matin, vous verrez la gloire du Seigneur, car il vous a entendu protester contre lui. En effet, qui sommes-nous pour que vous protestiez contre nous? Moïse dit encore: si c'est le Seigneur qui vous donne de la viande le soir et qui vous rassasie de pain au matin, c'est donc lui qui entend vos protestations. Et en réalité, ce n'est pas nous que vous attaquez, mais le Seigneur. Puis, Moïse ordonna à Aaron: dis à toute la communauté d'Israël de venir se présenter devant le Seigneur, car il les a entendus protester contre lui. Pendant qu'Aaron parlait à la communauté, ils se tournèrent du côté du désert, et soudain, la gloire du Seigneur se manifesta dans la nuée. Le Seigneur dit à Moïse: j'ai entendu les protestations des Israélites. Dis-leur ceci de ma part: ce soir, vous mangerez de la viande, et demain matin, vous aurez du pain en suffisance. Ainsi, vous saurez que moi, je suis le Seigneur, votre Dieu. En effet, le soir, des cailles arrivèrent et se posèrent sur tout le camp. Et le matin, tout autour du camp, il y avait une couche de rosée. Lorsque la rosée s'évapora, quelque chose de granuleux, fin comme du givre, restait par terre. Les Israélites le virent, mais ils ne savaient pas ce que c'était. Et ils se demandèrent les uns aux autres, qu'est-ce que c'est? Moïse leur répondit, c'est le pain que le Seigneur vous donne à manger. Et voici ce que le Seigneur a ordonné, que chacun en ramasse la ration qui lui est nécessaire. Vous en ramasserez environ 4 litres par personne, d'après le nombre de personnes vivant sous la même tente. Les Israélites agirent ainsi. Ils en ramassèrent, les uns beaucoup, les autres peu. Mais lorsqu'ils en mesurèrent la quantité, ceux qui en avaient beaucoup n'en avaient pas trop, et ceux qui en avaient peu n'en manquaient pas. Chacun en avait la ration nécessaire. Moïse leur dit encore, que personne n'en mette de côté pour demain matin. Mais certains n'écoutèrent pas et conservèrent jusqu'au matin. La vermine s'y mit et rendit le tout infect. Moïse se mit en colère contre eux. Dès lors, chaque matin, ils en ramassèrent leur ration quotidienne. Quand le soleil devenait chaud, le reste fondait. Le 6e jour, ils en ramassèrent une double ration, environ 8 litres par personne. Les chefs de la communauté allèrent l'annoncer à Moïse, qui leur dit, c'est bien ce que le Seigneur a ordonné. Demain, c'est le sabbat, le jour du repos réservé pour le Seigneur. Cuisez ce que vous voulez cuire, faites bouillir ce que vous voulez bouillir, et gardez le surplus jusqu'à demain matin. Ils en mirent donc de côté pour le lendemain, selon les instructions de Moïse, et il n'y eut ni puanteur, ni vermine. Mangez cela aujourd'hui, leur dit alors Moïse, car aujourd'hui c'est le sabbat en l'honneur du Seigneur. Vous ne trouverez rien dehors. En effet, pendant 6 jours, vous ramasserez de cette nourriture, mais le 7e jour, le jour du sabbat, il n'y en aura pas. Pourtant, le 7e jour, certains Israélites sortirent du camp pour aller en ramasser, mais sans rien trouver. Le Seigneur dit à Moïse, allez-vous encore longtemps refuser d'obéir à mes commandements et à mes enseignements? Sachez-le bien, je vous ai donné le sabbat pour vous reposer. Et voilà pourquoi je vous donne le 6e jour, une ration de nourriture pour 2 jours. Le 7e jour, que chacun reste chez soi, que personne n'en sorte. Ainsi, le peuple d'Israël se reposa le 7e jour. Les Israélites donnèrent à cette nourriture le nom de manne. Elle ressemblait à des graines de coriandre. Elles étaient blanches et avaient un goût de gâteau de miel. Moïse dit, voici ce qu'ordonne le Seigneur. Remplissez de manne un récipient afin d'en conserver pour vos descendants. Ainsi, ils verront de quel pain je vous nourrissais dans le désert quand je vous ai fait sortir d'Égypte. Puis Moïse dit à Aaron, prends donc une jarre à provisions et mets-y une ration de manne. Puis dépose la jarre devant le Seigneur, afin de conserver un peu de manne pour vos descendants. Comme le Seigneur l'avait ordonné à Moïse, Aaron déposa la jarre devant le document de l'Alliance pour qu'on l'y conserve. Les Israélites mangèrent de la manne pendant 40 ans, jusqu'à leur arrivée dans un pays habité, c'est-à-dire jusqu'à ce qu'ils aient franchi la frontière du pays de Canaan. La ration de manne, 4 litres environ, représentait le 10e de l'unité de mesure habituelle. Exode chapitre 17. Sur l'ordre du Seigneur, toute la communauté d'Israël quitta le désert de Sin et se rendit par étapes à Réphidim, où ils installèrent leur camp. Ils n'y trouvèrent pas d'eau à boire, de sorte qu'ils cherchèrent querelle à Moïse et dirent, « Donnez-nous de l'eau à boire !» Moïse leur demanda, « Pourquoi me cherchez-vous querelle? Pourquoi mettez-vous ainsi le Seigneur à l'épreuve ?» Assoiffés, les gens se mirent à protester contre Moïse en disant, « Pourquoi nous as-tu fait quitter l'Égypte? Est-ce pour nous faire mourir de soif ici, avec nos enfants et nos troupeaux ?» Moïse implora le secours du Seigneur. Que dois-je faire pour ce peuple demanda-t-il. Encore un peu, et ils me lanceront des pierres. Le Seigneur lui répondit, passe devant le peuple, accompagné de quelques-uns des anciens d'Israël. Tu t'avanceras en tenant à la main le bâton avec lequel tu as frappé le Nil. Moi, je me tiendrai là, devant toi, sur un rocher du mont Horeb. Tu frapperas ce rocher, il en sortira de l'eau, et les gens pourront boire. Moïse obéit à cet ordre sous le regard des anciens. On a appelé cet endroit Massa et Mériba, ce qui signifie épreuve et querelle. Parce que les Israélites avaient cherché querelle à Moïse et avaient mis le Seigneur à l'épreuve en demandant, le Seigneur est-il parmi nous, oui ou non? Les Amalécites vinrent attaquer les Israélites à Réphidim. Moïse dit à Josué, choisis des hommes capables de nous défendre et combat les Amalécites. Demain, je me tiendrai au sommet de la colline avec le bâton de Dieu à la main. Josué partit combattre les Amalécites comme Moïse le lui avait ordonné, tandis que Moïse, Aaron et Our se postaient au sommet de la colline. Tant que Moïse tenait un bras levé, les Israélites étaient les plus forts. Mais quand il le laissait retomber, les Amalécites l'emportaient. Lorsque les deux bras de Moïse furent lourds de fatigue, Aaron et Our prirent une pierre et la placèrent près de Moïse. Moïse s'y assit. Aaron et Our, chacun d'un côté, lui soutinrent les bras, qui restèrent ainsi fermement levés jusqu'au coucher du soleil. Josué remporta une victoire complète sur l'armée amalécite. Le Seigneur dit à Moïse, mets tout cela par écrit, pour qu'on s'en souvienne, et dis à Josué que j'exterminerai les Amalécites, de telle sorte que personne sur terre ne se souviendra d'eux. Moïse construisit un autel auquel il donna un nom signifiant « Le Seigneur est mon étendard ». Il déclara « Puisque les Amalécites ont osé lever la main contre le trône du Seigneur, le Seigneur sera toujours en guerre contre eux. »
I'm Cindy Penner, and I'm reading Exodus 18 through 20. Jethro, Midian's priest and Moses' father-in-law, heard about everything that God had done for Moses and for God's people Israel, how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. Moses' father-in-law Jethro took with him Zipporah, Moses' wife, whom he had sent away, along with her 2 sons. One was named Gershom, because he said, I have been an immigrant living in a foreign land. The other was named Eleazar, because he said, the God of my ancestors was my helper who rescued me from Pharaoh's sword. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, brought Moses' sons and wife back to him in the desert, where he had set up camp at God's mountain. He sent word to Moses, I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you along with your wife and her 2 sons. Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and he bowed down and kissed him. They asked each other how they were doing, and then they went into the tent. Moses then told his father-in-law everything that the Lord had done to Pharaoh and to the Egyptians on Israel's behalf, all the difficulty they had had on their journey, and how the Lord had rescued them. Jethro was glad about all the good things that the Lord had done for Israel in saving them from the Egyptians' power. Jethro said, Bless the Lord who rescued you from the Egyptians' power, and from Pharaoh's power who rescued the people from Egypt's oppressive power. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all the gods because of what happened when the Egyptians plotted against them. Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, brought an entirely burned offering and sacrifices to God. Aaron came with all of Israel's elders to eat a meal with Moses' father-in-law in God's presence. The next day, Moses sat as a judge for the people, while the people stood around Moses from morning until evening. When Moses' father-in-law saw all that he was doing for the people, he said, What's this that you are doing for the people? Why do you sit alone while all the people are standing around you from morning until evening? Moses said to his father-in-law, Because the people come to me to inquire of God. When a conflict arises between them, they come to me, and I judge between the 2 of them. I also teach them God's regulations and instructions. Moses' father-in-law said to him, "What you are doing isn't good. You will end up totally wearing yourself out, both you and these people who are with you. The work is too difficult for you. You can't do it alone. Now listen to me and let me give you some advice, and may God be with you. Your role should be to represent the people before God. You should bring their disputes before God yourself. Explain the regulations and instructions to them. Let them know the way they are supposed to go and the things they are supposed to do. But you should also look among all the people for capable persons who respect God. They should be trustworthy and not corrupt. Set these persons over the people as officers of groups of thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. Let them sit as judges for the people at all times. They should bring every major dispute to you, but they should decide all of the minor cases themselves. This will be much easier for you, and they will share your load. If you do this and God directs you, then you will be able to endure, and all these people will be able to go back to their homes much happier." Moses listened to his father-in-law's suggestions and did everything that he had said. Moses chose capable persons from all Israel and set them as leaders over the people, as officers over groups of thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. They acted as judges for the people at all times. They would refer the hard cases to Moses, but all of the minor cases they decided themselves. Then Moses said goodbye to his father-in-law, and Jethro went back to his own country. Chapter 19. On exactly the 3rd month anniversary of the Israelites leaving the land of Egypt, they came into the Sinai desert. They traveled from Rephidim, came into the Sinai desert, and set up camp there. Israel camped there in front of the mountain, while Moses went up to God. The Lord called to him from the mountain, "This is what you should say to Jacob's household, and declare to the Israelites, 'You saw what I did to the Egyptians, and how I lifted you up on eagle's wings and brought you to me. So now, if you faithfully obey me and stay true to my covenant, you will be my most precious possession out of all the peoples, since the whole earth belongs to me. You will be a kingdom of priests for me and a holy nation.' These are the words you should say to the Israelites." So Moses came down, called together the people's elders, and set before them all these words that the Lord had commanded him. The people all responded with one voice, "Everything that the Lord has said, we will do." Moses reported to the Lord what the people said. Then the Lord said to Moses, "I'm about to come to you in a thick cloud in order that the people will hear me talking with you, so that they will always trust you." Moses told the Lord what the people said, and the Lord said to Moses, "Go to the people and take today and tomorrow to make them holy. Have them wash their clothes. Be ready for the 3rd day, because on the 3rd day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai for all the people to see. Set up a fence for the people all around and tell them, 'Be careful not to go up the mountain or to touch any part of it. Anyone who even touches the mountain must be put to death. No one should touch anyone who has touched it, or they must be either stoned to death or shot with arrows. Whether an animal or a human being, they must not be allowed to live. Only when the ram's horn sounds may they go up on the mountain.' So Moses went down the mountain to the people. He made sure the people were holy and that they washed their clothes. He told the men, 'Prepare yourselves for 3 days. Don't go near a woman.' When morning dawned on the 3rd day, there was thunder, lightning, and a thick cloud on the mountain, and a very loud blast of a horn. All the people in the camp shook with fear. Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet God, and they took their place at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was all in smoke because the Lord had come down on it with lightning. The smoke went up like the smoke of a hot furnace, while the whole mountain shook violently. The blasts of the horn grew louder and louder. Moses would speak, and God would answer him with thunder. The Lord came down on Mount Sinai to the top of the mountain. The Lord called Moses to come up to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. The Lord said to Moses, "Go down and warn the people not to break through to try to see the Lord, or many of them will fall dead. Even the priests who come near to the Lord must keep themselves holy, or the Lord will break loose against them." Moses said to the Lord, "The people aren't allowed to come up on Mount Sinai because you warned us and said, 'Set up a fence around the mountain to keep it holy.'" The Lord said to him, Go down and bring Aaron back up with you. But the priests and the people must not break through and come up to the Lord, otherwise the Lord will break loose against them. So Moses went down to the people and told them. Chapter 20. Then God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You must have no other gods before me. Do not make an idol for yourself, no form whatsoever, of anything in the sky above, or on the earth below, or in the waters under the earth. Do not bow down to them or worship them, because I, the Lord your God, am a passionate God. I punish children for their parents' sins, even to the third and fourth generations of those who hate me. But I am loyal and gracious to the 1000th generation of those who love me and keep my commandments. Do not use the Lord your God's name as if it were of no significance. The Lord won't forgive anyone who uses his name that way. Remember the Sabbath day and treat it as holy. 6 days you may work and do all your tasks, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. Do not do any work on it, not you, your sons or daughters, your male or female servants, your animals, or the immigrant who is living with you. Because the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and everything that is in them in 6 days, but rested on the seventh day. That is why the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. Honor your father and your mother so that your life will be long on the fertile land that the Lord your God is giving you. Do not kill. Do not commit adultery. Do not steal. Do not testify falsely against your neighbor. Do not desire and try to take your neighbor's house. Do not desire and try to take your neighbor's wife, male or female servant, ox, donkey, or anything else that belongs to your neighbor. When all the people witnessed the thunder and lightning, the sound of the horn and the mountain smoking, the people shook with fear and stood at a distance. They said to Moses, You speak to us and we'll listen, but don't let God speak to us or we'll die. Moses said to the people, Don't be afraid, because God has come only to test you and to make sure you are always in awe of God so that you don't sin. The people stood at a distance while Moses approached the thick darkness in which God was present. The Lord said to Moses, Say this to the Israelites, You saw for yourselves how I spoke with you from heaven. Don't make alongside me gods of silver or gold for yourselves. Make for me an altar from fertile soil on which to sacrifice your entirely burned offerings, your well-being sacrifices, your sheep, and your oxen. I will come to you and bless you in every place where I make sure my name is remembered. But if you do make for me an altar from stones, don't build it with chiseled stone, since using your chisel on the stone will make it impure. Don't climb onto my altar using steps, then your genitals won't be exposed by doing so.